टैक्सी बार करके भेज।
So, very good morning to everyone present here. Department of Management Studies, NALSAR University of Law welcomes you to the flagship event, the Immortal Ideas. So Tiyog is an ultimate flagship event of Winnow, wherein all the management clubs come together, join hands, and to assess the plan of new product introduced by every team. So this business plan of a new product is to judge the product need in the need of existence in the market, the sources and allocations of funds, and the functioning, recruiting, and managing the staff. This event is going to happen in 5 rounds, starting from introducing the plan, the marketing round, operations, finance, and HR. So now I take the honor to introduce the judges for round 1 and 2. Professor Vivek Pani. Uh, Professor Vivek Pani sir has done his PhD in marketing and from IIM, and he has published various articles on consumer behavior and brand relationship. So Professor Deepti, second judge of the day is Professor Deepti Jog. So Deepti Jog it has her education in PhD and her research interest in sustainability, consumer behavior, and tourism. She has done her MPhil and PhD in marketing management. So I would like to request the judges to speak a few words.
Very good morning, one and all. I welcome all of you to Department of Management Studies, NALSAR, and we are very happy to host you for this mega event, Winnow. So I hope you all have a very good learning experience here. Please reach out to us if there's anything that you would want to share with us. I hope you're all enjoying the 3-day event. Thank you so much once again.
All the best to all the participants. I know you all have put in a lot of efforts and I'm sure you're going to do well. All the best.
So now let's all jump into the event. So as I told earlier, the event is going to run in 5 rounds and each team has to present the assigned task at every round. So the first round is questacular, where it's known as introduce the plan. And the second is the brand e-date, which is a marketing round. Then third is optimization, it is a finance round. Then the optimization is an operation round, and comes the holy sheet, which is a finance round. Then the final round is going to be Humania. It is an HR round. So the total event is going to be for 100 points and 25 points per round. So let us uncover the entrepreneur in you and every round. Wishing you all a very good luck. So let's start off with the round 1, introduce the plan spectacular. So here each team has to come up with the proper introduction about the company, what is the brand name, the vision, mission statements, and what is the slogan of the company. And all the intro about the company is to be covered here. So now let me introduce the team 1. It is Cubits. So team captain of this is Ritvik Menge. And Ritvik, you have the presenter, right? So you can present now.
Yeah. We have to only just present the company's vision, mission, and introduction, right?
Yeah, the introduction about the company is
Okay,
going to be
yeah,
the
got it.
first.
Okay, yeah. I will just share my screen. Give me 1 minute. I hope my screen is visible and I'm clearly audible at everyone end. Shall I begin?
Yeah, you'll have to be a little louder.
Okay, yeah. I hope my voice is audible now.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So very good afternoon, respected judges. I'm Ritvik Menge, currently a final year mechanical engineering student from Trinity College, Pune. And we have came up with a product named VaxSaver under the domain of healthcare. And the detailed product name is VaxSaver, an active refrigeration system for last-leg vaccine transportation. Talking particularly about our startup vision, in this we have came up with a product in order to accelerate the access of immunization by delivering the vaccines at its full potential level. And talking particularly about our company's mission. So in short to say, every year the world faces vaccine crisis because of which millions of innocents die. According to WHO data, like almost 89 lakh children still remain at the risk of partial or no immunization in India, and globally 22 million infants still don't receive basic vaccines. So in order to overcome this vaccine crisis, we came up with a patent pending solution named VaxSaver in order to replace the conventional cold box, which has been generally utilized in the last leg delivery or in the cold chain. So our system is actually a setup, a portable setup, which actually includes advanced vapor absorption refrigeration technology integrated with phase change material and IoT integrated, in which the user just needs to keep the vaccines inside the chamber and vaccines would be delivered at its full potency. So our company slogan is like be wise and immunize. And also we have developed our phase 1 of prototype, which was developed in a wooden frame. And currently we are also working parallelly on our phase 2 design that would be in a plastic frame for our further implementation. The team generally has two core members. One is Prajwal Rathod and I myself, Rutvik Menge, with a backend team of 4 people who actually works on coding and the overall operations of VaxSaver. Thank you.
Yeah, so now we would move to the next round, brand E-Date. It is a marketing round. So the teams need to talk about the pre and the post marketing strategies. The pre-marketing strategy includes the segmentation, target and positioning of the product in the market. And the post marketing strategies is like how would you advertise and market your product, and who are your target audience and competitors and stuff. So for this, the judging criteria would be the product business idea, then the pros and pre-marketing strategy, and marketing and presentation skills.
Okay, so shall I start the same presentation for our marketing?
Yeah, you can start the marketing presentation.
Okay, yeah. I hope my screen is clearly visible. I will begin. Like in some of my previous slides, I've mentioned the overall problem statement, which is currently happening globally and at national level. Also, like I will just wind up in a few minutes. Like the problems are actually happening because of the following reasons. Like whenever the vaccines are manufactured in a manufacturing utility, it needs to be stored within 2 degrees Celsius as recommended by WHO worldwide during the logistic phase. But currently during the last like vaccine transportation phase, current system uses thermal insulated cold boxes and ice packs, and due to use of heights, there are a lot of thermal fluctuations which causes degradation in vaccine potency, which leads to vaccine crisis happens globally every year. Almost 90% of the country's population usually relies on cold boxes and ice packs for their last mile delivery. And as mentioned earlier, we have came up with a patent pending solution named VaxSaver, which is innovative, eco-friendly, active refrigeration system. And we are also currently working on our phase 2 design as well. So talking about our products specifications, so with VaxSaver, we promote greater vaccine safety. It has high storage capacity. It can accommodate around 100 to 200 ampoules of vaccine vials of 10 ml capacity in a single delivery. It has wide applications. It can store around vaccines, special medicines, blood pouches at hospitals, at MNCs, at vaccine distributors. So talking about competitor assessment, like why VaxSaver? So I've compared VaxSaver versus conventional cold box versus Envelio versus Godrej Shotokul. Envelio was one of the startups started in India few months ago. So talking about most important parameters, the cost of a system is relatively very low. It costs around 5,000 rupees for 5 to 20 liters capacity. It works on less power consumption, that is, it works on 24 volts of electricity. It has high storage capacity. Also, the system is integrated with EVIN, that is Electronic Vaccines Intelligence Network. In easy terms, we have integrated IoT for efficient vaccine delivery and tracking. So this is our detailed business model canvas. In short to say, we are also trying to target the governmental procurement agencies, which actually manufactures the vaccines and distributes the vaccines to local immunization centers. Talking about market assessment and the implementation roadmap. So currently we are trying to target the 1.4 billion last leg cold chain market potential with 32 crores of Indian cold chain market potential. We are also trying to target the 68,000 rural and government hospitals for our last mile delivery with 1.2 million vaccines are being generally delivered every year, every week. globally. With this, at Nash, hello.
Go on, we are
Yes,
listening.
sir.
Ritvik, you're on. Go on.
Okay, yeah. And talking particularly about the implementation roadmap. So currently, I live in Pune, Maharashtra. So we have already approached 8 local government hospitals, out of which 6 are local PMCs, with 2 with remaining government hospitals, where we would be distributing our final or beta prototype of Axel for our further piloting purpose. Also, we have got some incubation opportunity from our institute with some basic DST fundings. This is our primary implementation roadmap. With this, we have also got some incubation or opportunity directly from Maharashtra government, where after successfully procuring the certification of our beta prototype, we would be given an opportunity to implement our product at some local PMCs outside the Pune region or outside the Maharashtra region as well. So talking about our post-marketing strategies, so at our first level, we would be approaching PMCs and Gram Panchayats and local immunization centers, starting with at regional level. After that, we would be collaborating some pharmaceutical suppliers, that is our secondary target customers, with full procurement agencies which actually manufactures the vaccines and distributes the vaccines to local immunization. With this, we are also planning to launch our own website for direct delivery of our product to the respective customers with using BTL platforms, that is using e-commerce website, which using some social media platform to advertise our product. After all this phases, we would be generating some strong base where we can directly approach governments and NGOs for further expansion or procuring further subsidiaries. This brings to last slide of my presentation. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm open to questions, judges.
Ritvik, it's a very good idea. I like the idea so much. So could you please go to your product description slide?
Yes, sir.
The next slide, I'm sorry. The next slide. You were comparing the other products, right?
Yeah.
So if you look at Godrej Choto Cool, it's a very big hit, right?
Yes.
It's a very suitable product for bottom of the pyramid consumer markets. And for a country like India, it's one of the best products that has ever come.
Yes.
So Godrej is a very big company, right?
Yes,
If
sir.
your if at all Godrej wants to compete with you, you know, it can lower its price and start attacking you, right?
Yes.
So what would your strategy be in that case?
Yes, sir. So we have also studied Godrej Shotocool. Like it was a really a good revolutionary product, but it was the biggest business failure in Indian market. There was
It was
hardware
not a failure,
ecosystem.
Ritvik. I mean, let me re claim this fact. It was not a failure. It's a hit. Okay.
Yeah,
The point is, it is more popular in bottom of the pyramid markets,
bottom of the
right?
pyramid. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's not a failure. It's
Yeah,
there. Red Chotokil is one of the case studies for many B schools also.
yeah.
Okay, it's not a failure. Okay, yeah. Go on.
So, yeah, so talking particularly like if Godrej Shotocool tries to overcome the wax saver. So the thing which we try to differentiate is the cooling technology which we have used in our system. Like Godrej Shotocool uses actually using miniature compressors, which actually really cost very high. Even if they try to shift to our refrigeration technology, but which we have already filed a patent for. So one advancement is we have is our technological advancement at lesser cost. Secondarily, we have also second patent for our design chamber, which is integrated with phase change material. So, which is not available in the Godrej Shotocool currently. And also electronic vaccines intelligence network integration or IoT integration at lesser cost for Godrej Shotocool is not quite convenient at their initial stage, which we have already tried to integrate with our refrigeration technology, with our cooling technology, with storage technology, and also IoT integration as well with the overall reduced cost. So I think by these parameters we can set us apart in future.
Okay. What is your profit for 5,000? Can I understand your unit economics, please?
Yeah, so I think I've not added the overall profit splits. Actually, it was meant to be displayed in second round. But in short to say, like we have come up with a short a speculative revenue model. Like if I try to target only 60,000 government hospitals in a span of 5 years, targeting entire India, and assuming only 50% of vaccine units being sold, so we are generating a overall revenue of around 14 crores for further expansion.
Okay. What's the market size?
Market size in Indian market, like just for national level implementation for our phase one, we have just targeted government hospitals, 60,000 government hospitals. Apart from this, there are almost like 4.2 lakh local hospitals in India, excluding PMCs, local immunization centers with this. So that can be a market target market as well.
Okay.
At
So
national level.
what can the roughly market value be?
At national level, like
Yeah.
last,
Geography.
yeah, at national level, I've came across some of the research papers. So almost like around 7 million USDs were actually involved just for last mile delivery. So I think that can be the suitable figure for current Indian market for its last mile vaccine delivery. $7 million.
It's only 7 million USD. Billion,
Yeah,
right?
million.
Billion. Acha. Okay. Okay. So what's a brand like? You are also looking at B2C, right? If I'm not wrong. It's not just
Yes,
B2.
yes, so B2C also, like we can use commission agents to uh, commission agents or by using our websites to directly sell out our products to PMCs or local immunization centers as well.
Acha. So how in a B2C market, how would you be different from Godrej Chotukur? Because for a B2C consumer, okay, he wouldn't require your vial monitoring, all these things, right? He just wants something to refrigerate, maybe some cold drink or water bottle. So don't you think Godrej Chotukur or the other competitors that you just showed us has an advantage over you because they've entered the market before you and they're uh, financially stronger than you, those players. So don't you think they have an edge over you?
Uh, Definitely we do think, but Godrej Protocol was actually not designed to store special medicines or vaccines according to WHO guidelines.
So
So
how
that
many
might be an
consumers actually
advantage.
store vaccines or medicines in a separate unit other than the refrigerator? I don't do it, or you
Yeah.
do it? Do we really? Does a consumer really require a separate refrigeration unit?
Yeah, actually
Other
for
than
delivery, we need a portable refrigeration unit. I'm not just talking about our fixed storage device, but I'm also talking about portable refrigeration device. So we cannot carry our traditional fridges and everything, or even the thermocol or cold boxes to deliver the medicines or vaccines. Even if we do use of that thing, because of which the vaccine potency levels are being getting degraded, which causes vaccine crisis.
do you? I mean, do you see an addressable market? Because I don't see much of a use in consumer market.
Yeah,
So how do you say that there is?
we
Yeah.
actually not try to target the consumers or household people. We are just trying to target the say the vaccine distributors at military for military use or at medical centers, at PMCs, at immunization centers. So this is our
Acha.
targeted
So you
customers.
have nothing for B2C, is it?
Yeah. Uh,
Okay, thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you so much.
So I have a question for you, Ritvik. I would just like to know about the brand a little more and how are you going to create that impression in the mind? What are your strategies around the brand? I would just like you to highlight those.
Yeah, ma'am. So like yeah, at starting level, we are just in our beta prototype and at MVP stage. Uh, talking particularly about branding and creating an impact of wax saver in the society, especially for cold chain delivery. So, like what thing we actually think is like almost like 95% of the consumers usually uses cold boxes and ice packs. So the only thing which we can keep us apart is like the costing of our setup, and most importantly, the active cooling technology and delivering the vaccines at their full potency in reduced cost. So this is our primary thought which we have just came upon to set us apart from conventional cold boxes and to create a basic impact in the market. Followed with that, we are also parallelly working on our different prototypes that would be more aesthetically and ergonomically better as compared to our phase one design, which would be in a backpack kind of structure uh, for further expansion. I think it would create a secondary impact for even local ASHA workers or women to carry around 100 to 200 ampoules of vaccine vials in a single delivery with less fatigue.
Okay. Uh, and again, when you're planning your 5 years, how have you kind of incorporated the understanding around the number of vaccinations done and the need particularly that product has in the market? How have you taken it into consideration? Because have you checked what is the number of vaccination that is completed in your state of Maharashtra, for example, or the states that you're targeting? How have you kind of understood that?
Yeah, like every after 5 years, there is like a report has been generated by Government of India and also Maharashtra government, like the overall vaccination drives which have been happening at each and every state level. So we have also took all those data for further consideration, and also in most of those data we have came across like only in last year 37% of vaccines were wasted, only COVID-19 vaccines. Apart from COVID-19 vaccines, there were also other vaccines being wasted. So we are trying to target that as well. I hope this clears.
Uh, very nice talking to you. All the very best.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Ritvik.
Shall I
Now,
stop sharing it?
Yeah, you can stop sharing your screen.
Oh yeah, thank you.
now we have team 2, Blisscare. So the team leader is Chinmaya Nayak. So give him the presenter, right? Hello, Chinmaya.
Yeah, hi, am I audible?
Yes, yes. So you'd already given the sharing, right? So now you can share your screen and also
Sure.
switch on the camera. And if there are other team members,
Sure, yeah, just sharing my screen.
yeah.
I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, yes, it is.
So do I have to wait, can I go on from introduction round to marketing, then operation, then finance, like in one line?
No, no, we're right now dealing with only introduction and marketing round. And
Okay,
after this, you'll be going to operations.
perfect, sure, sure. I'll then explain it till marketing round.
Yeah. That'd be
Okay,
great.
sure. I'm just presenting. Yeah, I'm starting. So what you can see on the screen is a complete darkness. The darkness you feel when you close your eyes, when you go to sleep. And this darkness is the life of 286 million visually impaired people over the globe who cannot see this beautiful world and are also deprived of a basic education, which is a basic human right. We are here to solve this problem and we are Blisscare, presented by Chinmay. Now, how it started for us? It started for us with a person named Sanjay. Who is Sanjay? Sanjay is our brother, and we saw him growing as a visually impaired, struggling in the life, not getting equal opportunities, not getting a basic educational and job opportunities. And the basic thing like that of election, he cannot be part of that as well. But like Sanjay, there are 286 million visually impaired people over the globe. Of this, 63 million are Indian, and only 5% get any sort of education due to lack of a braille literacy. Now, why this problem arises? Because the production of a braille formatted book is very expensive, and a book of merely 100 pages can cost up to 4,000 to 5,000 INR, which is not at all affordable. And if I want to give you an example, our favorite Harry Potter book, which we used to read in our childhood, is costing us at only 270 INR, and same to the visually impaired is costing at around 5,000 INR in the braille format. Again, the printer available to us is starting from 10,000 INR, but the printer available to visually impaired in the form of a braille printer is starting from 2 lakh INR. So there's a gap because the resources available to visually impaired is beyond the affordability range. And this particular population is expected to grow by 412 million in the coming 10 years. So therefore, there's a need for the solution. And we are here with a solution in a form of a braille display system or a braille tablet. But this is not a normal tablet that we use because this surface has a holes on it and the beads bulges out at a real time so that a blind individual can touch, feel and understand whatever is replicated on the same. So it's a touch based and the field based mechanism that we bring for this visually impaired individuals. With the help of this, they can access content in a form of a text, diagram, and a map to help a visually impaired, as well as the content available to them is in a grade 1 and grade 2 Braille. This replicates to two variants of a Braille model that varies in accordance to multivariate languages. So we support multiple languages with a single platform. At the same time, we give them access to unlimited content that is available online and offline. Online may be any of the web pages, offline may be any of the PDFs or documents. So that is what something we bring in with our innovation, that is a Braille display system for the visually impaired. Now here you can see the support features in a form of voice recognition system as well as talkback mechanism to support a visually impaired while using this platform. Now consider I'm a visually impaired and I'm struggling to understand the braille pattern. So we got it with a haptic feedback mechanism that is based on special vibration waveform which guides the visually impaired through the braille pattern. At the same time, you can see here a visually impaired girl trying to feel and understand the character or a braille that has been replicated on the screen with the help of a finger. So that is how touch-based mechanism works. Now on the top left corner, you can see a beads bulging out and they're creating a braille pattern and visual impaired trying to feel it. So currently we are in the MVP stage and actively testing our product with visually impaired individuals, users, as well as institutes and community. And these are few of the testimonials for the same. These are few of the glimpses of our team. Now, what is the USP that we bring in with our innovation? We are 3 times cost efficient and can be scaled up quickly. Most important, the intellectual property in a form of patent. There are two, that is process patent and design patent on this particular innovation. At the same time, our maintenance cost is 25 times less in comparison to existing technologies. Now, let's dive into the marketing aspect as per the marketing needs. So our total, I'll take you through the analysis of market. So TAM, we have divided into 286 plus million users, that is divided over the globe. SAM is 63 plus million users, that is divided over India. And SOM is 3 plus million users, that we are segmented into B2B and B2G market. B2B in a form of blind institutes, blind associations, NGOs, as well as MNCs who are having CSR activities specifically for visually impaired. B2G in a form of government NGOs and government agencies, as well as support systems for specifically in a form of Divyangjan Yojanas. So that is something that we are targeting at an initial stage. Now, how we are reaching this particular users, or what is the go-to-market strategy, as we are dealing with a specially able individual. So direct approach with a product demonstration is how we are going to start, where we are targeting government agencies, blind institutes, and designated officers directly with a product demonstration. Second, we are launching MVP containing open source content specifically for the marketing purpose and for the reach purpose. Third is most important, that we are forming a community where one visually impaired people can communicate with another visually impaired. They can learn from each other. They can share each other's work. So this kind of community we are preparing specifically for visually impaired individuals, which will be a digital community and will also spread a word for our technology that we are giving for the visually impaired. And a few of the channels that we are using is radio and audio promotion, NGOs, media outlets, social and welfare forum. So yeah, that's from my end for the introduction and marketing slides, and looking forward for the operational round as well.
Chinmay,
Yes, sir.
very good product, very good idea.
Thank you, sir.
Uh, don't you think there is there are substitutes for your product?
Yes, sir. Sir, any specific thing that you want to ask about substitute?
Annie?
Yes, true. Yes, sir. We have the competitor analysis. So here you can see a Braille Me Project Mudra, Michigan Braille Device, and Black Tab. So Annie, you mentioned it's a Project Mudra itself. Its first name was Project Mudra. So yes, they do. We do have a competitor in this aspect, but in comparison to them, we are a content provider. Unlike our competitor, who are only a tactile device who can explain you bill. That's it. So if you have seen Annie, you must have seen a like video game console kind of surface where you have 6 buttons on it, where you will be able to understand one of the character or numbers at a time, and you can feel it and you can understand it. That's it. That's the usage of that particular product, and they are doing good in their sector as well. But what we are doing is we are providing them with a content at a real time. Like at a real time, you can access any of the content. For example, um, consider if they want to read Wikipedia, they can read at a real time with the help of our innovation. But that is not possible with a competitor solution that we have. So that is the reason, and that is a differentiator that we bring in with our innovation.
So any content, any
Yes, sir. Any
anybody,
content.
any content, real time content also.
Yes, sir, real time. Consider you're having a PDF of a novel or article, anything you want to read. So just you need to upload it and you can get a real time replication in the Braille format, and that will be translated on the screen in the Braille format. That is a bulge out mechanics which a visual impaired can feel it. So that is what we
Okay.
are bringing. Yes, sir.
All right. So what is your go-to market strategy? Who are your target audience?
Sir,
Like,
initially
are
we
you
are,
targeting? Go on, go on, go
yes,
on.
yeah, sure.
Go on,
Yes, sir.
go on.
So yes, sir. So we are targeting blind institutes. So initially with the B2B and B2G market, as it will be a good starter for us to go into the educational sector and give them this particular technology. That would be a good starter. But after 2 to 3 years, we are planning to go retail as well as B2C market. But initially for first 2 years, it's B2B in a form of blind institutes, blind association, blind NGOs, MNCs who are having CSR activities specifically for disabled quota, as well as under government initiative Divyangjan Yojana specifically. So that is something that we are targeting initially.
Okay. So do you have a patent for this?
Yes, sir. Provisional patent are done. That is, one is process patent, that is a core of our technology, and one is design patent. But process patent is basically most important in this aspect, which saves our technology.
Okay. So
Yes,
what do you think are your loopholes? This product is good, and you're saying that you have differentiated yourself very well from your
yes, sir.
competition. Agreed. But what do you think
Yes,
are the loopholes? Where do you think you will have to, guard yourself uh,
yes.
from market trends and also from your competition?
Sure, sure. Yes, sir. I'll give you a real-time feedback that we receive from the users. So I think so that will be one of the loopholes. So basically, this dimension of this particular product is similar to that of a normal tablet that we use, but its width is quite heavier, like it's a bit heavier in comparison to us. So that is one of the loopholes. So they mentioned that if we give some grip on left hand and right hand side of this device, that would be helpful for them, because if they don't have a grip, that the physical damage might be possible on this particular surface. So that is something that we are working on, because it's quite heavier in comparison to normal tablets. So that is first part. Second, while we were testing this on the lab, so the dust and everything was a bit of an issue with this particular mechanism, but that we have resolved with the help of alloy-based surface for this particular mechanism, or the touch-based solution that we are bringing in. So that is resolved. So design is something that we are working on currently.
Okay, and another question that I have, because
Yes,
your
sir.
product is new, right? You're new
Yes, sir.
to market. Why don't you
Yes,
try
sir.
a D2C strategy so that you can
Yes.
penetrate faster?
Right, right. True, sir. True. Yes, sir. Why we are targeting B2B in a form of blind institutes? Because institute is something where education is going on. So we want to basically replicate the traditional education platform, that is they are printing the braille pages and converting into the education platform. So that is how we are going to start, and that will be easier for the visually impaired to accept this particular innovation that we are trying to bring in. So that is the reason we are going B2B, because they are getting education out of it, and they will be able to make their career out of it, because it will help them in the job sector as well. So that is how we
But
are
would
going to
this is
start.
a slow process for you. But this, don't you think this will be a slow process for you? Your growth will not be so high because of this.
Yes, sir. True, sir. Sir, but when we talk about specially able individuals, they're quite skeptic about technology. So, like directly going to customers won't be a good idea for in this particular sector. That is what we are identified, having a conversation with customers and specific users. So, as we have set up a blind institute, digital classroom in a blind institute, so acceptability rate was quite good, and they were able to understand with this particular platform as well. So that will
Okay,
give us a good
so
platform initially.
in addition to reaching out to these blind institutes, what are the other
Yes, sir.
outreach programs that you are doing?
Yes, sir. So we have set up few of the sessions and workshops at NGOs, specifically where like Divyangjan support is being given, and Divyangjan Yojana under government. So that's few workshops we have taken, so that we are able to make them comfortable with this device, and they are able to understand it. So that is something that we have done.
Okay,
And
so
the community building.
what is the frequency of these workshops?
Yes, sir.
How
Sorry,
frequent?
actually.
Yeah.
Sir, actually, it's from 3 months to 4 months around. One workshop we take at institutes and try to partner them. And we did recently in like National Blind Youth Association, that's in Nagpur. So that is the workshops that we did. And we set up a classroom for 30 students in the classroom, integrated with teachers platform, where they can share content at a real time and get education and exchange education basically. So
Could
that
you
is
please show
something
me
that
your
we did.
website? Could you please show me your
Yes.
website?
Sir, we don't have website as of now, but because we are directly going to the users and demonstrating it.
Don't you think you should have a website?
Sir, because we are dealing with specially abled individuals, so this is something that is not a priority for us. Direct demonstration is something that we are prioritizing as of now.
No, no. But for specially able children, I mean, or people,
Mhm.
their friends or family would
True,
help them out if you have a
true,
website.
true, true,
So
true.
don't you
Yes,
think you're missing out on the gatekeepers in the decision-making process?
true, true. Yes, sir. But we are using this audio-based channel for the same, not basically a website out of it. But yes, website will be having down the line
Okay,
once we are.
okay.
Yes.
I also wanted to see your brand elements, but I couldn't see your brand elements. Do you have
Okay.
a do you have your brand elements? I want to see your logo or
Yes,
anything
sir.
like
We
that.
have created one basic logo. I'll just try to share that with you. I but we haven't added it in the slide, because it was only for creation purpose. I'll just share one slide with you.
So not having a logo or not emphasizing on logo will lead to loss of identity. I
Right,
hope
right,
you're
right.
aware of.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As we are in the testing phase, so we haven't published anything online as of now. Just made a few changes into this particular aspect only. Yes, I'll try to share that with you. Yes, because branding is also something that is very important. So that we have identified that. Sir, here you can see we have tried to make it this type of logo for this.
So Chinmay, very interesting product. I had some doubts or I had some queries to ask. First of all, I read using Kindle. So
Right,
I want to ask you like these typical conversion issues that we face, like if we have to convert a PDF to a
right.
Kindle kind of, we kind of are dependent on so many kind of things and software, online software and all. And you're saying
True.
this is like a real time. So how
Yes,
does
sir.
it work?
Sure. Yes, ma'am. So basically, we have created dictionaries for the same. So if you upload any of the PDF, so that captures the text out of it and directly converts it into a Braille pattern first, and that gets replicated on the screen. So that is how it works.
Okay.
You just need to
Okay.
upload any of the PDFs or anything that you have or you want to convert it into.
Actually, madam's question is uploading and all is quite a task for
Mm.
visually impaired people,
Yes, yes,
especially if the children.
yes, yes.
So, you are not providing convenience to them.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So consider if you want to go in any of the PDFs that you might have on the drive itself. Consider, I'm just giving an example. So you have the voice recognition system as well as talkback mechanism, which guides you towards that particular platform wherever you want to go or open it. So it's a real-time direction that has been given. Once you tap on that particular PDF, that will get converted into a Braille platform, Braille pattern itself, and you can access the content into it. So that
Still,
provision has been made. Yes,
Still, I
yes, ma'am.
have one kind of operational issue which I'm not getting a clarity on is sometimes on our normal devices, like a phone also, we end up touching something and it just automatically takes us to here and there. And now we are
Right.
talking about people who are visually impaired. So
Mhm.
they already have kind of an issue there. We normally using devices, it happens because basically
Right,
because of the touch. So do
right,
you
right. True.
have a
Ye-
mechanism for it?
Yes, ma'am. The talkback mechanism is consider this is a surface, and you just need to move your hand out on it. So it won't open in one touch itself. It will open in second touch, and it will guide you at a real time. So that you are in File Explorer as of now. You are in this particular drive as of now. This will guide wherever you touch. It will guide you that you are in this particular platform, and in one touch, it won't open. You have to touch twice for opening it. So that is how it is works.
Okay, and language provisions have you spoken about? Like, is it in which language have you made it available? What
Sir,
have you
yes,
worked in?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. As of now, it's three language. We are working on multiple languages as well. Three languages: English, Hindi, and Marathi. That is specifically as of now we are testing with. And further, we'll be building upon other languages as well.
Okay,
But your product is very interesting. You'll have to just fine tune it here and there. You're really working on it. Like, I mean, patent and all is almost there.
Yes, sir. Provisionals are done. Finals are pending.
It's a very good product. I think you'll have to fine tune your marketing. I'm not seeing much of promotion from your end as of now. Your outreach programs are also quite sluggish. You'll have to ramp up your promotional activities. Your distribution strategy should be sorted. Then you can also look for backward integration also with some, like say Annie is not your direct competition.
Mhm.
So
Yes.
can you look for some integration with Annie.
Yes.
So,
True.
so I think you can make those strategic decisions right away.
True.
And B2C is something that you're not supposed to lose out on. I think that is where you have a lot of market and you have a lot of money also.
Sure, sure. Yes, sir.
Uh,
That is something that we are not like executing it. That will be after 1 or 2 years that we have planned to go on the retail and B2C as well.
how
But
big is your
B2B
team?
is the initial focus. Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
How big is the team, Chinmay?
Sir, can you repeat? I couldn't hear you.
How big is your team?
Yes, sir. Sir, we have 3 core members. We have 4 temporary members who are working with us, and we have few advisors with us who are guiding us.
So did you raise funding already?
No, sir, we are bootstrapped and we are currently in process of grants specifically from MeitY Government of India. So that is 10 lakh grants. Initially, first tranche would be 7 lakh, with the second would be 3 lakhs. So that is how we are in process as of now.
Acha. So your company is registered, everything is sorted? You're
No,
registered?
sir, company is not registered. Not, sir.
Okay.
Company is
So
yet to
when
be
are you
registered.
registering the company?
Sir, once we are ready to go into the market and once we are done with all the pilots and everything, that time we will be like basically registering this particular, because there are few taxes implications that will get like mm, from government of India that gives for the specifically for social startups. So that is something that we want to use, because now doing it now it will reduces our time for that.
Yeah. So actually going forward, tech for good kind of companies will do well, right? So even marketing is evolving to human-centric marketing. So,
Right,
so you will have a good opportunity.
right,
And right now, I don't see much of your marketing strategies in place. My only advice or suggestion would be to work on your marketing. And your logo is a little not so appealing. So
right,
work on it. So you're losing out on your gatekeepers right now. So if my friend is visually impaired, I would look for a product for him. So you're not even appealing to me,
right.
right?
True.
You have to look at these gatekeepers,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, work on your branding strategy. Your brand needs a facelift.
Right.
You're not a registered company. I totally get it.
Yeah.
So, but I think you have to work on that going
Sure.
forward.
Sure, sir. I'll
So,
certainly work upon that.
Yeah, just maybe a last thing that I want to ask you, how do you look at your product 5 years down the line and how are you prepared for it?
Ma'am, we want to set up a digital classroom at blind institutes, approximately 216 blind institutes, 3 years down the line. So that is something that we have identified for 3 years first. And then we want to go B2C as well as we want to go global as well with this particular innovation that we have. Because global is something that is that we are having a good market at as well.
Okay.
okay.
Thank you,
Very
Chimini. All
good.
the
All the
best.
very best.
Thank you, sir.
Well done. Well done. All the best. Where are you from, Chinmay, by the way?
I'm from Nagpur, sir, Maharashtra.
Uh, which college are you from?
Jaipur, it's IHMR Jaipur. I live in Nagpur, that is Maharashtra.
Acha, IHMR. What is IHMR? I'm sorry.
Indian Institute of Health Management and Research.
Oh, okay. Great.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Thank you.
thank you, sir.
Thank you and all the best.
All the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. So next we have team pictures. Others concern. Yes.
Yeah, I'll just start sharing.
Yeah.
Just a second. 2 years. Yeah. Is the screen visible?
Yes,
Hope the
Adarsh.
screen visible. Yeah, yeah. So I'll just start then, give a brief idea about the idea itself. So first of all, a very good afternoon to good morning to the respected jury. So I am Adarsh Pansal, and I'm here today to redefine the kitchen experience with our proposition, which we have named Chimini. So this is our brand logo, and our brand slogan is "Let's bring home a better tomorrow with a healthier, hygienic world." So just giving a brief intro about the idea. So so kitchen smoke is a very big issue in the kitchen, which causes a lot of health issues such as smoke, asthma, which is very dangerous for health. So the existing solution for tackling kitchen smoke is the conventional chimney that we use in homes. But like it's always not possible to have a chimney in the house because of various reasons that you see. So like for example, if you're a bachelor living in a rented house, so it may not be possible for you to install a traditional chimney, or there could also be other reasons like cost of installation, which usually turns out to be 4 to 5,000 rupees over and above the cost of chimney. So like what is a possible solution? So we present to you our product Chimini, an affordable, compact, and easy to use chimney. So Chimini works just like a traditional chimney, but unlike it, it does not require a duct to release the smoke. The suction fan at the top creates a suction, and the filters absorb the oil and other particles and release the filtered air back to the kitchen itself. Chimney also comes with double mounting features. It can either be mounted on wall or placed on kitchen platform based on the available space. It is easy to use, lightweight, economical, and needs low maintenance. So now let's have a look at a short video of the product itself. Okay, so talking about the market size, so the existing market size for the kitchen chimney segment in India is estimated to be around $1.3 billion, and the target income class for the same is the upper middle class, which forms roughly 10% of the total population. So we are likely to increase this to 40% by including the middle class as well. And as a result, we will not just be targeting the existing customers, but we'll also be creating a new market altogether. And our new market opportunity after that would be around $2 billion from the existing $1.3 billion. Regarding our target segment, so we have selected mainly three market target segments: the housewives, bachelors, and working professionals. After doing a thorough primary research using cluster analysis on IBM SPSS. Next, we also talking about the go-to-market strategy now. So under the ATL strategy, we will focus on all the components to create a brand awareness across India, such as influencers and food bloggers, YouTube, Google AdWords, and ads in regional newspapers. We are planning to launch the product in 18 cities in the first year, out of which 8 will be of tier 1 and 10 will be of tier 2. This is our timeline for the ATL campaign. Also, we would be creating some pamphlets and posters for our product. So like one kind of poster would be like this that you can see, and we would also be highlighting our value proposition that it is environmentally sustainable, fulfilling sustainable development goals. And also it has value propositions like it has 66% lesser electricity as compared to conventional chimney. The charcoal filters used are 100% biodegradable in nature, and also it saves on a lot of civil work and recurrent maintenance cost. Next, talking about the distribution channels. So we have three major distribution channels to reach the target market, which are retailer, institutional sellers, e-commerce, and third is the door-to-door sales. We'll also be targeting around 50 corporates from across India to purchase a product for their employees as a Diwali gift. Next, we also have prepared a detailed BTL plan and a BTL strategy in place for the different tier-wise cities. And also, we have inculcated the cost of shop branding, and also we have taken into consideration the various incentive schemes that we would be using for the door-to-door sales strategy and retailer or institutional sellers. So this is the cost structure for the marketing side. It's a year-wise cost structure in place in which we have taken into consideration the minute details that would go in scaling up our proposition. So with this, the marketing side of the business is complete. Thank you.
Adarsh,
Yes, sir.
so uh, are you aware of this concept called as perceived usefulness?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So do you really see such kind of a use? First thing that came to my mind when I was looking at your product is,
Mhm.
don't you think it is obstructing the view of the person who is cooking?
So that will
Chimneys,
not be.
yeah.
Yeah, that will not be
Go
the
on.
case, sir, because sir, the chimney hood is completely adjustable. You can adjust the chimney hood vertically as well as laterally. So we have actually inculcated degrees of freedom into a product. And regarding the usability, I would like to state that, sir, still chimney is still a luxury in many of the households in India, and many of the people are not able to install it because of the space constraints or because of the cost constraints. So as per our research and primary market research that we had with almost 200 people, we got to understand that this is a very major issue which causes a lot of health issues because of the kitchen smoke. So that's why we have come up with a portable version which everyone can install at a cost-effective price.
Okay, so what's the pricing like? I couldn't understand pricing.
Yes, sir. So the pricing, taking into account all the different components, the pricing comes at around 2,400 Indian rupees. I mean the cost price, and we are planning to launch the product at an effective price of 3,750, which is at least one third of the total cost spent on a conventional chimney, including installation.
Okay, so did you sell any of your product?
So we are currently doing a product validation study with around 30 households, and after we are done with that, we are already doing it for the last 1 year, and in about a couple of months more, we would be making the final modifications and going for the commercial rollout.
Okay, you are in beta testing right now.
Right. Yes, sir.
All right. So, what is the estimated customer acquisition cost?
I mean, the acquisition cost would depend upon the different channels, actually, sir. So,
Yeah, let's talk about B2C. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So actually, we are first of all looking towards the e-commerce channel to launch our products, and so there would be certain margins that would go in towards those channels. Like for example, we have taken a 8% dealer margin
Yeah.
for the e-commerce channel. Hello.
So you have three channels of distribution, right? You have
Yes, sir.
D2C, you have e-commerce,
Yes,
and you
sir.
also have two-level or three-level distribution channel.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We do have. I mean, we actually want to start with the e-commerce channel itself first because it would provide us the most cost-effective, initiation, and also would help us to reach the masses. And based on the response and traction, we would be shifting to other channels as well.
Okay. Yeah, competition. That. So competition. How would you like if there's some innovation like this? The existing players will also become wary of the market, right? So they can slash prices. So
Yes.
once they start slashing prices,
Mm-hmm.
then how would
So,
you play the
Sir, actually, this product serves an altogether different segment of the population, like people who have ample kitchen spaces and who don't have any cost constraint. They would obviously like to go with a full-fledged chimney itself. But we are talking about people who were not able to install a kitchen chimney in the first place. Like I'm also an example of this. That my kitchen is placed in such a way that I'm not able to do any kind of civil work, and that is the reason why I would need a portable option like this. We those are our competition, but they are indirectly competing with us, not directly competing with us.
And what are the operational issues you think would come with your product, and how are you prepared for it?
Yes, so I mean the operational issues that we are seeing with this product is to scale this proposition up because still we would have to create an awareness among the people regarding a portable version against a conventional one which is already there in the market. So to reach out a wider audience effectively, we are first of all we for the first couple of years at least we want to do it from our end from our own production facility, but then we want to go for a strategic relationship with any of the bigger players that would serve two purposes. First of all, it will eliminate much of the indirect competition that we would face, and also it will give us access to their markets as well as to their technological expertise. So there's where we want to scale it up by using that strategy.
Are you hinting that you will get sold out? Are you
No,
indirectly hinting at that?
no, no, no.
No?
We our brand would remain intact. Our brand would remain intact. We would be creating an technologic that marketing a strategic partnership with a bigger player. So, like for example, there's a home automation company called Ring in United States, which had created a strategic partnership with Amazon. So the brand name itself was intact, but just the operations and the co-founder was actually utilizing the markets and the technological expertise of Amazon. So we want to create that kind of partnership.
Okay. So what about after sale support? Because you're
Yes.
still new, and if you're going through the e-commerce route, okay. So how would you provide after sale support? And this is something new. This product is something new, so people
Right.
would have problems.
Yes.
Installation is also
Yes. So the after sales supports are regarding the servicing part. So it's very convenient in our case as compared to a conventional chimney, because in a conventional chimney you would require to shell out huge amount of cost, like more than 1,500 to 2,000 rupees just on the filters, and also you would require to call a service personnel. But in our case, that's not the case. Our filters come at a cost of around 400 rupees, and we also do not require a service personnel to call. We can do it from our end itself. We can just take out the filters on our own, clean them up, and put them back. And also, we if there is any further servicing that would be required, we would be implementing reverse logistics in place. So the courier guy would, or the company personnel would collect the product itself from the doorstep itself, and we will service it and ship it back to the consumer. Since it's a very portable, so we can do it.
So this will all add to your cost again. If your person is going to the
Yes, that will be charged separately, sir. That is not a part of the 3,750 which we are stating. That will be additional.
so how are you countering threat of new entrants?
As I mentioned that we are already like working. Yeah. So actually, we are not just restricting ourselves to one particular version, but we are already working on a subsequent variant. So I can also show you an IoT variant for which we have built an architecture. And we just do not want to restrict ourselves to one particular product, but we want to cater to an entire range of portable kitchen appliances. So there's where we want to differentiate ourselves as a kitchen appliances category, I mean brand.
Why are you not getting it patented?
So we already have a design patent in place. I mean, it's in process.
All right. Okay. So can I look at your brand elements, please? Your
Yes, sir.
logo, your elements.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
This is our brand logo. So here you can see that we have the proposition that we are serving to have a portable chimney. So we have very well highlighted that in our product, in our logo, and
Yeah.
we have a chimney symbol here also, and we have a tagline also. I mean, a brand slogan as well. And there's a tagline which is going by "All you need is less."
Don't you think your caption is too
Sorry.
long? Your caption is too long.
This is a brand slogan actually, sir. So I mean, brand slogan tend to be, I mean, in some cases, this much long, and but our tagline would be "All you need is less." So that is short.
All you need is
Less. This one. So here where I'm pointing out like this part.
Actually, your screen, everything written on your screen all this time was not so clear. It was all blurry.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just a second. I'll just show you. Actually, everything does not fall in place when you present. Yeah. This
Yeah, now we can see it. Yeah.
your mini chimney. Um.
so. How would you go for your marketing promotions? You are using some influencers and all. That's what you told us. Could you
Um.
elaborate on that?
Yes, I mean, we would be utilizing food bloggers and YouTubers, and also people from, I mean, celebrity chefs like Vikas Khanna, who have, who are already like famous in the kitchen segment, and they have a very huge media reach. So, but like initially, we do not want to shell a huge amount of cost on very expensive promotions, but we want to cater to more of an organic approach. So we would be utilizing channels like Amazon Launchpad, where we could get the marketing support almost at free, and that will also cater to our scalability.
Okay. Thank you so much, Adarsh. Thank you so much, Adarsh. Pleasure talking
Thank
to
you.
you.
Thank
Do you
you,
have
sir.
any questions?
No, sir, I do not have.
Thank you. Thank you, Adarsh.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Others. So now we have now we have the last team for the first few rounds. So it is Highlander, and then the sharing dice is to be given to Uttran.
Very good afternoon, respected judges. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Can you please give me the sharing access? Yeah, thank you very much.
So we made the presenter.
Just give me one moment. Yep. A very good afternoon to all the respected judges and the organizing team. Myself, Uttaro Naik. I am a second year undergraduate student at National Institute of Technology, Bhopal. And today I am here to present about my startup, 16 Annas. We are a FinTech startup which focuses on creating a digital piggy bank for millennials and Gen Zs with a focus on their financial literacy. We are working on the rising financial education problem in India and trying to create a solution so that billions of people do not lose their money every single year through bank deposits. These are, judges, our table of contents. Next, moving on to the problem statement. Inflation or the silent killer. We know that judges that during this particular time that how high the rising inflation prices are rising in our nation. With about 6.5% per annum during the COVID-19 pandemic, it even surged to 7.7 to 7.5% annum in 2020 to 2021. But with such a low interest rate as offered by our public and our private banks of 2.7% and 3% by the largest public and the largest private bank in our nation, and of the fixed deposit rates or the fixed deposit interest rates given by the banks at 3.9% and 4.9%, we can see that like neither the bank's savings accounts, neither the fixed deposit accounts, nor the fixed deposit accounts can actually beat the inflation. India is the second most populous country on the whole world with a count of about 139 crores as of today. As of 2019, only 4% of this huge population actually invested their money directly or indirectly. Here, judges, we can see that you can see by the graph that about only 4% of India's huge population actually invest their money through direct or indirect investments. So what is basically the reason behind this? The first reason is a lack of awareness. So the lack of awareness of how to use money as an instrument of growth. The second reason is a lack of knowledge or the lack of our own knowledge on investing and understanding how money works. And thirdly, the lack of teaching. So due to our own inability to learn investments and this cycle, due to this cycle of negligence, this continues generation after generation. So what is the solution for this? Let's understand the psychology of money. So most people do not invest their money in India because they do not want to invest huge lump sums of 1,000 rupees or 5,000 rupees in mutual funds. They fear to invest directly into stocks or ETFs, thinking that they might lose the money, and some also do not find it very secured as it is subjected to market risk. We know how important money is as a tool of wealth, but the problem arises when we want to change the psychology of our Indian citizens suddenly. People hate sudden changes, but to dominate and win over the Indian citizens, we can mend our idea according to their psychology. Investing without investing. Make the investment amounts of our citizens so small and precise that they don't feel as if they're investing their money separately into financial instruments. They don't have to bear the hassle of creating separate demat accounts, as well as face the complexity of keeping huge lump sums of 5,000 rupees to invest. So we can see, judges, that in this pandemic era, how huge the growth of digital payments has occurred in our nation. The concept of a roundup. We will be proposing a roundup of these 4 money slots for our customers inside our application. Suppose he or she selects a 100 rupee of roundup, and let us take that he or she spends 90 rupees in a particular transaction. Then his nearest 100 rupee will be completed for rupees 10. So suppose if you spend about 635 rupees in a Swiggy order or in an Uber ride, we are telling that if you take a 10 rupee roundup, then we will invest the remaining 5 rupee for you. So where will this 5 rupee be invested? That remaining amount of 10 rupee will be invested in a financial instrument chosen by us. Our customers will have no headaches whatsoever on the investing part, but he or she can regularly monitor the rise in their invested amounts. The financial instruments we will be using are: number 1, the debt funds or liquid funds; number 2, the credit risk funds; number 3, index funds; number 4, digital gold and digital silver; and number 5, the ELSs or the tax saver funds. So now moving on, judges, let us go through our marketing plan as we have it in our round 1. Yeah. Marketing. We support a cause, we tell them. Millennials and Gen Zs did more orders and transactions than any other generation during the pandemic. It shows the economic power and generosity of this group of fintech consumers. Also, these generations are more likely to engage with brands who share the same values. Therefore, if you care for a cause, let your consumers know. Basically, here we have stated an example of how this kind of marketing works. Lemonade is an US startup who deals with insurance schemes or insurance tech for the Gen Zs and the millennials. They say it very bluntly in their webpage that for the on the money which you have paid, a portion of your money goes into Teach for America, American Red Cross, and many other such NGOs and public schemes. But here, like for our case, in our case, if we want to market this strategy, then we have to tell this that we want to encourage our financial youngsters to be more financially literate for the near future. We want to train our teenagers by I will be telling you in the further slides how will we going to do that. Don't market but educate. Organizations that are not aligned with millennial and Gen Z values risk losing favor with this large and increasing influential cohort. Financial literacy is essential, but only 3% of millennials perceive themselves as financially literate, even though 51% of the millennials are more likely to use mobile payments. Yeah, you guessed it, absolutely right. Our fintech marketing strategy focuses on educating customers, our consumers, about various financial aspects. We will let our customers know how we want to instill the noble cause of not only building a product which invests as small as 1 rupee, but also promote financial education and knowledge for our teenage brothers and sisters. This is basically, judges, our basic prototype which we have created on the right. Secondly, some strategies which we will be implementing. Instead of showing our customers the process, we should market the end result. Maximum individuals don't care about the 8 rupee left after spending 192 rupees on that late night food order, or the 6 rupee left after having tea. By investing these small amounts, we want to give them the actual bigger picture of investing that is compounding consistently. Some strategies which we will be implementing: showing the end cause. Second, building trust and security. When we are dealing with financial products, the first concern which an individual faces is the trust issue or the security issue. We will be basically telling them beforehand, like which certifications we would be having and how we are going to keep their money safe and secure. Third, innovating new products. Further, we have like the future productions of going into the BNPL category space as well, especially for the teenage categories, which we will be doing by some processes. And number 4, keeping it absolutely transparent and seamless. Like all the dashboard, all the money which you have invested will be shown right in front of you, whether it be the growth or whether it be the loss. Targeted market: students below 18 years. Without learning, there is no earning. Schools never teach one of the most valuable subjects in the world, that is the topic of money and personal finance. We will make sure that our brothers and sisters learn from these lifetime assets, which we have during our school days. We will be using the powerful referral system for making more students as our customers. Next, for the college and the working professionals today, we are also not aware about their finances. They are also not aware of the excessive loan interest and how does an EMI bind them to the rat race. These are some of the processes which we have taken for reaching to our personal potential paying customers through YouTube, Instagram, or TikTok, or making educational content. Secondly, going directly into schools and colleges. And next is especially for the teenage category students, speaking with their parents, because that will actually enable them, that will actually help them to learn more about how the financial industry is working today. Thank you very much, judges, for giving your precious time in hearing us.
Uttaran, thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
How old are you?
Sir, I'm 20.
You're 20. Where are you from? Uttara?
Sir, I'm from National Institute of Technology. I study in National Institute of Technology, Bhopal, currently in second.
Very nice. Okay. So, Uttara, I have a couple of questions. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, I'm a salaried employee, right? So,
Yes.
say I get, say, 50,000 rupees per month. Okay.
Absolutely,
The day
sir.
I get 50,000 rupees, I make my allocation, right? So, say 70% is savings. Okay. So, 35,000 is already saved. So, the rest 15,000 is for my spending. ओके सो उसमें मैं हर रोज ओला यूज करता हूँ उबर यूज करता हूँ आई ईट एट मैकडोनल्ड्स व्हाटएवर राइट why would you want to force me against invest that money? That is my first question. So how would you counter a person like me? Okay,
Yes.
that's one question. Number two,
Yes.
what makes you think that existing players cannot do this? You can
Okay,
be
sir.
easily be substituted, right?
Yes, absolutely, sir.
I have these two fundamental questions. Could you answer these questions? Yes.
Surely, sir. Sir, firstly, like for the question you said, sir, for the teenage category students or for the millennials and the Gen Zs at the current stage, there is no particular startup which is telling that you can invest as low as 1 rupee. Yes, surely, sir, you are a salaried employee, you get 50,000 rupees salary, you can have a lump sum investment as well. But what about the age group category, which most of the students or most of the population in India currently lies in? It is the Gen Zs and the millennials, right? They are like about from the 16 to 22 or 23 category age, when we are studying in colleges, when we are studying in schools, and we are not employed, we don't have salaries. That is the particular target area of us which we want to disrupt. First of all, sir, they don't have, yes, first of all, sir, they don't have financial education, they don't know how to invest, they actually whatever they get, they spend it all. So that is what we want to change. The first question, sir, for you. And second question is, sir, like, yes.
This particular thing can be addressed by any existing player also. Whatever
Yes.
you're saying can be addressed
Yes.
by any existing player also. Number one. Okay. Number two. So if I'm a student of that particular teenage group that you're talking about, I hardly get 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 rupees. Okay. At the max 5,000
Yes.
rupees if I'm Amir Bab ka aulad. Okay.
Yes,
So
yes, sir. Yes.
with rising inflation, I hardly get to spend. Okay.
Yes.
Then would I really have that kind of money to now invest also? Because
Surely,
every
sir.
penny
Like,
matters in rising inflation.
surely, sir. Like for that only, I want to take you to our references section in here. So, sir, for the references part, we have kept all our funds very much transparent on which funds we will be investing and all. So the first fund which we will be investing, sir, you can see that whether the market is crashing or whether the capital market falls or anything, this fund has provided on like minimum consistent return of 7% plus. Like for the last year also, it has provided something 8.5 return, like annualized return. If you can take, sir, here it's 7.12, but now currently it's about 8%. So it is beating the inflation rate, number one, sir. Second of all, sir, you can the minimum investment required to invest in this is 1 rupee. So whether you have, even if you have 1 rupee, we assure you that we will be investing that money for you and we will be beating that inflation part. That's the number one. Second of all, more than 50% of the money which they are investing, it is invested in the RBI treasury bills. That's come the security part. That is not invested in the directly into the markets. That is for the debt funds. Secondly, there are the credit risk funds. You can also check the graphs are here that they are giving an annualized 9.45% interest, like 9.5% return. So here it is, credit risk fund is also that they invest in the AAA or the AA bonds or the low risk bonds out here. Third category which we have, this is the index fund category. This also, like, first our recommendation will be for the categorizing the teenagers into the first two funds only. But for the people who have just started earning, like suppose they are 22, 23, or suppose you are a customer of ours, so you want to, like, you can take the higher risk for the higher return. It is giving a 17.15% annualized return. So you have taken, like, but the minimum investment is kept only ₹100 for this. So you can invest in our scheme, and there will be no other charges which we will be taking from you as a startup. And you can, like, this your like money will be invested in the top 30 companies of India, like example Reliance, HDFC, TCS. Next comes the ELSs, or the tax savings fund, for those of the employees who are in government services, who have to pay a certain amount of tax. So government actually exempts us in the section 80C or something, I exactly don't remember, exempt that if you have a tax saving, if you invest in a tax saving fund for a 3-year or a more period, then you don't have to pay that existing amount of tax. So that is also, sir, you can use with us, ours. So these are, sir, all the, and next comes the digital gold and silver. We also know that, like, though India is very much like low in investments in the stock markets, but in gold investments, India is, like, I think one of the largest. So in digital gold or digital silver, 100% pure, you can invest with minimum rupee 1. And basically it has given an annualized 5-year return of 45.4%. So these are, sir, all the basic financial instruments. And this is basically the fact that, like, minors can invest in mutual funds below 18 years of age, though, like, they cannot they cannot open their demat accounts, but the AMFI gave a regulation that teenagers below 18 years can also invest. That's the parts.
Uttaran,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
have structured your funds very interestingly, but I have another fundamental question that is coming from me to you. Is
Yes, ma'am.
we kind of have moved from relationship marketing to interactive marketing at this point in time. So now, say for example, I have my bank where I'm banking with. I have a relationship manager who I get to interact with on a regular basis. So banks have tie-ups for different investments. They have tie-ups for mutual funds or like other trading options they have. Along with that, they have some additional benefits that they give us. Is we know them after a period of time that relationship gets built up. If other
Absolutely.
additional benefits I want to talk about is like I would get a locker there, I would get other facilities there, and I can just do sometimes work on a call. I can just call them because like to give me a leeway, extra time, whatever. So in entire of this structure, another point that I want to make is CAs, chartered accountants, usually have this problem that their clients would not shift. They don't want to share their financial information with too many people. Okay. And as a new brand now, how would you counter these issues is my question to you.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am, for the question. I would like to address this with the basic fact that, ma'am, there are two kinds of mutual funds, specially created like in the Indian mutual fund markets. One is a direct mutual fund and one is a regular mutual fund. You can even check, ma'am, like once you go with a relationship manager or once you like take the help of a relationship manager in a bank, they generally invest your money in a regular mutual fund. So what happens in a regular mutual fund is that the relationship manager with which you have invested the money or who has helped you to invest the money, he or she takes the 5% or like they have a particular commission and they take it from your investments, not a company's investments. So just for example, if you have a bank account with Kotak and you have created an additional investment account with Kotak Securities, then there is a relationship manager who sits in the bank and who tells you that like whether you would want to invest your money into mutual funds or demat accounts. And like any person does, like maximum of the people do agrees. But after that, like what happens, they invest your money in a regular mutual fund, and a regular mutual fund actually give you that like authority to the relationship manager that they can take their commission from the investment of the person. That is the difference between a regular and for a direct mutual fund, you don't have the authority to take any investment or commissions or any commissions from the investment of your customer. So here we actually, whichever graphs or whichever patterns or whichever funds which we have shown you, all are from the direct mutual funds. We don't have the authority to take even 1 rupee from yourself, like from
Uttaran,
yes, sir.
may I interject?
Yes,
So
yes,
a
yes.
company like Zerodha has both direct and regular, whatever you're talking about, right?
Absolutely,
So
sir. Absolutely.
if that's like if it wants to do a Paytm and get into payment apps, right? It's very
Yes.
possible. Paytm can get into mutual funds. Zerodha can get into payment apps because they already have a very good platform and an existing strong customer base,
Yes.
right? If
Yes, sir.
we get into this, what would your competitive position be like,
Absolutely.
right?
Yes.
With sheer
Yes, sir.
scale and size of Zerodha, a company, a small player like you can be decimated. So I'm not able to see that defense from you because you're just
Absolutely, sir.
providing us can be easily replicated. So what is that extra that you're providing so that the competition is put at the bay?
Okay. So, sir, first of all, like whichever you want, like you took the name of Zerodha, sir. Obviously, Zerodha is the largest broker, largest digital broker of our nation. And I have personally used Zerodha, and I personally use it for my demat account and all of that. But the one thing which Zerodha lacks is the fact that you don't like, if you have, they cannot invest your money if you have 1 rupee. That let us be very clear, sir. If you have 1 rupee, Zerodha cannot invest your money. You can even open the app, sir. You can check whatever the like schemes or anything you want to do. So we are actually
change, no? It can change its strategy, no? What makes you think that Zerodha can't change its strategy?
So like that is the thing, sir. Like they need to talk to us for that. Like, sir, we have done the research work for that. Like how we can do that. Like how we can create that 1 rupee so that if like maximum of the teenagers and the millennials and the Gen Zs can do that. So just as for our target market is for the youngsters, like we don't want them to, like, that is the main thing, sir. Because like for the working people, they can invest huge lump sums. They can create a 5,000 rupees lump sum in a mutual fund very easily. But like they, like what for the teenagers, like they will also like, and it consists of, we know that, sir, how low India is in terms of their investments. Only 3% people actually invest their money. Like now, if we don't train or don't educate the teenagers, the same thing will happen in the next generation as well. So that is the thing which we want to break by investing in slow and steady and in a compounding manner over time. We want this to, like, we want our teenagers to know this, that there is a thing known as investments and which can work for you even if you don't have any money. Even if you have 5 rupee change, bring it to us. We will be investing it. You can see in our dashboard that that is invested and it is growing each day. So the basic, yes, that is the thing, sir. The psychology of investing is not the amount of money, sir. Like that is the time period over which we are investing. Yes, sir. Please tell me. Please tell me, ma'am.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
Uttaran.
you.
It was a pleasure talking to
very
you.
much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
You have
very
a
much,
lot
sir.
of energy.
Thank you very much.
And you have a lot of, you could stand your ground for a long time. Thank you so much.
All the best
Thank
for
you
your
very
other
much, sir. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, sir. It was very pleasure of mine to present in front of you, and thank you very much to the organizing team. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, guys. So here we end the first 2 rounds, and then we'll be moving ahead with the round 3. So we will be having a 2 minutes timeout, and then we'll come back. Like 5 to 10 minutes timeout, and then we'll be back.
to everyone. So we would be starting at 1. Okay.
I'm sure, am I audible? Can I get a response from the any participant?
Are we audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, otherwise I would have told mic testing 1, 2, 3.
Good afternoon, one and all, to the flagship event DU, the Immortal Ideas, conducted by Department of Management Studies, NALSAR University of Law. Operation Mania Club is presenting you the Optimization Operations Round, wherein each team should present their business operations and system management. Design of the product, manufacturing process and capacity design, layout design, location strategy, supply chain management, quality management, demand forecast, inventory, and warehouse management. The judging criteria is specific, measurable, achievable, operational concepts incorporated in the plan, relevance to the industry revolution, presentation skills. Now I take the honor to introduce the judges for operations round. Professor Vajrapallav sir has earned his graduation degree in electrical engineering from College of Engineering and Technology, Bhubaneswar, and postgraduate diploma in finance and marketing from Xavier Institute of Management. He has earned his PhD at the school with entrepreneurship as the area of specialization. He has over 15 years of rich experience in organizations like Sonata Software Limited, Oracle India, Quirk India, and CodeSoft and Kirk Technologies. He has been working on technologies such as ERP, CRM, CSM, and has experience working with different ERP systems. He also has dealt with business functions like purchase, sales, warehousing and inventory management, supply chain forecasting, production planning, and execution in marketing and accounting. And our next judge is Professor Ashish Kumar Panda sir, and has earned his graduation degree in Electronics and Telecom Engineering from University College of Engineering, Bulla, Odisha, and postgraduate diploma in management from Xavier Institute of Management. He subsequently worked as project consultant for National Productivity Council, Government of India. He earned a PhD from Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar. With this, the transition of his career from industries to academics began. He taught strategic management for MBA students at Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar, BBA led students at National Law Institute, Calcutta, and MBA IPM students at NALSAR University of Law. And we are starting with the first team, that is Team Cubits. Team Cubits business plan is about Wax Saver, is an active refrigeration last leg vaccine transported system which has a low power active refrigerator system with an eco-insulated cabin, with moreover the to overcome the global vaccine crisis and to improve the logistic supply chain. So I would share the presenter rights to Ritvik.
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope my screen is visible and I'm clearly audible at everyone end. Shall I begin?
Ritvik, you are.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So, yeah, very good afternoon again, respected judges. I'm Ritvik Menge, final year mechanical engineering student from Trinity College. A quick introduction about our product. As the organizers have said, given a short description of about our product, we have came up with a product which actually solves the global vaccine crisis. Usually in previous cases, cold boxes and ice packs were generally used during logistic phase. Almost 90% were used globally, and because of which there were a lot of vaccine crisis being happening. So according to WHO, they have set various regulations during vaccine delivery. That is specific regulations during temperature, during humidity level being maintained. So which was not maintained in the previous technology. So we came up with a patent pending solution named VaxSaver. In short to say, we have developed a refrigeration technology and integrated the same refrigeration technology in a vaccine carrier to deliver the vaccine at its full potency within the prescribed temperature range, humidity range, and according to WHO guidelines. So, talking about our product, so we have developed our first prototype in a wooden frame. It operates on 24 volts of double lead acid battery. So, talking about our specifications, so on a single charge, the system can run continuously for 3 days, and it can also operate on solar panels because there are areas where there's lack of access to electricity. So, solar panels can be parallelly used. The phase one was generally developed for proof of concept generation and for the patenting process. So talking about our design products and services. So currently, we are working on our 3 phases of design. Very first, as mentioned in our previous slide, we have developed a cold box. Soon we are actually improving the cold box design by using some additive manufacturing processes, and we are able to make the cold box in a storage capacity range from 5 liters to 30 liters capacity. Secondarily, we're working on our phase 2 design, product design, that is a miniaturized version of VaxSaver unit. It would be generally developed to store the vaccines and delivers the vaccines at short ranges, say for 10 to 15 kilometers range where vaccines are needed to be transported. It would be of less cost and it would be more ergonomically better and handy. So currently our phase 2 design can accommodate around 30 vaccine ampoules, each of 10 ml capacity. And we are also progressively working on our phase 3 design. That would be a backpack kind of structure, which would be more aesthetically better as compared to our previous 2 versions, especially helpful for ASHA workers or women to deliver the vaccines on their back. And it has good storage capacity. It can accommodate around 100 to 150 ampoules of vaccine vials, each of 10 ml capacity, and it weighs only around 4.5 kg. our phase 1 weighs around 5 kg. So these are the 3 products for which we have thought so far. And also talking about services. So currently we are working on some sensor technology, and actually in our phase 1, we are phase 1 of prototype, we are generating a lot of data like temperature data, humidity data, vaccine potential level data. So we are working on an algorithm where we would be generating and using all this data to actually detect the overall vaccine potential level in real time during delivery, which is not available in any of the existing product, not even nationally and not even globally. So in services, we are trying to generate the real-time vaccine potency level data and delivers the data directly to the user's cell phone or to the PMCs or to the vaccine distributors as well, so that they can keep a track of vaccine wastage during last mile delivery. Also, we are trying to collaborate with Rewind Aerospace Technology, which is a Karnataka-based startup, which actually works on drone technology to deliver medicines. So we are actually licensing our patent file over there, our refrigeration technology for vaccines delivery in off-grid areas using drones technologies. So these are the 2 services so far we have thought till now. So talking about manufacturing process or the overall manufacturing cost. So like we have considered the entire hardware cost, the prototype cost, and the overall material cost. So it cost us around overall of 4,000 rupees to fabricate a single unit of wax saver using all the additive manufacturing processes. And we are selling the wax saver unit in a price range of 6,000 rupees to 8,000 rupees from 5 liters capacity, 10 liters capacity, of 20 liters capacity, and of 30 liters capacity, depending on the customer's requirement. And this is the layout design and locations. So in short to say, the overall capital investment cost which would be needed, like at primary level, we have a workspace of around 800 square feet. So the overall machineries which needed would be around injection molding, horizontal drill, bench grinder, and everything. So overall total cost involved for our capex would be around 38 lakhs, and with a overall labor force of around only 4 people. So with this layout, we are actually able to manufacture around 70 units of wax saver unit in a single month. Currently, we are at Saswad region in Pune, and the location strategy is because like we have selected that location because the land cost over there was less. Most importantly, it has excellent availability of water and electricity, and with good transportation facility. And it's actually an industrial area where we actually get a lot of employees to work on the overall fabrication of wax unit. Talking particularly about distribution channel. So like in also previous round I've mentioned, like at primary level, we are trying to collaborate with local PMCs and Gram Panchayats and local immunization centers at regional level. After successful approach to this area, we are planning to approach pharmaceutical suppliers, and we are also trying to distribute our product directly from our own website to the consumers as well. We are also trying to use some BTL marketing platform, which includes some corporate partners or selling our products from websites as well. After this, overall, after generating a proper base of distribution channel, we would approach governments and NGOs for further subsidiaries as well. And like our core application, actually, our core targeted customers are like hospitals and vaccine distributors, importantly at military use and at local immunization centers at regional and at national level. So yeah, I'm done with my presentation. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm open to questions.
Hi, Ritvik. Congratulations for creating such a useful item.
Thank you so
What
much.
is your capacity? You said something about 70 units per month.
Yes, with our small workforce, with our like we have an 800 square meter of area where we can actually fabricate around 70 unit of backsaver units in a single month. It's not a mass manufacturing. Still, we are in our initial stage. So after,
So
yeah.
with that capacity, do you think it is going to cover your costs, including capital cost?
Definitely not, sir. With this lower capacity, we would not be able to target and cover all the expenses which we have gave. But at our initial stage, like we are just targeting at regional level. And in one of the previous presentation, I've mentioned like we have got some incubation support from directly from Government of India and also Maharashtra government. So after our beta prototype completion and procuring the final certification test, we would be actually given an opportunity to deliver these vaccine units at areas in Nasik and Ratnagiri area. And at our initial stage, we are only given the number of units needed to be sold is in between 300 200 to 300 in a span of 3 years or 3 months. So at considering that primarily implementation, we have came up with these numbers. But soon after 1 year, we have to
70 to 300 in three months. That is what is your plan.
no,
As you
delivering
say,
2 to 300 vaccine
70 to
units.
300 is something of close to about enhancement by another 300%. And do you also intend to add on more machinery because you have just two numbers of 3D printers
Yeah,
and drill press and other equipments? So
yeah,
enhancement of capacity also you would need additional fund.
exactly.
So how are you going to manage that?
Yeah, like at our initial stage, like just for 6 months, we are planning to distribute only about 3 to 400 wax every units, which would be generating enough revenue. It would have been a pre-revenue stage. But after that, we are planning for further expansion as well. Like we are planning to pitch the same thing at Serum Institute Manufacturing Utility, where we would be getting some manufacturing assistant with some basic funding assistance to improve our workspace efficiency as well.
And you said one of your market is military operations, right? Where people stay in harsh environment. In
Yeah,
India,
yes, sir.
over 60% of our people who are stationed at border, they live in harsh environment, that's true, but in very, very cold environment, Siachen, Kargil and other places, where they would be in fact requiring some other kind of arrangement than this to keep their vaccine working,
Warm.
functional and useful. So are you taking out that market from your requirement or are you going to make something different for that kind of market?
Yeah, sir. So currently in our existing product, yeah, it only not just create a refrigeration effect within the prescribed temperature range, but we have also integrated phase change material and heating technology inside the chamber. If there is an excessive temperature drop, surrounding temperature drop till -5 degrees Celsius or 10 degrees Celsius, still the vaccine temperature data would be maintained inside the chamber using the same existing product. But we will work on some material science as well for our outer covering in order to compensate in that harsh atmosphere, especially for cold atmosphere. So most probably plastics would work better, PVC plastics in that atmosphere rather than
And
metal.
have you worked out some kind of, like when you made a prototype, did you use some kind of tools to make the product robust? What kind
Yeah.
of tools you use?
Yeah, so like when your honest answer for this thing is like we have started to prototype the vaccine unit in the last year only, like due to unavailability of lab and the manufacturing utility, like due to COVID, we were not able to get that support. So we have just constructed the overall setup in a wooden frame for our proof of concept generation. But for our phase 2 designs, we would be using additive manufacturing processes to create a robust design which
I'm
has good
talking
tensile
about the
strength.
prototype. When you developed your prototype, Ritvik,
Yeah,
what kind of measures that you took to make your product robust?
robust.
How
So
do
like,
you uh, how do you measure reliability of the product?
can you please elaborate the questions again?
how do you measure reliability of your product?
Okay,
You just
so
made a prototype and you are now going to do the marketing through different channels as you showed. And maybe 70 units you will produce in current state. So how are you, what is the chances of failure of the product during manufacturing and during operation? Have you measured that?
we have just ran the overall our refrigeration technology for almost 24 hours, but we have not actually tested the overall prototype functioning in actual atmosphere for prolonged period of time. We have just tested the hardware setup for around 5 to 6 hours with our refrigeration technology for 24 hours. We are still have to work on the same thing for on-field
Are
testing.
you aware of something
fatigue
called
testing.
design of experiments?
Yeah, I'm aware of that concept.
So why didn't you use that kind of thing while selecting the inputs for the product?
Yeah, we are actually working on the overall design aspects, like the overall design procedures and ergonomics factors for our next phases of design. Like we are working on the material science, we are working on the overall atmospheric conditions in which those materials and the refrigerant and the PCM would be exposed to, and the overall results which would be getting, and
No,
making
but
the product
see,
more
you must
fatigue.
understand, Ritvik, that the product that you are making is going to be a lifesaver. The product will be carrying vaccines. And if you are not sure whether the product is reliable or not, what happens if the product malfunctions and you get it to some village, people are administered with the vaccine and people get into trouble. Maybe people die. So because this is such a, the consequence is so adverse, you need to also look at the reliability of the product. And unless that is checked, how can you put the products into the market?
Yeah, we are still in the MVP phase. Like we have not said we are directly coming up to the market. We are still working on our piloting phase to improve our products in terms of customers as well. We are lacking in our hardware design, but we are quite good in our electronic and closed loop system of our design. We are quite good in our refrigeration technology, which is almost maintenance free for 7 years. We are lacking in our hardware design, and we are improving the same thing. This is just our first phase of design.
Over to Professor Brajavallabhkar.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
All right. Thank you. It's a great product. I really appreciate, and I think the need was felt during the COVID time. Now, few of my questions is how did you decide, and why did you decide on specific capacities? What was your market input on that?
Yeah, sir. So talking particularly about specific storage capacities, so we have observed the how much amount of vaccines are needed to be delivered during a particular immunization sessions, especially in villages or in the cities. So we have came up with a number like 10 ml of vaccine vials are needed to be delivered, like 100 vaccine vials. So like 10 liters capacity is quite sufficient enough. But for short deliveries, only 30 vaccines are needed to be delivered. So 5 liter capacity is okay or convenient.
They are actually, you see, the capacity is getting distributed from the source of transportation to
Exactly.
the end point of transportation. Is that clear?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
whatever you are saying, that end, you are targeting on the end point of transportation,
Yeah, last mile delivery.
last mile delivery. Now, in that case, your users or the people or the organization which will buy your product are those who are doing the last mile delivery.
Yeah.
Now, understand that that is not a continuous process for them. The last mile delivery is not a continuous process.
Yes, sir.
So what will happen is your product usage, okay, would be very limited, and people would rather not go for owning this equipment. Probably it would be a my guess is it would be higher kind of situation. Okay. Now that is one of the models probably you can think of.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is one. Second is your product development or the need for a product. You did not talk about any wastage data. How much uh, at the current level of operation, vaccine wastage is due to this problem?
Yeah, like majority of vaccine wastage is due to conventional cold boxes and traditional refrigeration technologies which were previously used. That is cold boxes and ice packs, thermocol boxes or something.
I'm not very sure about that. What I think is it would create a transportation issue, but the wastage is not because of that cold cold boxes.
Yeah,
Please.
actually, we have like the base of our project is due to the wastage which have been caused due to cold boxes. The efficiency in logistic or transportation is relatively smooth nationally and internationally, but the technology being involved during this transportation is not that efficient enough. So we came up with a replacement for the same technology. Transportation is quite smooth, but the existing technology, I think I have one video to show. I hope it will clear uh, the. Can I show the video, short video? Am I audible?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so like whenever the vaccines are manufactured in a manufacturing utility, it needs to be stored within 2 degrees Celsius, as I mentioned earlier, as recommended by WHO worldwide. But during the logistic phase is quite smooth and efficient enough. But currently, during the last mile delivery, current system is this thermal insulated cold boxes and ice packs. That is thermocol boxes and directly ice or using due to use of ice. And due to use of ice, there are a lot of thermal fluctuations which causes degradation in vaccine potency, leading to vaccine crisis happens globally. And these are the way actually the cold boxes actually looks like. So they're just thermal insulated boxes and ice packs that is directly ice to store the vaccines in a temperature range. So because of this technology, a lot of vaccine crises are happening, and almost like 85 to 90% of the country actually relies on these cold boxes for their last mile delivery, which is the core reason for the global vaccine crisis or the national vaccine crisis. So we just came up with this solution.
All right. Uh, Now let's go back to the cost.
Yeah,
You somewhere said the cost is around 4,000
yeah,
plus and minus for different capacities. What about the maintenance cost? What
yeah.
are the other costs involved in that? Suppose the organization buys. So what are the other costs involved? Because I assume that I'm not continuously using it.
Exactly. So the others cost involved in terms of refrigeration technology, it's complete seal technology. So it's maintenance free almost for 7 years. And in terms of the storage chamber, so the user just needs to change the PCM every after 6 months. If he is using the PCM every day, PCM has a life cycle of almost around like 60 to 70,000 working hours. If the PCM is being used continuously, he needs to change the PCM every after 6 months. Rest, there is a very reduced maintenance cost due to the refrigeration technology. Other entire setup is pure hardware, just a static setup.
Mhm. What are the challenges you have faced in your product design phase as well as in manufacturing? Would you like to
Yeah.
speak about that?
So we have faced a lot of challenges while working on the same project. Indeed, like the project work has been started from past 1.5 years ago. The very first challenge we faced is in our refrigeration technology. We worked on vapor compression, vapor absorption, Peltier module, thermoelectric generators. Uh, they were consuming a lot of electricity. Some of them were bulky. So we actually came across a 92 years old forgotten patent file named IC which we redesigned, and we have integrated the same thing in our setup. Second challenge which we faced is the smooth temperature maintenance inside the chamber. Like some part were having 3 degrees Celsius, other area was having -1 degree Celsius. So uniformity of the temperature was not been able to maintain, which we overcame by integrating the system with phase change material. These were the two major challenges which we faced. There were many minor challenges while working on our refrigeration technology. And still we are working on our phase 3 design, which is quite challenging to improve the storage capacity and work on electronic system as well.
The end user has to do any kind of setup changes while using your equipment?
The system is pre-programmed to operate within a temperature range of 2 to 8 degrees Celsius with relative humidity of 55%. So user doesn't need to change the configuration of the setup. If he needs a temperature drop till -5 degrees Celsius or at -8 degrees Celsius, so we have provided a system where we can bring the temperature till that range as well.
No, what I'm trying to understand is if the end user, the person who is carrying or last mile delivery, do they need to do any kind of setup changes? So in that case, they would require somebody who knows about the system, and that will be a little cumbersome in the rural areas.
Yes, sir. Even we have noted this point. Like the entire system is completely like user friendly. User just needs to keep the vaccines inside the chamber. Rest, the temperature would be autonomously maintained. So user, even if he's illiterate, he can operate the setup. And also he gets the overall temperature and relative humidity data log over his cell phone or over the displays. Also an alert system is being provided if there is a battery level is low or if there is a violation in temperature. So it gives a beeping alert to the users as well. So it's quite user friendly.
So there is a battery, right?
Yeah, battery is being used.
If the battery is not used for a considerable period of time, then there would be different issues. Anyway, yeah, I think this is really appreciable. I wish you good luck.
Yeah,
I'm done.
okay. I would just like to add one more point related to batteries. The system is not run continuously for 3 days. It just create a refrigeration effect within 20 minutes, and that refrigeration effect has been maintained for next 7 to 6 hours. If the yeah, in that way
No,
the
on
system.
the what I was trying to, I mean, it is my recent experience. I did not operate my two-wheeler for about maybe 3 months. So I
Okay.
did not go out, and then when I'm starting, the battery level is indicating low, and there are issues on that. So the discharge that battery would be
Discharge.
having while not in operation would create a little more challenging when you are doing it on the field, testing on the field.
Yeah, it would just give an alert to the users like the battery has been completely dead. You need to recharge the system. Once the system is been recharged, it's ready to use, just like our cell phones.
So basically, you would have to have a lot of other equipment support in terms of, for example, your battery should be available. Okay.
Yeah.
Think of a scenario where your most of the customers are using, they would require all these kind of support equipment availability so that the system runs. So
Yeah, the system runs conveniently. Like we are using just 24 volts of battery. Adapter can charge the battery. Even plug and play system has been available. Even if there are areas like off-grid areas where there is lack of access to electricity, so solar panels can be parallel used to either to run the system or either to charge the batteries.
all right, thank you.
But how do you plan your distribution channel plus
Yes,
your
sir.
service channel in case a Asa Karmi needs it somewhere up in Himalayas,
Yeah.
remote area? How
Yeah.
would you manage? It's a battery has just battery is dead.
Yeah. So like if there is a long delivery chain, say 24 hours of almost for 3 to 5 days. So like as mentioned earlier, the system can run smoothly for 3 days on a single charge. And if
No, I'm
the
not talking about something going from Delhi or Mumbai to there. Things will
okay,
move in steps. From vaccine manufacturer, it is purchased like current COVID vaccines. They are purchased on a central point. States are also buying it directly. it is going to a state central warehouse. From there, it is being distributed by them to district headquarters. From district headquarters, it is going to primary health centers, sub-primary health centers in all rural areas. So as it will not be just a matter of 3 days. It is not that a vaccine coming from a Serum Institute is reaching a consumer in 3 days. And as you said, your buyers might not be directly taking it from Serum Institute, as it is moving as a part of the distribution channel, moving from institute to states, from state to district headquarters, from district headquarters to rural areas. And the people who are using your product, they are not using the same product right from Serum Institute. Maybe some state they have purchased your equipments. So if they have any issue, how you are going to address that in remote areas?
In remote areas, like as you mentioned, there is a whole long big distribution channel in between. So like currently we are trying to only focus on our last mile delivery. Also before that, we are focusing on some middle delivery as well. So like as our system is compatible for our last mile delivery, also for 30 liters capacity, it has a good battery backup time as well. Like in a small setup, we can just use a limited amount of components and batteries availability. But for our bigger capacity from 20 liters to 30 liters capacity range, we have a good backup time as well. Like it can almost store around for 1 week of vaccine on their delivery. And also for if a user is using 30 liters capacity vaccine unit, then definitely number of vaccine vials would be in greater number. So we are actually providing that sufficient battery backup supply as well. The system would be quite bigger, but it would be made portable.
Okay, what you have told about your customers, I would like to know again, whom are you targeting as your customers?
Yeah, at primary level, we are just trying to target the government food procurement agencies, some government hospitals, local immunization centers, and PMCs.
Do you think government hospitals, including primary health center and subdivisional health centers, do they procure the things directly from a manufacturer on daily basis?
Definitely not.
Or typically it is controlled by the health department of the state? Health is a state subject. Usually health is monitored by the state government. So will they buy on a central basis and distribute, or you think people, the Asa Karmi, will also have the authority to buy from you?
Yeah, like talking particularly about government sectors, definitely direct selling has not been allowed. The selling is in terms of tenders from health ministry and the local distributors. So like currently, like the project has also been got some incubation support directly from our government of India for the DST fundings. So over there, like after our beta prototyping and after procuring the final certification, we would be getting the direct support from the state government to implement the product in terms of tender basis, say on 50 to 60 units delivery in a particular region. But apart from the government hospitals, even ASHA workers can buy, even local PMCs and immunization centers can buy the vaccine units.
So thank you so much, Team Cubits, for this presentation. And next we are, next the theme is team features.
Yeah, I will just start.
Team features business plan is about chimney is a portable and a compatible version of conventional kitchen chimney, which solves the problem of harmful cooking smoke in a very effective way and consumes less space of the kitchen. So,
Okay, I'll just start sharing. Can you please give me the presenting rights?
Yes. Presenting rights to Adarsh Bansal.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, so I hope the screen is visible. Yeah, so basically, first of all, a very good afternoon to the respected jury. So I'm Adarsh Bansal from Team Pictures, and we are here today to redefine the kitchen experience with my proposition, which we have named Chimini. So, there are various problems that we face in a kitchen, out of which the kitchen smoke is the biggest one. So the existing solution for tackling kitchen smoke is the conventional chimney that we use in homes. But like, is it always possible to have a chimney in the house? So the answer is no, and there are various reasons to it. So imagine you are a bachelor living in a rented house. In most of the cases, you're not allowed to do any major civil work. It would not be possible for you to install a traditional chimney, or there could also be other reasons like cost of installation, which usually turns out to be 4 to 5,000 rupees over and above the cost of chimney. So we have proposed a solution, Chimini, which is an affordable, compact, and easy to use chimney. Now, Chimini works just like a traditional chimney, but unlike it, it does not require a duct to release the smoke. The suction fan at the top creates a suction, and the filters absorb the oil and other particles and release the filtered air back to the kitchen itself. Let's have a look at a short video of the product itself now. Now moving ahead towards the operational plan directly. So we have implemented different areas into our operations plan, be it the vendor management, the supply chain, the make or buy options, the packaging, inventory, installation options, and reverse logistics. Let's first of all talk about the cost of production itself. So the total cost of components, including 4 filters, links, exhaust fan, along with production overheads and other expenses, sums out to be approximately 2,400 Indian rupees. We would require a capex in terms of the manufacturing equipment that will go in, that comprises of different machines, like rolling machine, shearing machine, punching machine, welding machine, which would fetch a capex of around 36.3 lakhs. Now we are planning to launch the product at 3,750, which is at least one third of the total cost spent on a conventional chimney, including installation. And you can also see it in the market fit graph, that how low in the hierarchy it is there when it comes in terms of cost, and in terms of comparison with a normal kitchen chimney, it's way lesser. So now talking about the resources, so like we are already into the execution phase and have deployed around 30 prototypes so far for user validation. So we have the required workshop and necessary equipment that will be required to fabricate the individual components. So as I mentioned, we already have machines like drilling machine, bench drill, hacksaw, and then power press. And our workshop area is almost 1,000 square yards, and it can accommodate a good production capacity. We also have skilled labor working under us to kickstart, to manufacture the components. Moving ahead, so we have also got industry affiliations from some of the reputed organizations such as Engineering Components Manufacturers Association and Federation of All India Vyapar Mandal for our quality and safety of industrial processes. And we also hold a BIS certification IS 302 Part 2 Section 14 for electrical kitchen appliances. Next, talking in terms of the competition, so like there is no player out there in the market which has brought about a portable chimney into the market. So we are the only player, and we would have the first mover advantage. Regarding our timeline, we aim to conduct the pilot launch during the first year, followed by which we will scale up using different channels and by targeting new geographies. And finally, by the end of third year, we look at becoming an established player in the market with a significant market share. Talking about the cost structure, so you can, on the right side, you can see the operations cost structure in place, where we have taken into consideration the different all the different aspects that would go into setting up our operations and supply chain, such as vendor shortlisting, request for quotation, vendor inspection, SQP audit, contract making, R&D, and machinery and working space. That will be that. So with this, I would like to end the operations plan of this product, and now I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Okay, others. It's a good concept that you have come up with. I
Thank you.
have a couple of questions. One,
Right.
what is the, as you said, you plan to sell it at 3,750 around, okay?
Yes. Yes.
What is, so cost of acquisition for a customer is 3,750. And you will be managing the installation and everything, or this doesn't require installation, that you might have to clarify.
It does not require any installation. It's a very it's a portable appliance, so the user can themselves install the product themselves. So like there are two versions that we have gone with. One is the wall mounted version, which is also a very simple process. It just needs a connection through a hinge, which we would provide. And second is the pedestal mounted version. So it's like a table lamp itself, which you can like use over solar induction cooktops and all.
Okay, then this is the cost of acquisition. What is the cost of operation? Means how much a customer would spend every year on
Yes.
this
So
chimney?
actually, yeah. So the primary cost would come in a replacement of the filters. So the filters of the chimney in which we are using four filters. I mean, three different kind of filters and total four filters. So the customer would be spending approximately 400 rupees for the replacement of filters on an annual basis. And we are looking to increase the lifespan of the filter so that this cost comes down annually. And also, as compared to a conventional chimney, we do not require any service personnel, so that cost is also saved. So in a conventional chimney, like you have to spend approximately 1,200 to 1,500 rupees first of all for the filters, and then on top of that, another 500 rupees at least for the service personnel. So for like as compared to them, we are saving. By 4/5.
First thing is, how would you make the filters available to the customer?
Yes. So, like the primary set of filters that the customer would purchase when the customer would purchase a chimney, so it will obviously come along with the product itself. And when they would be replaced, they would require the filter. So we would be using reverse logistics and e-commerce channels. So they can go to our website or through the online sellers through which we would be selling to purchase the filters separately, or we would be using reverse logistics in which the courier service would be deployed to collect the used filters or the product itself if there are any major complications, and then we would service the product and replace the filters, and we would give return back the product through the same channels to the user.
Where would you make more money in terms of percentage of profit, in selling a whole unit or selling spare parts?
Obviously, since the product is new and we are employing a blue ocean strategy, so we aim to have a very large market base. So our primary revenue stream would be from the selling of the product itself, and we are also coming up with subsequent variations of the product. But to like hook the consumer to our product and also to have a longer customer life cycle. So we would be generating the revenue stream from the consumables also.
Okay. Usually consumables give more profit in such kind of a products, but as you said, you have ventured into a blue ocean, then it
Yeah.
should be difficult to be imitated by your other people. But have you taken patent of this item?
Yes,
Or
sir. We are.
are these filters not possible to be manufactured by other manufacturers? What happens if Amazon, you use it through Amazon, and tomorrow Amazon comes up with its own brand Solimo and say we are selling similar kind of thing at 2,800. With their
Yeah.
scale, they might be possible to do it. That is one.
Yeah.
So you will have to answer on this. Second one, I'm just curious. Does this chimney has a light?
Yes. So actually, sir, I would like to state this that first of all, you said that we gone for a patent. So yes, we have already gone for a design patent, and secondly, we are also working on the utility patent. But I would like to mention here that we do not want to restrict ourselves to one particular version. So like, if you can allow me, I can also like show you another version, an IoT variation as well. I'm just showing you. Yeah. Yeah, so we have like prepared an architecture of an IoT version as well, and the ring light, the light which you were talking about. So yes, we would be having a ring light in that particular version itself, and we would be inculcating smart features into this product, which would be hard to replicate by the by any of the players that would be out there. So we have like prepared a architecture also that how this product would work. We would inculcate a smoke sensor and a piezoelectric buzzer for smart notifications and to avoid accidents.
Does this chimney a capability to differentiate between regular cooking smoke and some other smoke that happens due to fire inside kitchen?
Sir, actually, it has a mechanism in place in which, I mean, in the smart version, which we are proposing right now. So that will actually detect the ppm count of the smoke that will be taken in. And if the ppm count is above 1000 ppm, then it will trigger an alarm, be it any kind of smoke. And but in our case, since the ppm count is 500, so if it is working well, then it does not cause a false alarm.
Over to Professor Brajavallabh.
Yeah, thank you. Others really appreciable. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you are.
All right. Good, nice. Few questions. Others, how many of you are in this team?
Yes, sir. So actually, sir, I am the one, and along with me, I have one more person, Hitesh Malani, who is my co-founder. So
Very good.
unfortunately, he couldn't be here
That's
today.
that's fine. That's fine. Others,
Yes.
did you have any experience in cleaning a chimney at home?
Uh, so
Did you
actually, sir, yes, sir.
answer my specific question? Did
Hmm.
did you anytime clean a chimney at home or anywhere else?
Yes, sir. So I mean, I do not have a conventional chimney at my place because I cannot install one because of the civil work. But I have interacted with users who have a kitchen chimney, and they were telling me about their experiences in cleaning a kitchen chimney. And so we also tested. I mean, I also had
No, no,
an
no,
experience of that.
you are assuming it. My question is very specific. Did you personally clean a chimney?
Yes, sir. While testing and optimizing a
Not,
product, we
not,
did.
not yours. A standard normal kitchen
Normal
chimney.
chimney. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Normal chimney we did.
you cleaned it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Very good. So now a few questions. What is the capacity of the suction pump that you plan to have?
Yes. So the suction capacity is around 500 cubic meters per hour, sir.
500 cubic meters.
Yes. 500 cubic meters per hour. And a typical chimney generally have it 1000 to 1200 cubic meters per hour.
Okay. This is point number one. Point number two. Um, how much is the suction head?
Suction head. So the actually the diameter is 30 centimeters. The diameter of the
So,
chimney hood.
so it will be a circular and
Yes,
the
sir. It's a
30
circular.
centimeters.
Yes, sir. 30 centimeters, and the thickness would be around 0.15 centimeters of the that.
Okay, okay. So you are using, let us say, the stove that you are using, the three burners, and you are having this chimney. Uh, do you think it'll work appropriately,
Yeah.
given that
So yeah. So
suction
actually,
head
sir,
and 30
since our
centimeters?
product is yes, sir. So since our product is portable, so it will be able to cover one burner at a time. So since our whole idea was to bring about a portable version, and actually we can hover the chimney hood over the different burners as per our requirement. So we have provided degrees of freedom for that.
So very good. Now, so when I'm cooking, so it is one burner at a time, and if I'm
Yes.
changing, I'm using a different burner, I would shift the place. So you have
Yeah.
provision for that. But if I use two burners,
Right.
then I'm in a problem.
No, see, sir, actually, our idea is to cater to people who were not able to install a chimney before. So that's why we have brought about a portable version so that their problem could be resolved. Also, there would be some limitations, but at least we are able to eliminate much of their concerns, which they were not able to do justice to
Now
previously.
my concern is if you see a normal chimney installed, whatever we are currently using, from
Hmm.
the burner to the chimney head, there is some clearance. Okay. Now, because your suction head is less, so you have to actually lower it down. Okay. Now that when you lower it down, the effectiveness is reduced because the spread of the fume is not around the area 30 centimeter diameter that you are talking of.
See, sir,
So
actually, sir, we are providing a suction here. So before the fumes are able to exit, they are already sucked in into the entire filtration assembly. So that will not be a problem, sir. And sir, as per our research, more than 70% of the people still use either a two burner or a one burner kind of setup. So like our main focus is towards that majority segment, which are not able to install a particular conventional chimney.
so when you get into a job and you are staying alone, you would love to
Yes.
carry your chimney with you.
So that's our whole point, na, so that in for people who are
Correct,
not able
correct,
who are
correct,
shifting places quite often, so for
correct.
them carrying a full-fledged chimney is not an option. So for them a portable version is very much in
Very
use
good,
and very much
very good.
comfortable.
Yeah. The other thing is, why I asked you whether you have cleaned a chimney is, the oil gets stuck. Okay, every part of the chimney would have oil. Okay, and if you know the conventional chimney also, there is a oil collection there is some space for oil collection. Okay, because usually the chimney is I mean, though it should be cleaned as frequently as possible, but usually people are not able to clean it that frequently. Now question is, you do not have a feature of that. Now my problem or my concern is, it's more of a filter rather than a chimney. The various functions of chimney has not got incorporated into it.
So
That's
there would be definitely some limitations here since
true,
we are
true.
proposing at a low cost. Our main focus is to eliminate the kitchen smoke so that it does not affect the health of the user. So obviously there are some trade-offs, but we are eliminating the major concern of the users who that is the kitchen smoke here. That is causing a lot of health issues such as asthma.
True, I understand that. At the same time, because you are doing it inside a system. Let us say, if I talk of kitchen as a system, okay, so you are doing everything inside the system. There is no exhaustion is happening. So it is like, I'm not very sure about how good the filtration process and how to clean it up, because it is remaining inside. So that's what my observation is.
Actually, our filtration system is very efficient. We are able to remove 80% of the pollutants, and as compared to 30% of the that of a smoke, and we have a four-stage filtration system in place, which will clean out the smoke and reduce the ppm count to such a level that it will not be the smoke anymore. So, I mean, even if it is circulated back to the environment, then also it is not a concern for the user.
Very good. That's why precisely I said it is a filter process. And when you have a four-stage filtering process, actually the effectiveness, whatever suction head that you are going to create, would be reduced drastically. So that's another concern. I've not seen your product. I'm just talking from a theoretical perspective, maybe. But I think these are important concerns. I'm done, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so
Thank you, team.
okay. Thank you everyone for listening to me patiently.
Thank you so much, Adarsh. And the next team is Team Blisscare. Team Blisscare, Blisscare is an edtech startup that aims to provide affordable digital classroom solutions for the visually impaired students with a digital braille display system, braille tablet. So the presenter rights has been shared to Chinmay Naik.
Yeah, hi. Am I audible?
Yes, Chinmay, you are.
As of now, the presenter right is not with me.
Yeah, you'll receive it. Yeah, you are the presenter now, Chimini.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I got it. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, Chimini.
Okay, I'll start then. So what you can see on the screen is a complete darkness. The darkness you feel when you close your eyes or when you go to sleep. And this darkness is the life of 286 million visually impaired people over the globe who cannot see this beautiful world and are also deprived of a basic education, which is a basic human right. We are here to solve this problem and we are Blisscare. Now, how it started for us? It started for us with a person named Sanjay. Who is Sanjay? Sanjay is our brother, and we saw him growing as a visually impaired, struggling in the life, not getting equal opportunities, as well as the basic jobs and educational opportunities is also not available. And the basic thing like that of a election, he cannot be part of that as well. So that is life of Sanjay. But like Sanjay, there are 286 million visually impaired people over the globe. Of this, 63 millions are Indian, and only 5% get any sort of education due to lack of a braille literacy. Now, why this problem arises? Because the production of a braille formatted book is very expensive, and a book of merely 100 pages is costing more than 4,000 to 5,000 INR, which is not at all affordable. And if I want to give you an example, our favorite Harry Potter book is costing us at only 270 INR, and same to the visually impaired in the braille format is costing at around 5,000 INR. That's the difference. Again, the printer available to is starting from 8,000 to 10,000 INR, but the braille printer available to visually impaired is starting from at around 2 lakh INR. So there's a huge gap between the resources available to us and the pricing of that, and it's very expensive for the visually impaired, for the educational and for the job sector in the braille format specifically. And this particular population is expected to grow by 412 million in the coming 10 years. So therefore, there's a need for the solution. And we are here with a solution in the form of a braille display system or a braille tablet. But this is not a normal tablet that we use because this surface has a holes on it. And the bead bulges out at a real time so that a blind individual can touch, feel, and understand whatever is replicated on the same. So it's a touch-based and feel-based mechanism that it's done with the help of our fingers. So it's a real-time replication that happens, and it provides you with a content in a grade 1 and grade 2 Braille that replicates to two variants of a Braille module that varies in accordance to multivariate languages. So we support multiple languages with a single solution. At the same time, it provides you with access to unlimited content that is available online and offline. Online may be any of the web pages, offline may be any of the PDFs and documents. So this is what we bring in with our innovation. And it is two ways that it has. It's a hardware plus a software side that it has. So hardware, it has a inner mechanics in a form of electromagnetism technology that is manufactured by our team, and the contract manufacturing has been done for the purpose of making it available for the visually impaired by manufacturing it a complete tablet for the visually impaired by outsourcing few of the materials that is needed. Now, what is the voice support feature that we have is in the form of voice recognition system as well as talkback mechanism to support while the visual impaired is using this platform. Now consider I'm a visual impaired and I don't know how to understand Braille. So we got it covered with a haptic feedback mechanism that is based on special vibration waveform, which guides the visually impaired through the Braille pattern itself. So we are completely making them independent in reading, writing, and understanding Braille by themselves. So they don't need to be dependent on anyone for their education. Now here you can see a visual impaired trying to feel and understand the Braille character with the help of a finger. So that is how touch-based mechanism work for the visual impaired. Now on the top left corner, you can see a beads bulging out and the creating a Braille pattern, and it can be felt and understood with the help of finger. Now currently we are in the prototype, high fidelity prototype or MVP stage, and we are actively testing our prototype with users by setting up a digital classroom at Blind Relief Association. These are few of the testimonials while testing out of the same. Now these are few of the glimpses of our team. What is a USP? We are 3 times cost efficient and can be scaled up quickly. Most important part, the intellectual property in a form of patent. There are two, that is process patent and design patent on this particular innovation, as well as our maintenance cost is 25 times less in comparison to other technologies that we have or existing technology in the similar domain. Now, what is the revenue stream? One unit cost of this device is 10,000 INR. Attachable module like Braille keyboard is starting from 300 INR. Revenue stream 2 is in the form of interactive content subscription that is ranging from 500 to 1,500 INR per quarter. So revenue stream 1 is a fixed cost that we are selling the tablet directly to a customer. Revenue stream 2 is basically a recurring revenue that we are having. Now, diving deeper into that for like manufacturing one unit, the operational cost, the marketing cost, all involved is 5,849. Approximately 40% is a profit margin on this particular device. So per institute, we are having approximately 24 classes out of it, and considering each classes has 25 to 30 students, so we'll be able to capture at around 720 students per institute. And there are also subscription fees which we are expecting that it can grow. The increasing in inventory cost per year will be approximately 2%, and increase in the operational cost every year might be around 2 to 3%. So this is the assumptions that we have made while testing our prototype. Now, what is the market? TAM is 26 plus million users divided over the globe. SAM is 63 plus million users divided over India. SOM is 3 plus million users that we have segmented into B2B and B2G market, targeting blind institutes, blind association, NGOs, as well as MNCs who are having CSR activities specifically for the disabled quota. And last, we are also targeting government opportunities in the form of Divyangjan Yojana. So that is something that we are targeting at the initial level. So how we are reaching the users? As we are dealing with the specially able individuals, so demonstration and workshops and sessions becomes very important. So that is how we are reaching. So we are directly demonstrating our prototype at Blind Institute, setting up a digital classroom, trying to give them a content at a real time. And that is how we are starting. And we are already approaching government agencies, blind institutes, and designated officers for the same. Second is launching MVP containing open source content. And third is forming a community where one visually impaired people can communicate with another visually impaired. They can learn from each other. They can share each other's work in a digital format, obviously. And channels that we are using is radio and audio promotion, NGOs, media outlets, social and welfare forums for the same, for reaching out to blind institutes and setting up a demonstration and workshops for them. Now, this is a roadmap. So initially, we are already in process of connecting with partners as well as possible connects in the form of NGOs, institutes. So that is something that we are looking, as well as we are in currently process of funds, specifically funds in a form of a grant with the government of India, that is MITI. So this is something that's in progress. Further, we are planning to do a pilot run by doing a contract manufacturing on the basis of contractual things and everything. And we have a team for technical stuffs and software related, which is a one-time investment that we need to do on this. But obviously manufacturing part has to be done, and that we are locating at around Hyderabad region near Kurnool. So that is something that we are currently in talks with, and we are initially targeting the regions of east and west of India, targeting Maharashtra as well as Jharkhand and West Bengal region. So that is the reason we are targeting Hyderabad region for the manufacturing purpose. And further, we are will be having contracts and everything for setting up a digital classroom at blind institutes. So this is our roadmap for us. And looking at the grants, yes, as I mentioned, we are in process of grants from MITI Government of India, that is 10 lakh approximately, with first tranche as 7 lakh and second tranche as 3 lakh. And for setting up whole manufacturing unit, the cost estimated is 1.8 to 1.85 CR, but that is something that we are looking after 2 years. Because initially for pilot runs and everything, the contract manufacturing is something that is looking good for us. And break-even is an analysis for the first 5 years, and break-even is estimated in 2 year, 1 month. This is a competitor analysis. Braille.me, Project Mitra, Michigan Braille Device, BlackTab are some of the competitor, but in comparison to them, we provide full-fledged tablet device. That is, we are a content provider at a real time that can provide any of the content. But in comparison to that, our competitor are only a tactile device where you can understand few of the character out of it, and they cannot provide you content. So that is our differentiator with us, and we can provide any of the adapted content online and offline, and we can also teach you Braille. Also, our maintenance and pricing is also very low in comparison to competitor that we have. This is my team. My name is Chinmani. I'm the development lead. Nikita Kumari is taking care of all the R&D aspect, empathizing and spending a time with the users in a form of blind institutes where the students are there. And Abhilash is taking care of all the technical and manufacturing and operational aspect of this. We have a support team as well as advisors on this aspect as well. These are a few of the highlights that we have received. And yes, we are thankful for the opportunity, and I'm open for the questions.
Hi, man. It's
Hi, sir.
really kind of an innovative concept,
Thank you, sir.
which is new to India.
Yes, sir.
How have you planned your capacity for next 5 years?
Yes, sir. So I'll just explain you about 3 years. We have planned it for 3 years. So there are approximately 260 institute we are targeting via setting up a digital classroom. Like we are not setting up a whole institute with a digital platform, but one classroom at a time. Like if we have one institute, we want to set up first one classroom where there will be approximately 25 to 30 tablet installed into that particular institute. Then we are moving in a stepwise manner. After 3 to 6 months, we'll be setting up another classroom. So that is how we have planned to go about and targeting 260 private institutes in India. So that is some plan that we have.
So you must have also made a plan. So you are making a market sizing from all these schools that you are targeting. So how
Yes.
much quantity that you would like to manufacture once you go for commercial operation? Maybe next year? How much
Yes.
you plan to manufacture?
Yes, sir. I'll share that with you. So we have ideated it in the stepwise manner. So initially, for obviously for the first year, we'll be taking all the advance bookings and orders, everything, and we are estimating to sell approximately 2,100 devices, having the average number of people in a classroom of about 70, and estimating there are two classrooms in which each institute in a year two, that is 6 months, 6 months. So that is how we are planning, and institution is approximately 30 institute that we are planning for the first year. Obviously, if we sell the product for the first year, we won't immediately get a subscriptions and everything. From the next year, we are targeting the subscription fees and everything. Like that is year 3.
Okay, so as you are going for contract manufacturing in initial 2 years, there
Yes,
are
sir.
two questions that comes to my mind. One,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
in contract manufacturing, how are you going to ensure quality?
Yes, sir.
Second,
Yes, sir.
if you find that the quality that you are getting through contract manufacturing is good enough, why
Right.
go for manufacturing?
Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Initial contract manufacturing basis is basically because initially we won't have that large capacity orders at an initial stage. So obviously for first year and second year for setting up this particular like one classroom in one institute, that would be enough for us in the contract manufacturing. But obviously after 1.5 year or 2 years, there would be a need for setting up a manufacturing facility by ourselves, which would eventually reduce the cost of the further production and will enhance the process as well going forward. So as we are dealing in the new market, like basically new industry and with a new product and new technology, so contract manufacturing is because of that reason.
But how do you ensure quality in contract manufacturing? What kind of
Sure, sir.
steps that you are taking?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Yes, sir. So the core of this particular technology will be manufactured by our end itself, and it will be developed by our end. And assembling and outsourcing other resources will be outsourced, and raw material will be taken into this manufacturing unit, and the whole product, that is the whole of a tablet, will be manufactured there. But the core of a technology will be developed by our team. So quality is ensured on that aspect.
Only the core of the product doesn't ensure quality. There are other components too, which might
Yes, sir.
fail or malfunction.
True, sir.
And
Yes,
any other component that also malfunctions makes your product not usable.
looks bad. Yes, yes. True, sir. True, sir.
So
Yes,
how
sir.
do you counter that? How do you make sure that the product coming out from the contract manufacturer is good
Yes,
enough?
sir.
What kind
Yes, sir.
of
So,
quality posts that you are putting? What kind of tools? What kind of mechanism that you are putting in there?
sure. Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. So that while we were doing a prototype itself, we have thought of a solution for that. So there was one aspect regarding dust and everything hampering the issue or might be facing issue with that. So Alloy Bust platform is something that we have used onto it. And if we are outsourcing any of the like materials that is needed extra, obviously that will be needed, and that will be doing checking on the basis of observation of how accurately it gives out the solution or the output basically. So as of now, via testing with the contract manufacturers, while testing with the labs, so it is 93% approximately, and we have few parameters to check on that aspect as well. like how output it is giving and what is the delay on that. So these are few of the parameters that we are considering while testing.
So what are the criteria that you consider while selecting the contract manufacturer and the suppliers from where you are
Sure, sir.
getting all the materials? Tell me three main factors that you look for when
Mhm.
you are selecting the contract manufacturer and your suppliers.
Sure. Yes, sir. So contract manufacturing is the unit is in the place where it is accessible or where we can take it to the regions that we are targeting. So that is the first part. Second is obviously the cost involved into this and what are the machineries and inventory that is available with that particular manufacturing unit. So these are few of the important aspects that we are looking forward for.
Okay, and as you said, your total selling cost is around 10,000 rupees,
Yes,
and
yes.
your production cost comes to about 5,800, if I
Yes,
remember correctly.
yes, sir.
So
Operational and manufacturing.
you have close to 40 to 43% margin on your product.
Yes, sir. True, sir.
So I'm just thinking about your intent. Your intent is to help the people who are visually challenged,
Yes.
or you are intending more in making money.
Sure, sir. Sir, so how we term ourselves is we are a social startup, but for profit. Because if we don't have the profit in this, we won't be able to innovate further and do the R&D for the further processes. Because we have few more products in pipeline that we want to test. So this profit would be helpful in that aspect. But considering that, we already are lower in cost in comparison to a competitor that we have. That is, we are giving it at only 10,000 INR in comparison to a competitor. Approximately 3 times cost efficient we are already.
And do you have a data on how many Braille Me Project Mudra and Michigan Braille device or BLETAB they are existing in India? They are being used in India.
Sure, sir. Michigan Braille Device and BLATAB are not existing in India because these are the foreign competitor for us. Braille Me and Project Mitra are the Indian competitor for us. But they are initially targeting this government platforms like Divyangjan Yojanas and everything. So that is something that they are using as a pipeline. Like they are going via government initiatives. So that is the only part that they have, and they are in few of the institutes like in Pune. So that is kept in the library itself because they cannot afford it for everyone out there in the institutes.
Okay, that's from my side, Professor Rajaballabh.
Thank you. All right, Chinmay.
Yes, sir.
I really found it interesting. At the same time, I was thinking on a different direction.
Yes, sir.
I think focusing the substitution of Braille is a little, or rather, a narrow focused product innovation.
Right.
Why I'm saying so is now let's say currently we are talking about voice recognition.
Hmm.
You have Siri and Alexa kind of situations where they would give you or they would
True.
act on
Yes,
it.
sir.
Okay. Text to speech and vice versa, the technology is available.
True.
And we also have understood, or the situation is writing itself has become very less compared to earlier days. Okay.
Right. Hmm.
So if you go back 20 years or 15 years hence or back, you'll see people were probably writing more rather than what you are doing today. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So this is one of my concern, that whether this product is having a long-term design into it. Okay.
Yes, sir. Mhm.
This is
Yes.
one my major concern.
Sure, sir. Yes, sir.
Second is now have your team understood anything or have done any kind of observation how the visually impaired students are using smartphone?
Yes. Yeah.
Yesterday, I got a call from one of my students long time back. He was visually impaired. He called me. He introduced his friends and all that. Okay. Now, question is, was there any input or did you get any input of smartphone users by visually impaired students, and
Sure.
how did it influence your design process?
Sure. Yes, sir. Sure. Thanks for the question, sir. Yes, you mentioned it correctly. The audio-based device and everything is available. And we, as a normal individual, we think that there is a possibility of this audio-based, and it is freely available, you can say. And there are many of the solutions in a form of audibles and other apps as well. So that is true. We also thought the same while designing a solution, and we thought we would be making some audio, text to audio-based solution for them. But when we actually went to blind institutes and we did a validation on that, so we failed on that aspect because of the reasons. Yes, audio-based device can help you in understanding the stories, articles, social sciences, or maybe novel. So that can be done easily. But when it comes to core of education, it involves a qualitative, quantitative, analytical, logical aspect. So that cannot be done only by hearing. That is a core of education for anyone. So if I want to give you an example, doing mathematics only by hearing, it's tough for even ourselves. So consider that for the visual impaired. So therefore, they are stuck with a like their traditional method of printing the braille pages and doing the education of it. So what we have identified while testing is that per student in a year, it's costing around 20 to 25,000 only in the resources, basically for the content of visual impaired, which is again also very limited. So we try to replicate that. A traditional education platform into a digital education platform where they can get a content at a real time whatever they want to access. So this is something that we have identified while testing.
The other question coming to the content creation, who will do this content creation and
So sir,
how?
yes, it's a real time replication that is happening with the help of our solution. So there
Uh,
is no manual process involved in between. You just need to upload whatever PDF you have. So consider you are having a PDF for any of the novels or maybe story. So you need to just upload it onto this particular system and you can get access to that content in the Braille format at a real time. So there is no manual process happening. So we are removing that process with the help of this
So,
digital
so you
platform.
are saying if there is a Newton chapter in on Newton's laws of motion,
Yes, sir.
and the PDF is given to your system, it
Yes.
will automatically change into the required content type.
Braille platform. Yes. Yes, sir. It's a real-time replication happening there.
All right, all right.
Yes, sir. And second question, you mentioned that regarding testing. Yes, so we did test it with a few of the blind users while setting up blind like digital classroom for them. So it's a demo classroom that we took forward, and yes, we got few feedbacks on that, obviously. So that feedback was related to design, so because they were not able to grip this particular product very easily. So that is some feedback that we have received from the users. And while talking about mobile phones, yes, they are not much into technology as we speak about visually impaired individuals. One is the primary thing that they use is radio thing, but few of them obviously use the mobile phones as well. So mobile phones, how they are using is, so they have the screens, so they just need to move their hands on the screen and they're able to feel while the vibration is given out of it. So in any of the mobile phone, while we are touching on any of the platform, so vibration is given. So that vibration, with the help of that vibration or basically Siri kind of platform, which guides them if they want to tap on this maybe File Explorer or Google Chrome. So that explains that you are currently on Google Chrome. So that is how they are using. But for the core of education, it is not helping them, as well as for the job sectors, it is not helping them. So we want to make this Braille platform available where they can get educational platform as well as job for them easily.
Mm-hmm. Okay, okay. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Chinmay, for the presentation. And next is Team Highlanders. So from Team Highlanders is Uttam there. Yes. So
Yes.
Team Highlanders, a FinTech startup which focuses on creating a digital piggy bank for teenagers as well as a secured retirement fund for working people. They are working on rising financial education problem in India.
A very good afternoon to all my respected judges and the organizing team. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So just I want to scroll through our business plan once, just for the sake, like to explain to our respected jury. After that, I will be presenting the operations part.
Yes, sure.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah. So very good afternoon, respected judges. Myself, Uttaro Nayak. I'm a second year undergraduate student at National Institute of Technology, Bhopal. And today I'm going to pitch in front of you about our startup idea of a FinTech startup, which focuses on creating a digital piggy bank for the millennials and the Gen Zs with a focus on their financial literacy. So let us understand the problem statement first. So inflation or the silent killer. The inflation rate is the rise in the prices of goods and commodities over a period of time. Currently, the inflation rate in India is about 6.5%. But in the last year during COVID virus, when the COVID virus affected our nation, it rose to about 7 to 7.5%. But we can see that though the interest rates are keeping on rising every single year, the interest rates provided by the public and the private banks in our nation are the most. The SBI is the most like the biggest private public bank, and the HDFC Bank is the biggest private bank in our nation. And so the interest rates provided by this bank is keeping on decreasing every year with about 2.7% currently. And in fixed deposits, SBI gives about 3.9%. So we can see, judges, that how there has been a big difference in the gap between the rising inflation rates and the decreasing interest rates. So India is the second most populous country in the whole world with a count of 139 crores. But you will be astonished to know that only 3% of this huge population actually invest their money directly or indirectly. If we move through the graphs, you can see that in USA, though there are only 34 crores of population, 55% of their people or population actually invest their money. So do you know, judges, that why is it that India is lacking behind, or why is it that America is going ahead? It is basically because of the fact that the people in America or the United States start investing much before they turn 18. They start investing when they are 13 years of old. My younger brother who stays in America actually is investing. He's now just stepping into 13. So the reason for this policy is because the lack of awareness, the lack of awareness of how to use money as an instrument of growth, the lack of knowledge, lack of our own knowledge on investing and understanding how money works, and teaching. So due to our own inability of learning these investment procedures, and this cycle of negligence continuing generation after generation. So what is the solution for it is? Let's understand the psychology of money first. Most people do not invest their money in India because they don't want to invest huge lump sums of 1,000 rupees or 5,000 rupees into mutual funds or stocks or ETFs, thinking that they might lose the money, and some also do not find it very secured. So we know how important money is as a tool of wealth, but the problem arises when we want to change the psychology of Indian citizens suddenly. People hate sudden changes, but to dominate and win over the Indian citizens, we can mend our idea according to their psychology. Investing without investing. Make the investment amounts of our citizens so small and precise that they don't feel as if they are investing their money separately into another financial instrument. They don't have to bear the hassle of creating separate demat accounts, as well as face the huge complexity of keeping huge lump sums of 5,000 rupees to invest. Our chosen financial instruments will not only beat inflation, but will also give them profitable returns in long term. You can see here, judges, that the 2020 COVID pandemic saw a huge increase in the digital payment system in our nation. Concept of a roundup. We will be proposing a roundup of all these 4 money slots of 10 rupee, 50 rupee, 100 rupee, and 500 rupees to our customers. So it always happens that we spend about, suppose someone spends 635 rupees in a Swiggy order, or he spends 217 rupees in a Uber cab. So what happens to the remaining 3 rupees or the remaining 5 rupees, which is left? So we are taking that responsibility of investing that into some financial assets. That remaining amount of 10 rupees will be invested in a financial instrument chosen by us. Our customer will have no headaches whatsoever on the investing part, but he or she can regularly monitor the rise in their invested amounts. The financial instruments we will be choosing are: first, debt funds; second, credit risk funds; third, index funds; fourth, digital gold and silver; and fifth, ELSS or the tax saver funds. Now, judges, coming to our operations part. Thank you very much. Just give me one moment to present the screen. Yeah. Design of our product. So user interface is the single most factor which attracts most customers. The design or prototype of a startup is the single most important factor of attraction for their customers. We will be designing our product using Kotlin, Java, and Dart. For the timing, we have created it in Adobe XD. You can see that this is the design of our prototype which we have created. So moving forward, so we have named our product as 16 Anna or Sola Anna, or Sola Anna is actually 1 rupee. So why is the name? I will give you the significance like when the question comes in. So this is basically, sir, the basic design which we have kept. Moving forward, the operations process. Since we are a completely digital startup, so and it is in the planning process only, so the operation will require a huge amount of backend engineers to be processed. So the number of backend engineers required will be 5. Actually, this is in general. So I have been an intern of a previously fintech company, so I am taking this data with respect to that. So 5 is mainly the required number of backend engineers. So for storage of data, their authentic identity, secure payment gateway for the fund purchases, or one gateway from the customer's bank to us, and then another gateway from ours to the fund house. Next, an SSL certified cybersecurity expert. This is a must because we are dealing with financial transactions, and whenever there is a financial transaction, there should be a very high level of security attached to it. Next, moving forward, we will be requiring an Android developer who will be basically developing our whole Android app, which will be published in the Play Store or in the App Store. Next, for the marketing team, since we are a completely digital startup, so we will be requiring digital marketing, like how much our like startup is coming in the Google SEOs, how much we will be like what is the market analysis, how much the customers are rating our products, and so on. Moving forward, finance team. Since we are a fintech startup, so of course we would be required dealing with fintech here, and a strong backbone of finance team is a must, which comprise of CFAs and CS. I myself am a certified financial planner from the National Institute of Securities Market, and the education body of SEBI. UI and UX designer. A UI UX designer who will cater to the various designs of the particular application using Figma, Adobe XD, and so on. Location strategy. The startup capital of India. So Bengaluru is the startup hub of our country. Not only engineers, but MBAs and other employees are also available here at a most reasonable salary. But also the experience of one employee working in a different startup brings in itself an advent of creativity, which a big MNC, like which the big MNC employees don't bring in. Along with that, with the highest number of colleges in Bengaluru, like with the highest number of colleges in the nation, Bengaluru boasts of the highest number of graduates readily employable at a much lower cost. The center of startup hub has a lavish office spaces at a reasonably low cost structure. So most of the office spaces have a lesser cost with around 20 to 25K for the lavish, like for the open office spaces. And if you wanted like a desk, chair, and a laptop and a full fitted laptop, then it comes to around 50 to 75K per month. This is basically judges the basic like layout or the basic flow chart by which our prototype is going to work. This is the basic layout, sir, for the head office, and like basically how we are starting, I think, from 20 from a team of 20, and then like we will be hiring interns who will be working remote. Demand forecast. So basically we serve before your demand. The fintech industry is drafted to go over $1.3 trillion by 2025. With such a bad experience in public banks by people and such a big gap in the markets where the only 1% people in the top make money, startups today have come with erratic ideas to bridge the gap between the common people and finance. That is also the noble cause with which we are working to instill financial literacy, making power of compounding in use by small baby steps. Thank you very much, judges, for giving your precious time in hearing us. And I would like to just compile all of this, that we are a startup who focuses much more on the teenagers, Gen Zs, and the millennials so that they can invest their money. So that they can start investing their money, and we are the first we are the only first startup who is starting this concept that even if you have 1 rupee, you can invest that money into digital assets. Thank you very much, judges, for giving your precious time. I'm open to questions.
I would turn. It was a nice presentation, I must say.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm just thinking, like you said, in India, people do not invest much, right? In USA, a lot of people invest.
Yes.
So what is the
absolutely.
percentage of people investing in India, and how much percentage of
Yes,
people?
definitely. I would like to show you. Yes, I would like to show you, sir. Absolutely. So this is basically, sir, that 55% of the 34 crores of people invest in the US. That is only done because of the fact, sir, the people in the US start investing much before they start investing in India.
You have got the fantastic and accurate data, I must say, Uttara.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Here, I would like to compare this with one more factor. How many people
sir.
in USA, what is the percentage of population in USA they pay tax, and how much percentage of population in India they pay tax?
Sir, in India, it is also absolutely true, sir. Much lower amount of people, like much lower groups of people actually pay their taxes. Like like even if we take, sir, many business people, we know the truth, sir. Like only the government officials who cannot hide their taxes, they have to pay the income taxes to the government. But it is true that, sir, many like business owners or many grocery owners, like who run their independent businesses, actually hide many of their taxations. But in the US, I think like the laws are that so much by like the USA has a much lower inflation rate as well than India, taking into considerations. So in USA, I think the tax paying population is greater.
So what happens is when a person is going to pay tax, person invests in different investment instruments to save
Yes,
taxes.
absolutely. Absolutely.
In
Sir, absolutely.
India, if my guess is correct, it is about 5 to 6% of the population, maybe even less, they pay income
Yes,
tax.
yes,
Out of those
absolutely,
people,
absolutely,
about 80% of the people do investment in various instruments to save
absolutely.
taxes.
Yes,
And balance 20% would be primarily doing wealth management, rich people. Pay
yes,
tax,
yes, sir.
they invest. So what you have is that the market is still or saturated for a long period unless more and more people come into tax bracket. So
Yes,
what you have is to penetrate into the existing market, which is almost stagnant for a longer period of time. You have one more group of people when you are talking about investment on 5 rupee, 10 rupee, 50 rupee. You have another big group of people who make investment in chit funds. Are you
yes.
aware of chit funds? Or
Yes, sir. I am aware. It is. I think it is some fraudulent like cheat funds. There are some.
not
I have heard.
really, not all chit funds are fraudulent.
Yes.
There are, it has like, it has a bad reputation because many of the large chit funds, they cheated people. But
Absolutely, sir.
who invests there? Thela wala, pani puri wala, chai wala,
Correct.
bada pav
Absolutely.
wala. They invest
Absolutely.
20 rupee every day, 30 rupee every day. And that is a
Absolutely.
market which has not been explored by
Absolutely,
organized
sir.
sector.
Absolutely,
So
sir. Absolutely.
how do you plan in your operation? Because if you are primarily looking at getting people from the existing investors, then you have to
Yes.
penetrate into an existing market and you have to snatch market share from the existing players.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So
Absolutely, sir.
have to move to people who are investing in everyday 20 rupee, 30 rupee a person comes and collects. So
Yes.
if you are targeting to those people, then they hardly use smartphone. If they use, they don't have the capacity or capability or skill to invest through various iPhone apps or Android
Absolutely.
apps. How do you
Absolutely,
cater?
sir.
How do you
Absolutely.
cater?
Thank you very much, sir, for the questions which you asked. So first, sir, I would like to show you some of the references that at which places are we actually thinking of investing the money. So these are some of the financial instruments. Actually, these are actually stamped by SEBI, and all these instruments are transparent in front of you. You can see that like the particular financial fund which I'm showing you, even during when the market is falling, there were like many a times the market has fallen during the last year, but you can see, sir, how the graph has been rising. So how can this be possible? And even after that, it has been producing an annualized return of 7.12%, beating the inflation rate.
No, Uttaran,
So
you are looking
yes, sir.
at the other part of the story. What I am looking at is
Yes.
this is what you will do only after you get money from people. All these
Yes. Oh,
investments,
yes. Yes. Absolutely.
transparent
Absolutely.
investment. I
Absolutely.
am looking
Absolutely,
at
sir.
the money or cash flow to your company from people who are
Yes.
investing 5 rupee, 10 rupee.
Yes.
So are
Yes.
you going to fight with the existing players? And even if the market is stagnant, more and more players are coming in. WhatsApp is
Absolutely.
operating and they are also ready to take even take transaction of 5 rupee or 10 rupee. It doesn't matter. There are
Absolutely,
many
sir.
players who are coming in. So
Absolutely, sir.
are you targeting the existing market or are you trying to look for a market where this kind of organized operation doesn't exist? And if yes, how?
Yes. Okay. So firstly, sir, answering your question, we are looking at a newer customer segment. So what I am just telling you out here, yeah, just give me one moment. Yeah. So millennials and Gen Zs are basically the population which has the most in number in our nation currently. I'm talking about the age group between 16 to 22, 23, 24. Like when they have just started, like they are in their high school days, when they are in their class 9, class 10, class 11, class 12, up to their college degree, up to when they are getting graduated. That is the market when they have no knowledge about investing. They get some money to spend, but what happens is that they actually they use all of their money. They use all of their money to buy certain products, and they don't have the financial knowledge. That is the untapped market, sir, when no players have even come right now for the investing purpose, because the AMFI, like I'm just giving you an regulation, sir. The AMFI states that students below 18 years can also invest in mutual funds. There is a this is basically the regulation of AMFI. So, but they can't open their demat accounts. But since we are not investing directly into the stock markets, we are investing through mutual funds only. So that is the place where we want to tap. We want to make the teenagers of India, or the Gen Zs and the millennials, more aware about personal finance. We want to make them, tell them that though they are investing small amounts of money, if they keep doing it for a larger period of time, let them invest 1 rupee only, let them invest 5 rupee, whatever spare changes they are getting. But for a longer duration of time, when they're playing it from 13 years, 14 years, 15 years, and 16, 17, 18, they will become a more financially literate person. That is the most important approach which we want to cater, sir. Like we want them to become more financially literate. And how can they do that? There is a no more better practical way than doing that. Of course, sir, now like you are a salaried person, or you are a big businessman. Of course, you can invest lump sum amounts into big funds, or you are an HNI, high net worth individual. But what I am talking about, those people, like those who are children, like currently I am 20 right now. So this is the population where people have some amount of pocket money, but what they happen is that they don't have that financial knowledge, that there is a term where the money can grow as well. Then there can be a compounding as well. But they spend all of their money into buying some things, some comic books, or anything which they regret later on. That is what we don't want to do, and that is what we want to educate, sir. So our market is that market, that untapped market, which you were talking about.
Over to Professor Brajavallavkar.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, Uttara, nice presentation.
Thank you very
I
much, sir.
appreciate it. The idea is very
very much.
noble. And
Thank you
people
very much,
should
sir.
get into the habit. But I have few questions. Okay.
Surely, sir.
One is, do you know the banks currently, whenever they are talking about taking retail transaction, okay, that means individuals taking small loans, or individuals putting little kind of money to the bank. Okay, they find it very cumbersome. Okay, the cost of operation on retail banks is really tough. Are you aware
Yes.
of this?
Yes, absolutely, sir. My father is a banker. I know that.
Yeah. So
Yes, sir.
think of somebody coming to a bank to deposit 50
Yes.
rupees and all. Okay. So that's this serious transaction issue, as well as there is a cost of operation. So what is
Yes.
your understanding of the cost of operation of your process? This is question number one.
Yes.
Second is, I really didn't understand how will you take the money. You are saying you'll have an app, that's fine, but I just ordered something for my food from Zomato, and let's say you gave the example 192, 8 rupees will go to you. But how?
Yes.
The retail person will go to another app to transfer you 8 rupees? Or you will
Yes.
ride on the Zomato app and say, okay, like the way you give tips, so when you give tips, it is written at the bottom that you are giving tips. Okay, tip is
Yes.
this much.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely, sir.
you do a credit card transaction, so that tip is riding on that. Okay.
Yes.
So how is your plan? Your app will ride on each or every other apps to collect the money? This is
All right.
another question. So if I do a separate transaction, I have to remember. So I have purchased 192 from Zomato, so I'll transfer 8 rupees to, let us say, Highlanders. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
So that becomes cumbersome and you are going to miss out on transactions.
Absolutely, sir.
This is another question. So how will you collect the money?
Okay.
Third question is actually, how do you convince me that you will not run away with my money?
Absolutely, sir. Yeah, that is the biggest question, actually.
Three questions you have to convince me.
Yes. Surely, sir. Surely. So for the first question, sir, which you said that how can we how can we fulfill on the cumbersome processes which all the banks currently people don't like to go to banks and so on and so forth. So currently, sir, for the especially I'm talking about the teenage categories. Okay. So in teenage categories, there has been a startup called FamPay. So previously, teenagers used to have no bank accounts. Teenagers used to have no debit cards. So what happened was that they used to have minor accounts with their parents, and each transactions which they did that required a signature, written signature from their parents. But after that, what happened due to our RBI guideline and after FamPay got released? So what FamPay did was that FamPay actually issued debit cards, especially for the teenagers. Like they can make their own spends, they can make their own they can do what they issued an UPI based RuPay card, which was I think powered by some SBM bank or Federal Bank. So no, I think IDFC First Bank it was. And what they did was that they told the teenagers that you can make all the spends out here through UPI transactions. You can do that. And most of the most of the judges, I'm telling that most of the transactions today online take place through UPI only. All the digital transactions, I'm telling. NEFT and all, they take place for the higher amount of transactions. Suppose it crosses 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, 5 lakhs, and so on. So for the UPI transactions, sir, what we have proposed for applications is that we will be requiring nothing. Just like other startups, Grow, Zerodha, and so on, they take the money from your bank, from Google Pay, Phone Pay, and so on, or through FamPay for that case. We will also take the money from the teenagers from these sources.
No. You are not
Yes.
answering my specific question.
Sir, can you please repeat? Yes.
Yeah, my specific question is, when I do another transaction and I want to round it up by paying to your organization,
yes,
the user will initiate a separate transaction, or from the same transaction you will can take the money.
Yes, I understood completely. So here, first of all, yes, sir, I think I understood it. So here we have started we have formulated a concept of a roundup. 10 rupee, 50 rupee, 100 rupee, or 500 rupee. So let us understand this first. So suppose, sir, if you spend 55 rupees in a particular transaction and you have a 50 rupee roundup clicked on through our app. So once you have transacted that 55 rupees, we will give you a notification that do you want to invest the remaining 45 rupees into this particular fund. Yes.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
How will you know that I have done a transaction? I'm
Yes,
doing a
yes.
transaction in the separate app.
Yes, absolutely, sir. So what happens is that even if all the fintech apps, if you know Cred, Zerodha, Grow, and so on, there are two kinds of messages. One message is the most primary security based messages like the OTPs and everything which you get on your phone. That is the super, they are divided into 3 layers basically. One is basically the topmost security based messages which no startup can even read. Second category is the category of messages which most of the fintech startups are allowed to read. Those contain what transactions are you doing, how much have you spent. Like for Amazon, suppose, sir, for Amazon a person is spending some amount and he got that message that your order has been confirmed, you have got 635 rupees order placed for that. Most of the startups use that, sir. Most of the fintech startups, Cred uses that, Zerodha uses that, Grow uses that, Upstocks uses that, every other startup uses that. So what that is the basically time when we will be knowing that our user has spent this much money on this much these places. So that is the time we will notify our user that do you want to invest this money. If he clicks no, then it's a no from my side. Then we won't be forcing it, or we won't be automatically investing. We won't be taking even 1 rupee from your bank account. That is the process for this, sir. And the third portion which you asked me question, that how can you convince me that you won't run away? First of all, sir, all the money or all the monetary funds which we will be having, like which you will be having, all our customers will be having, they will be kept with the particular fund. Just like Zerodha, if Zerodha today the founder of Zerodha goes to England or something, your shares will still be with CDSL or NSDL or the Central Depository Services Limited or the National Security Depository Services. So nobody can take your stocks or your mutual funds with that. Just like that, nobody can, even if we run away, your funds will be kept secured with a particular company fund with which your money has been invested. That's the thing, sir.
What is your cost of operation?
Sir, just here we have, sir, like most of the processes will be done digitally. Just a moment, sir. Like I'm unable to change my screen. Give me one moment. Just a moment, sir. Yeah. Yep. So, sir, for the costing part, sir, most of the costing will be done, sir, for first for the renting part, and second for the hiring for the different segments of people. Because mostly it is a digital product, so we won't be needing any manufacturing unit or factory setup and so on. But we will be requiring Android developers, UI UX designers, or backend engineers, and especially for the fintech part, we will be requiring financial analysts or CAs, CFS, and so on. So that is the most of the operational cost which will be required, and marketing, especially we are targeting that for the teenage category students, especially like what FAMPE did was that FAMPE used to speak with the parents first, because the parents first need to understand that why their children needs this particular, like why their children needs financial literacy or financial knowledge. Once we talk with the parents, we let them know that what they are doing, and because like today maximum, if you take an example, the maximum of the UPI transactions are done by teenagers and millennials and Gen Zs only. So this is basically the operational cost, sir, out here.
I have not quantified it. So because
Yes.
at a particular level of asset base, only you can
Yes.
manage certain cost of operation. So
Yes.
otherwise, also if you start the operation, you'll have cost of operation, which will you'll take some time to offset those costs. So I think you need to
Yes,
think
yes.
about it.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Sir, like we in the next round we have a financial statement round, sir. We were preparing the financials for that round.
All
So
right.
yes,
Thank
absolutely.
you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It was very nice and pleasure of mine to present in front of my respected judges. Thank you very much to you and the organizing team. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, team Highlanders. Now we'll start with the finance round.
So I think I can log off and I'll send you the score sheets.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ashish sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We'll be starting our next finance round in about 10 minutes.
Okay, sounds good.
My heartfelt congratulations to all the participants who have made up to this round. I'll start with introducing our judges for the day. Mrs. Samdata Banerjee, a multi-faced professional with over 21 years of experience in the USA and India. Ma'am is passionate about teaching, research, and entrepreneurship. She's the founder of Song Studio, also head of operations at Cornera Technologies Private Limited, and manager of the ITIC Foundation at IIT Hyderabad. We welcome you. Our next judge for the round is CA Praveen Monokutla. By training, he's a CA, but his true calling is as an academic. He has over 13 years of investment banking expertise. For over 7 years, he has worked full-time in the private equity and M&A transaction advisory space. Mr. Praveen works with entrepreneurs as a mentor, counselor, and supporter throughout the process of turning a concept into a commercial product. He has been a service provider in the startup services ecosystem for over 10 years and is presently involved in 4 fascinating initiatives. We welcome you, sir. Now, I'll pass on the mic to Shalini, who will give a brief of this round.
Hello guys, I'll be briefing you about this round. So basically you have to show the trading as well as the profit and loss statements, the income statements, the balance sheet must be presented by every one of you. So each team will be limited to a budget of 1 crore. Here the participants are asked to describe the company's capital structure, borrowings as well as the assets and liabilities of the company. This will talk about the company's future prospects and how they envision the invention of becoming a valuable asset to the people of the future. So this will be the final criterion for the evaluation. So as I mentioned earlier, like you guys have to present the trading account as well as the profit and loss statement, income statement, and the balance sheet. So you can go ahead. The first team will be the Cubits.
Yeah.
Just give me 1 sec. I'm sharing the screen. I hope my screen is visible and I'm clearly audible. Shall I begin?
Yeah, you're visible. Your screen is visible and audible. Please go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So let me just give you a very brief, short introduction what our product is and why our product is. So we are actually a final year mechanical engineering student from Trinity College, Pune. We came across a bigger problem statement, that is the overall national and Indian vaccine crisis, which are leading to millions of deaths every year, and almost in India, 27% of vaccines manufactured are been getting wasted during last leg vaccination, and globally 42% of vaccine wastage are being happening. So basically, in order to overcome the problem, we came up with a product named VaxSaver, which is an innovative, eco-friendly active refrigeration system. In short to say, we have developed a novel refrigeration setup, which we have filed a patent for, and we have integrated the refrigeration system in a portable container, which can be used to store vaccines, insulin, special medicines, blood pouches, and even for organ preservations. So like we have done various comparison of ourselves versus to our competitors. So the cost of our system has been relatively low. It costs around 5,000 rupees for 5 to 20 liters capacity, and it has less power consumption. It is portable, and it has good storage capacity. It can accommodate around 100 to 150 ampoules of vaccine vials of 10 ml capacity in a single delivery. As compared to our competitors, our cost is relatively low. The entire system is automated and it is integrated with IoT for real-time vaccine potency level monitoring during the delivery. So we have also done the prototyping of our phase 1 VaxSaver unit. We have developed our phase 1 prototype in a wooden frame for proof of concept generation. I'm sorry, actually, yeah, for proof of concept generation, and also we have filed a patent for which. And progressively, we are also working on our next phases of design in order to improve its aesthetics and ergonomics factor. We are coming up with 2 different products. one for short duration delivery vaccine, which can accommodate around 30 vaccine ampules. Second, a backpack kind of structure, which can accommodate around 100 to 150, 120 ampules of vaccine vials, each 10 ml capacity. It can be more ergonomically better even for ASHA workers or women to carry the vaccines in a single delivery for entire village immunization. Also, we are coming up with a service. Like first thing, we are actually generating a lot of data, and we are developing an algorithm which we would be using to detect the overall vaccine potency level, and we would be relaying all the vaccine potency data directly to the user cell phone or to the PMCs, which none of our existing customers nationally or internationally does. Also, this is a bigger problem, like whenever the vaccines are transported from lead transporters to local sub-distributors, and from local sub-distributors to local immunization centers, PMCs, hospitals or medicals. In this delivery phase, actually only temperature logging data has been available, but no potency level data has been available. Like user even doesn't know like vaccines which they are getting at their full potency level or not, or are they degraded or not. So we worked on our finance part. So according to the competitions rule, it was said like if we have been given a overall funding of 1 crore rupees, which we have to utilize. So very firstly, we have divided ourselves like the overall capex or the capital expenditure uh, in which would be needed. So for an 800 square feet area of two-story building, the overall fixed working space with the overall furniture and office utilities with the operation machineries which would be needed, like injection molding machine, horizontal drill press, welding machines, lead centers, 3D printers. All the setups would be costing us around 54 lakhs, and the setup would be almost fixed for 5 years, because it like even a single injection molding can fabricate a single vacuum frame. Like a machine can fabricate around 200 units of vacuum frame in just a week. So 2 injection molding machines are sufficient for us. So the capital or the capex infrastructure would be limited. The machines used would be limited for 5 years. Still, we would add some of the more machines when we further develop in our R&D phase. So talking about the overall running cost of our entire startup. So in the year one, like we have used the remaining cost, say around 50 lakhs rupees. Like we have utilized 42 lakhs rupees for year one to cover all the logistic costs, the overall raw material cost, the cost of operation, even the electrification, the variable operating cost, the research and development cost, licensing cost, electricity cost, the machine electricity cost, one manager plus two supervisors with 5 workers, the consumable, repair, technology and PO software cost with CAD/CAM software license cost, including advertisement and miscellaneous. So in the overall year one, we would be needing around 42 lakhs rupees to run the startup. So after this, like in the year one, like currently, if I live in Pune, Maharashtra, so if I only target randomly 2,000 local government hospitals or uh, local hospitals or PMCs or immunization centers, and if I only assume that only 50% of vaccine units are being sold at a cost of 7,000 rupees, we would be generating a revenue of around 70 lakhs rupees. And subtracting all the expenses which we are generating from our year one, we would be generating a net profit of around 27 lakhs rupees, 27 lakhs 96,000 rupees. So talking about our second year, say if we are targeting Chhattisgarh region, it has around, it only has like 6,000 government hospitals. I hadn't counted any local PMCs or immunization centers or the local hospitals. I only just randomly selected like 6,926 hospitals. And if I'm only assuming 50% of vaccine units are needed to be sold, then this is the overall running cost which I would be needing, around 75 lakhs rupees for my year two. And subtracting the overall revenue cost with my expensing cost, I would be generating a revenue of around 1.6 crores, which would be compensating, or it would be giving me the payback period, like the overall payback period would be around 1.5 years to the 1 crores of investment which I've done before. And in a span of 3 years, say if I try to target India or some of the leading states like Kerala, Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, Karnataka, And if I only assume around 6,000 units being sold, this would be the overall running cost, say around 1.7 crore rupees, and the overall net profit generated would be around 3.9 crores rupees. So this is the overall speculative revenue for 3 years. Also, like this vaccine crisis is a global issue. Not only we are able to generate revenue and distributes the vaccine units at only in India, but we are soon planning for global approach as well. So even at India level, there are around 60,000 government hospitals with around 1.8 lakhs PMCs, with more than 4 lakhs local hospitals, with more than 3 lakhs plus medicals. If we try to target only 50% or only 30% of those customers, we would be generating at least around 14 crores of plus revenue in a span of entire 5 years, which would be sufficient enough for us for the global expansion. Thank you. I'm open to questions with this.
First of all, it's a nice product, and you have done a good job on your presentation. Good, I'd like to compliment you on your presentation. So on the finance sheet, if you see on point number 9, for year 1, for 1 manager and 2 supervisors, essentially your manpower, you have for year 1 you have 6 lakh as your budget, and for year 2 you have 7 lakh for your budget. But why do you have just 1 lakh for your 3rd year?
Like we are just for now, we are keeping for 2 years, we are keeping only 5 workers supervised under 2 managers. And for our 3rd year, we are keeping 10 workers supervised under two supervisors only, with one manager as well.
So your total budget should go up and not go down, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
So
we are just trying to increase the salaries. Yeah.
No, but you're talking of point number 10, which is you're increasing the number of workers from 5 to 10 in year number 3. But I'm talking of point number, row number 9, where year 1 it's 6 lakh, and year 2 it's 7 lakh, and year 3 it's 1 lakh. So in my honest opinion, as your manpower increases, the supervision would also increase.
Yeah, it was a typo error.
Not
Yeah.
an issue. Okay,
Sorry
I
for that.
understand. Okay, no issues. Yeah, off to Professor Praveen.
Thank you. Hi, Ritvik, this is Praveen.
Hello, sir.
You have an interesting concept in terms of what you're planning to do. It definitely makes sense. But as far as the competition goes, I have a couple of basic questions. So you're projected a capex of 54 lakhs, and there is a running expenditure that you have. Do you have any working on what is the cash burn, or are you expecting to be profitable from the first delivery?
Most probably, like we are expecting to be in a profit stage with the numbers of units being sold, cutting all the overall running and expenses part, including electricity. But still, I have missed the factor of taxation. So probably taxation might be added. It might reduce the overall net revenue would be generated, like the overall net profit. But probably it would be in a profit side only. But there might be some reduction in numbers. But within 2 years,
to the revenue assumption. So from what I understand, you're saying you're pricing a unit at 5,000, and you're planning to sell about 1,000 units. Is that per month by any chance?
Like our selling price for per unit is for our year 1 is for 7,000 rupees, and assuming only 1,000 units being sold in entire 1 year. For example, say Maharashtra or any state.
Okay. Is there any need or scope for service aspect, or are you a single revenue line business?
Yes, sir. There is an scope of service aspect which I've not added in the revenue. Like in one of my slide, I mentioned we are currently working on our sensors technology and algorithm development and using AI system to integrate in our system. So like as mentioned earlier, there is no vaccine potency, real-time vaccine potency data being generated. So we are generating that data and we would be giving all those data to the PMCs. So that would be a kind of subscription-based model. Like if they are like almost in India, 1.2 million vaccines have been delivered every week. So possibly we might give a subscription-based model to give him the real-time vaccine potency level data.
So that
Because
should be
that is
your
missing.
much larger revenue line actually compared to what is your product sale. Recurring revenue and subscription should be your higher revenue line.
Yeah, I've not added that thing purposefully because we are still working on it. We have completed our prototype. Our beta prototype is in our stage. We have completed our patenting thing. So that's why I've just shown the revenue of our hardware prototype. If revenue services
You're
might
proposing to
generate revenue.
be a cash-rich company throughout. In spite of your expansion plans, you will not need additional borrowing. There is no need to leverage. There is no need to raise additional funds. Correct?
Yeah, so like I assume if we have been given a solid fund of 1 crore rupees, then definitely no other fundings have been needed.
How are you planning to tie up 1 crore into manufacturing and then also marketing it pan-India? So given your logistics and the entire SEM.
Yeah, so like 1 crore was a very standard value given for the competition, but in a practical sense of view, we are not actually needing 1 crore. Like we would be needing around 30 lakhs of capital investment for like I say for 2 years of capex operation.
Okay.
And that might be generating almost you can say like around like even if you assume the same values like we are our injection molding technology, our refrigeration and the machineries which we are using, they have good manufacturing capacity. Like they can almost fabricate around 100 unit of wax saver units in just a single month. But if we just target 1000 units to be sold, assuming only 30 lakhs of initial investment with only few machineries, like say one injection molding, one drill, bench press, bench grinder, and so a few 3D printers, say three, then it might help us to generate almost nearby revenue, like say around plus minus 10 lakhs.
Right. Ritvik, you're also assuming that there is 100% cash sale and there is no concept or there's no need for credit sale, and you would want to deal with the government agency or for that matter hospitals when you're doing PHCs, right?
Yeah.
Don't you think that's a little unrealistic expectation, assumption?
Yeah. So can you please elaborate the question? I actually didn't got it.
You're assuming that you're selling 1,000 units and you're getting 7 lakhs upfront.
Yeah.
There is no need for credit.
Exactly.
There is no need for you giving any credit to your customers. So working capital is literally zero. There is a negative working capital in your model. Is that assumption appropriate?
Yeah, like my very honest answer to this question is I actually really didn't got the overall question. Like I'm being from engineering background and I lack some of these aspects as well. So to be honest, like I really don't know the answer.
Rutvik, I can help you with that question. What professor is asking is, if you deal with government agencies, you know how it works? I'll tell you how it
On
works.
tender basis.
On tender basis, yes, but you never get money upfront. That is number one. Number two, you get money after say 1 month or 2 months after various files have been passed by various departments. So typically, it is not like a credit card sale or
Yeah,
a retail sale. Like we go enter into Shopper Stop, buy a T-shirt and swipe the card and we are done with it, right? But
Yeah,
if you are selling vaccines to a government hospital, typically you will not get, okay, these are 100 vials and here take the payment for the 100 vials. That never happens. So professor's question is, it is unrealistic, or rather statement, I would say, and I agree 100% that it is unrealistic to expect 100% cash on every sale that you make.
Yeah.
Did you understand the question
Yeah,
now?
I actually got the question. Like we
Okay.
didn't get the cash as expected as soon as possible for the deliveries. So yeah, even I do agree. Like officially, it takes almost months to get the real cash for the service which we are providing. But at initial stage, like I'm not really targeting the government hospitals at very initial stage. I'm just targeting the immunization centers, private PMCs, and private hospitals. After generating some basic revenue, which we can utilize for a further year two expansion, then we can target government agencies. Like in year one, definitely we cannot target governments directly. We need also some baseline, some base cash to operate further. I hope this answers. It's not that technical answer, but still.
Okay, Ritvik, I'm done from my side.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Rutvik, I do have a point to make here. I have worked with several startups and launching of products and prototype to market entry commercialization. So, is this a genuine product, or is this just a fictitious product which you are using for the sake of the fest? Have you really come up with a product like this? Are you a genuine entrepreneur and startup, or is it just for the fest?
Like currently we are planning to work on a startup. Like in a backend, we are a team of 7 people. And to be honest, like we have just competed with our competitors in terms of refrigeration technology, in terms of electronic systems and the cold storage chamber. We are still
So
working
the
on a
product
hardware part.
exists.
Product
So
does
the product.
exist.
Okay, very good. That
Yeah.
was my question. So, and you also spoke of IP. So you spoke of patents. You filed Indian patent?
Yeah, it's an Indian patent for now.
So is it in work in progress, or have you already received it? Because it's horribly expensive, isn't
Exactly. It's in publication phase right now.
Okay. So in your finance, have you factored in that? In the
I've just
finance
mentioned the IP licensing
license and registration. Okay,
registration.
fine.
Yeah.
Fine. Rutvik, whatever, irrespective of what your product is and what stage of IP it is in, typically a startup takes 3 years to break even. Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to share that because here you were saying that we will, your expectation is to make profit from the get-go. From year one, you are expecting the profitability of, show me the next page, please. So 42 is your running cost, and then your net profit is 27 change. Typically that doesn't happen, but because of various reasons. Okay, you see, your first of all, your expected sales realistic in the world doesn't happen like that. Like you have 2000 targeted market penetration, number of hospitals targeted is 2000, and then you expect 1000 in your kitty. That typically doesn't happen, huh? So I'm just not discouraging you in any way. Please do continue with your research and please do continue with your product, but just saying that typically doesn't happen so quickly. It takes time. So typically takes 3 years. And do you have any other financial statements, annual reports or anything projected? Because is this enough, Professor Praveen, or I expected some profit and loss statements?
In terms of structure, this is not your complete model.
Yeah.
You will also need to get to working capital, depreciation, and at some point there has to be a rudimentary fund flow statement as well. Balance sheet, of course, is a very important part of financial statements. So what this is representing right now is a pre-depreciation EBITDA level model. So pre-tax, pre-depreciation EBITDA model. Purely in terms of If you're just binding it by the competitive rules, then this fulfills about 25% of the requirement.
For the future, just keep that in mind, because I think the students are technical students, right? And
Yeah.
okay, I understood. That explains it. Typically, take a look at the balance sheet. You have to know that, profit and loss statements and all. You have to know that. So just little bit idea you have to know as entrepreneurs. Okay. I'm done.
Definitely.
I'm done with my questions. Thank you.
Yeah. So overall, a good effort. I think so. We'll definitely reconnect once again. I'm sure you will be seeing you in a more commercial establishment.
Yeah,
Yes.
definitely. We are in a learning
We
phase.
wish you every success in your in this particular endeavor. You did a good job.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Organizer, shall I stop presenting?
Yes, we are done for the day. And moving on to the next, we have Adarsh Bansal from the Pitches.
Yeah, am I visible and audible?
Yes, you
Yes,
are,
Ritwik.
Adarsh.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just share the screen. I hope the screen is visible. Okay, so let me just begin. So
Yeah,
first of all, very good afternoon to the respected jury. So I am Adarsh Bansal from Team Pictures, and we are here today to redefine the kitchen experience with our proposition, which we have named Chimini. So like the major problems in a kitchen arise are due to kitchen smoke. Kitchen smoke can cause a series of problems ranging from minor allergies to respiratory problems such as asthma, which is very dangerous for health. So the existing solution for tackling kitchen smoke is the conventional chimney. But is it always possible to have a chimney in the house? So the answer is no. And there are various reasons to it. So imagine you are a bachelor living in a rented house, and in most of the cases, you are not allowed to do any major civil work. It would not be possible for you to install a traditional chimney, or there could also be other reasons like cost of installation, which usually turns out to be 4 to 5,000 rupees over and above the cost of chimney. So what could be the possible solution? We propose to you our product Chimini, an affordable, compact, and easy to use chimney. Now, Chimini works just like a traditional chimney, but unlike it, it does not require a duct to release the smoke. The suction fan at the top creates a suction, and the filters absorb the oil and other particles and release the filtered air back to the kitchen itself. Chimney also comes with double mounting features. It can either be mounted on wall or placed on kitchen platform based on the available space. It is easy to use, lightweight, economical, and needs low maintenance. Now let's have a look at a short video. Okay, so talking about some of the USPs of our product. So first of all, it requires 66% lesser electricity than a conventional chimney, which directly has an impact or a lower carbon footprint. Also, the charcoal filters used in chimney are completely biodegradable in nature, and also chimney saves on the civil work expenses and recurrent maintenance cost as well. Talking about the market size now, so the total market size of a product is quite huge. So the existing market opportunity for kitchen chimney segment in India is estimated to be around $1.3 billion. And the current target income class for the same is the upper middle class, which forms roughly 10% of the total population. So we are likely to increase this to 40% by including the middle class as well. And as a result, we will not only be targeting the existing customers, but will also be creating a new market altogether, which never thought to install a chimney in the past. Expecting a 2% market out of this 40% population, we are likely to increase the total market opportunity to $2 billion. Now, we are already in the execution phase and have deployed around 30 prototypes so far for user validation. So we have a full-fledged workshop and the necessary equipment that will be required to fabricate the individual components. And we also have skilled labor working under us. So our total workshop area with an area of 1,000 square yards is located in Agra district and has a good production capacity. We also have got industry affiliations from some of the reputed organizations such as Engineering Components Manufacturers Association and Federation of All India Vyapar Mandal for a quality and safety of industrial processes. And we also hold a design patent and a BI certification, IS 302 Part 2, Section 14 for electrical kitchen appliances. Moving ahead, so talking about the cost now. So under the go-to-market strategy, we would focus on all the components to create a brand awareness across India. So our ATL marketing expenditure is approximately 36.4 lakhs when we go full-fledged with the ATL strategy. So our biggest portion would be the social media of it. We are likely to sell the product in the first year in 18 cities, out of which 8 will be of tier 1 and 10 will be of tier 2. Moving on, so we have got 3 distribution channels to reach the target market, which are retailer or institutional sellers. Second is the e-commerce channel. Third is the door-to-door sales. So we will be having a margin of approximately 20 to 25% depending upon the distribution channel. And we are also looking to make some B2B partners in the form of corporates who are likely to purchase a product to gift their employees on special occasions such as Diwali. Now moving ahead, so we have also prepared a BTL strategy in place in which we would be incurring some additional expenditures, but this would be towards the later stage of our sales when we achieve economies of scale. So we have the BTL beat plan for tier wise, and the total cost would come out to be approximately 8,40,000 for the service personnel that would be employed. We also have the cost of shop branding for one particular standard retailer, which would be approximately 5,40,000 yearly. And our net profit as a whole from all the distribution channels would be around 81 lakhs. And so we also have, some incentive schemes in form of cash discounts and reward points for these different channels. Now, coming to the cost of production now, so taking into account the different components such as the all the 4 filters, links, exhaust fan, along with production overheads and other expenses such as transportation cost and ICC inventory carrying cost, we have the variable cost coming out to be approximately 2,400 Indian rupees. That is the cost of the production. We have a capex of around 36.3 lakhs, taking into account the infrastructure that we would require. So this comprises of the different machines such as a rolling machine, the shearing machine, punching machine, and the working space. We are planning to launch the product at an effective price of 3,750, which is at least 1/3 of the total cost spent on a conventional chimney, including installation. Now, taking you to our some of the prominent figures, financial figures. So we are targeting a sales of around 15,000 units during our first phase through these channels, and we would be making a revenue of approximately 5.6 crores and yielding a net profit of around 81 lakhs, as I mentioned earlier. We are targeting an annual growth rate of 40% since we are a totally new player into the market, and we are employing a blue ocean strategy here. And going by this, we would be achieving the break even in the 3rd year of operation. Um, so now taking you to the detailed cost structure that we have. So we have taken into consideration all the important aspects that we would be incurring in while we would scale up. So be it in the marketing domain, HR domain, and operations domain. So you can see that in the marketing we have taken into account all the different mediums that we would be targeting, along with the R&D and product feasibility study, as well as for the BTL sales also. And we have bifurcated this year-wise, year 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, for operations, you can see that we have taken into account the different activities such as the vendor shortlisting, RFQ, vendor inspection, SQP audit, etc. And again, we have done the bifurcation quarter-wise. And so, sorry. Yeah. So our total fixed cost for the year would be approximately 1 crore. That's what we are incurring. We would be incurring once we go full scale. So we also have the financial projections for the first 5 year and the first 10 year in place, which covers the fixed cost, cumulative fixed cost, net profit, cumulative net profit, and the break-even analysis. So we would be breaking in the 3rd year of operation, as I mentioned earlier. So yeah, this is a detailed aspect of the financial plan. Now I am open for questions. Thank you.
Adarsh, Praveen here.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, so a couple of quick questions. I see that because you're absorbing, so there is an element of replacing the filters,
Yes, yes.
and definitely is a recurring repetitive cost as well as probable income or revenue line for your business. What is
Right,
your
right,
thought
right.
on that?
Yes, sir. I mean, that would be an additional stream of for our business, because these filters after usage would be required to be replaced in a matter of approximately an year or to just over an year. We are likely to increase that timeline once we achieve more durable filters from the suppliers. But yeah, these filters at present cost approximately 450 rupees for the users, and when after using 1 year, they would definitely be needing to replace them. So that would create additional revenue stream.
Yeah, and also the necessity to maintain what do you call an AMC structure. You also need a service structure in your business.
Yes, sir. So, as I mentioned, sir, this is a portable chimney. So, the biggest USP is that in terms of serviceability is that you do not require a service personnel to do any kind of servicing. So, the users can themselves clean the product, clean the filters in a matter of 4 weeks. They just have to take the filters themselves, clean them with water and soap, and then wipe them with a dry cloth and put them back. And you do not require a service personnel, which would eliminate like approximately 500 to 700 rupees of the servicing cost that is incurred in the case of a typical chimney. So the only standard cost that would be required to be bared by the user would be the replacement cost of the filters. And if there is any major concern in the product itself, then we would be implementing reverse logistics, by which we would be collecting the product from the doorstep itself, servicing them it, and depending upon the servicing, we would charge that fee and ship it back.
Others, if you can just go to your cost of project, your capex.
Right. Yes, yes, sir. I just where is it? Yeah.
Right. So this is your cost of production. If you can
Zoom.
make it a little large, yeah, zoom, please.
Yeah.
This is your cost of project. This is the cost of the project in a sense. This is not the cost of project. This is your cost for product, right? These are manufacturing
Product.
costs.
Yes, manufacturing
Yeah.
cost of the product.
Scroll up a bit. There is capex below. I just want to have a look
Yeah.
at the capex.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. So the space that you have set up, what is the capacity
Yes.
that you're working with? The installed capacity?
Yeah, I
It's
mean, we have an area of, the shared area is 1000 square yards. So it is able to, take up ample amount of space right now. So the projected quantity that we are looking to serve, so it can take that up. And we also have some additional space in our entire built up area. So that could also be utilized in the future if the capacity increases.
so let me rephrase my question. So what I'm looking at is how many units are you planning to sell in year one?
Yes, so we are planning to sell approximately 15,000 units.
15,000 units. Can you produce 15,000 units using this shed and this equipment? The equipment worth 36 lakhs.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, we would require some capital, additional capital as well. We actually already have some of the equipment in place for which we did not incur the capital from scratch, but we would be requiring some additional capex also. So for that, this figure is being stated. And for scaling this proposition up, we would definitely be requiring the venture capital to take this further.
Okay, so where would that projection come in, and what kind of per unit, or rather, what is your capex breakdown then for every 1,000 units, for every 10,000 units. So is there a break even or a benefit analysis that you have in your mind? 15,000, then you're scaling by 40%.
Yes, 40%. 40% we are scaling this up every year and on an annual basis. So this is the, sorry, sir.
What would be your capex requirement going forward is a question.
So that I mentioned here, that once we scale this up, so taking into account the different domains of our business, so our total capex requirement would be approximately, approximately 1 crores, 1.05 crores.
So can you just click to view? I'm interested in viewing your budget in Excel.
Okay. I also have this sheet in Excel if you want to have a look. Otherwise, this is a more convenient way, I feel.
Okay. Okay. Profit and loss statement, balance sheet based on this numbers that you have taken. Can I have a look at that?
Sir, we only have like got the projections for our first 5-year and 10-year plan, and so since this is subjective to change based on the market response, so that's why we only have the estimates in place as of now.
Okay, fair enough. Ma'am, over to you.
Adarsh, hi, this is Somrata.
Hello,
I do I do like your product quite a bit,
Thank you.
and you've done a good job with your presentation. So does this product exist? Is there a prototype in place? Have you made any?
Yes. We already have, we already are like doing a product validation study with approximately 30 households within Agra itself, and from people from all the 3 target segments that we were targeting. So like we actually conducted a cluster analysis to identify 3 potential target segments, which are housewives, bachelors, and working professionals. So we have got a mix of these 3 target segments from the 30 prototypes, and we are doing the validation study.
Okay. And what is your background? Are you a student? Are you working, or are you an entrepreneur? What is
So
your
actually, I'm currently pursuing my MBA second year from Goa Institute of Management. And prior to this, I have had almost, 2 years of work experience as a quality assurance engineer with Crompton Greaves Power in the Power Transformers division. And also, I've done my internship with V-Guard Industries, which also happens to be in the kitchen appliances category as a market strategist. So I have got an experience into this industry as well. So this startup was started by me approximately 1.5 years back.
Okay, very good. I also want to go take a look at your projections.
Sure.
The where you did the 5-year and 10-year thing.
Yes.
Just keep this slide for a bit. I just want to take a look.
No issues.
I'm very happy to see that you have broken break even happens in the 3rd year, as I just said with the earlier candidate. So I'm glad to see you're factored in that aspect of it. Year 3 is when you break even. Good. And then your fixed cost. What is cumulative FC?
This is the fixed cost. When you add up year wise. So like in the second
Okay,
year,
year
you
1
just
and then cumulative.
yes.
No problem.
Right. Cumulative.
Okay. So okay, fine. And then I saw the variable cost in another sheet. Can we just take another look on that as well?
This one.
So is this variable cost 2406 or 5? Okay.
Yeah. 2,400 you can assume.
It's per unit?
Yes, it's per unit, ma'am.
Okay, got it. Okay, and then the manpower is factored in where?
The manpower is factoring in the overheads. Yeah, overheads, 10% of raw material.
Mm. Okay. Under exhaust fan, and then we
Yes,
have the
yes, the last
overheads.
third row.
Okay, got it. That's 56, I guess, and transportation. Okay, I think it looks fine to me. Professor Praveen, any other questions? Nothing else from me.
Thank you, ma'am.
Nothing really on the presentation per se, because most of it is missing if you're looking at it from a competition perspective. But yeah, as a model, I'm sure it can be validated. Have you pitched it to anybody?
Yes, we have pitched it on some platforms. Like we also have an Atal Incubation Center in our institute. So we have also approached them. So we are also validating our idea with them.
Okay.
Yes, please
Let me
go
know
to
how
the.
it goes.
Yeah.
Yes,
AIC is very good. There's a Goa Institute has AIC.
yeah. It has recently launched a couple of years back, and we also have inaugurated our separate building also.
Okay, that's very good because you need to be incubated with some incubation center in order to get access to VCs, or even if
Right.
in order to get funding and all.
Sure.
I'm done. Thank you from my end. If professor
Right.
has any other questions.
No. Yeah.
Good to go, ma'am.
So then I will stop sharing. Thank you. Yeah, thank you to the jury for listening to me patiently. Thank you.
So next we have Chinmay Nayak from the Blisscare. Chinmay, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Just sharing my screen. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Now, what you can see on the screen is a complete darkness. The darkness you feel when you close your eyes or when you go to sleep. And this darkness is in the life of 286 million visually impaired people over the globe who cannot see this beautiful world and are also deprived of a basic education, which is a basic human right. We are here to solve this problem, and we are Team Blisscare. That stands for Blind Students Care. Now, how it started for us? It started for us with a person named Sanjay. Who is Sanjay? Sanjay is our brother, and we saw him growing as a visually impaired, struggling in the life, not getting equal educational and job opportunities. And the basic thing like that of election, he cannot be part of that as well. So that is the life of Sanjay. But like Sanjay, there are 286 million visually impaired people over the globe. Of this, 63 millions are Indian, and only 5% get any sort of education due to lack of braille literacy. Now, why this problem arises? Because the production of a braille formatted book is very expensive, and a book of merely 100 pages is costing more than 4,000 to 5,000 INR, which is not at all affordable. And if I want to give you an example, our favorite Harry Potter book, which we used to read in our childhood, is costing us at only 270 INR. And same to the visually impaired in the braille format is costing at around 5,000 INR. That's the difference. Again, the printer available to us is starting from 8,000 to 10,000 INR, but the braille printer available to visually impaired is starting from 2 lakh INR. So there's a difference between the resources available to us and resources available to visually impaired, and there's a gap for that. And this particular population is expected to grow by 412 million in the coming 10 years. So therefore, there's a need for the solution. And we are here with the solution in the form of a braille display system or a braille tablet. But this is not a normal tablet that we use, because this surface has a holes on it, and the beads bulges out at a real time so that a blind individual can touch, feel, and understand whatever is replicated on the same. So it's a touch-based and the feel-based mechanism that we are bringing for the visually impaired. Now, what it provides you is with the content in a grade 1 and grade 2 Braille that replicates to two variants of a Braille model that varies in accordance to multivariate languages. So we support multiple languages with a single solution. At the same time, it gives you access to text, diagram, or a map to help a visually impaired education and their normal life as well. As well as there is unlimited access to online and offline content that is available. So offline maybe any of the maybe any of the PDFs or documents, or online content, maybe any of the web pages. So that is what we bring in with our innovation. That is this Braille display system. Now, what is the features that we have? That is voice recognition system as well as talkback mechanism to support the visually impaired, as well as consider I'm a visually impaired and I don't know how to understand Braille. So we got it covered with the haptic feedback mechanism that is based on special vibration waveform which guides the visual input through the braille pattern itself. So basically we are making them independent in reading, writing and understanding braille by themselves. They don't need to be dependent on anyone else for their education. Now here you can see a small glimpse of a visual input trying to feel the braille pattern with the help of a finger. So that is how a touch-based and the feel-based mechanism work for visually impaired. Now on the top corner, you can see a bulge out of the mechanics forming a braille pattern, which a visually impaired trying to feel with the help of finger. Currently, we are in the high fidelity prototype or MVP stage, and we are actively testing with blind institutes, NGOs, and communities. And these are few of the testimonials while testing a prototype itself. Now, this is a few of a glimpse of our team in action. Now, what is a USP? We are 3 times cost efficient and can be scaled up quickly. Most important part, the intellectual property in a form of patent, that is two, that is process patent and design patent on this particular innovation. As well as third is our maintenance cost is 25 times less in comparison to other technologies that we have. This is the revenue stream. 1 unit cost of this device is 10,000 INR. Attachable module like Braille keyboard is starting from 300 INR. Revenue stream 2 is in a form of interactive content subscription, that is gamified content whose packages are ranging from 500 to 1,500 INR per quarter. So on revenue stream 1 is basically a fixed cost, that is one-time cost for buying this device, that is direct sales of device. Revenue stream 2 is a recurring cost for us, that is interactive content subscription, that is for a quarter. Now, this is for manufacturing, operational and marketing costs for 1 unit is 5,849, approximately 40% of a profit margin on one device. And we are assuming to like average number of classes in one institute or one classroom, one school is basically 24 and number of student is 25 to 30. So we have taken 30 as a number. So approximately there are 720 students in one institute or school that we are targeting. Now subscription fees expense for 1 year is 25% of sale, that is 6.75 in lakhs. Now, with this increase in inventory cost is 2% and an increase in operational cost is 2 to 3% per annum. Now, what is the market? TAM is 286 plus million users divided over the globe. SAM is 63 plus million users that is divided over India. SOM is 3 plus million users that we are segmented into B2B and B2G market, targeting blind institutes, blind relief associations, NGOs, MNCs who are having CSR activities specifically for visually impaired, as well as government for Divyangjan Yojanas. Now, how we are reaching this user as we are dealing with specially able individuals, so direct approach with a product demonstration is how we are going to start, and we are already started with this process like demonstration of the prototype as well as setting up a digital classroom for a visually impaired. So this is something that we have started. Second is launching MVP containing open source content, and third is forming a community where one visually impaired people can communicate with another visually impaired, they can learn from each other and they can share each other's work. So this kind of community we are preparing, as well as there are a few of the channels that we are targeting, that is radio and audio promotion, NGOs, media outlets, social and welfare forums. Now this is a roadmap. Currently, we are looking forward to partner and connect with a few of the NGOs and institutes and sign the NDA with that. So that is something in process, as well as for the funds that we are seeking. So initially for initial grant in a form of grant that we are looking is 10 lakh INR for initial marketing purpose and first few units manufacturing as well as operational cost. But most of it will go in the marketing and operational cost of this particular aspect. Then further we'll be running a pilot run and testing and into the for the manufacturing process. And then going forward, will be signing in contracts and looking for possible partners ahead, as well as for expansion of this particular innovations. Now, this is, as I mentioned, that the initial grant that we are seeking is 10 lakh INR. But if you want to set up our own manufacturing unit, the cost estimate is 1.8 to 1.85 CR. But this is something that we are looking after 2 years, because initially we have planned to do it like for the first or second, like 1.5 years. We are looking forward to do it on the contract manufacturing basis. So this is a detailed break-even analysis. So like from year one, we are mostly focusing on setting up sessions, setting up workshop, marketing aspect, operational related aspect, and taking a few units and doing the demonstration classroom. But from the second year, we will be starting the sales. Like we have targeted around 30 institutes with 70 number of people per institute. Basically, we are trying to set up one or two classroom in each institute. So considering that the units that we are estimating to sell in the second year is 2 lakh 1 year, and 2,100. And likewise, there is the division for the first 5 years. And with this, break-even is estimated around 1 year, 2 months, and total revenue is expected to grow by 61% and gross margin by 57% per year. Now, this is the key finances same as that, but in dollars that we have estimated. Now, moving forward, what is the cost that is incurred? That is few of the salaries we have taken into account, like developers, marketing, content curation, sales, and HR team. So this will be the team for that. And for the technology cost and development cost, we have taken into account. These are few of this that we have. Which involves legals and licensing and permits and license as well for this particular purpose, as we are going to target institutes and blind leaf associations. So these are a few of the competitors. We have Braille Me, Project Mudra, Michigan Braille device, Black Tab. But in comparison to them, we have our full-fledged tablet device. That is, we are a content provider in comparison to our competitor, who are only a tactile device where you can understand few of the Braille character. So that is something not our focus. We are focusing on providing any of the content that is available to us to the visually impaired. So that is something we have a vision of, and that is what we are doing. Like adapted content we are providing, as well as teaching them about the Braille as well. And our maintenance and pricing is also very low in comparison to competitor, apart from physical damages that it might occur. This is my team. My name is Chimini. I'm the development lead. Nikita Kumari is taking care of all the R&D aspect, as she is the one who empathizes and spends time with the customers or the users. And we have Abhilash, who is taking care of all the technical and operational aspect for the team. We have few of the support team, advisors and medical advisors specifically for the touch-based education that we have. And yes, I'm thankful for this opportunity, and I'm open for the questions.
Chinmaya, very good presentation, and it's a lovely product.
Thank you.
It would make a difference to a lot of people who are visually impaired. I certainly wish you every success with this product. You
Thank you,
said it is in MVP stage right now, right?
Yes, ma'am. High fidelity prototype or MVP.
Okay. But I didn't see the product cost in your costing sheets.
Yes, ma'am. It's actually 10,000 INR per unit.
10,000 INR per unit is
Yes.
your cost of production for 1 unit.
No, for selling cost it is, and for production cost is production operational cost is 5,849.
Where is that, Pava? Can you just can I just take a look at that?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
You have not broken it down to any you have just given a complete final cost for the product. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Are you sure that it can't be produced any cheaper? I'm just
Ma'am,
asking.
yes, ma'am. In accordance to prototype that we have created, so like high fidelity prototype, it's a near final product. So its costing is somewhat 5,849. But we are estimating, like if we have our own manufacturing unit, it will reduce a bit about that. So that is
Which you
something
want
that
to
will.
target after 2 years, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am. True, ma'am.
Let's go to the financial sheets again.
Yes, ma'am.
A couple of sheets down where. Just hold on to this for a minute.
Sure, ma'am.
So again, you are projecting your net earnings only in year 2 or after, because you are not making sales in the first year 1, first 6 months and second 6 months. You're
Yes, ma'am.
targeting sales only in year 2, and hence you are making revenue only in year 2.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, and then the next sheet, can you just go to the next sheet?
Ma'am, it is same, but it's in the dollar.
But in dollars. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. This is
Okay.
the cost that we have incurred.
Okay. You will have to file for patents as well, right?
Yes, ma'am. The provisional is certainly done. We are looking forward for the finals, and it will require some amount.
Okay. Okay, I'm still processing this. Over to you, Professor Praveen. As of now, nothing from my end.
Thank you, ma'am. Right. Chinmay, a couple of quick observations. Rather, obviously a great concept, and it does have an impact angle to it. But purely in terms of what you presented into finances, one clear observation is that whatever is your cost of product, you would want it to be prepared in a format, probably in a cost sheet format, which allows me to understand what is your material component, what would be your conversion cost component, and probably your overheads. The reason being, talk about scale. Want to talk about scale increasing from 50 to 100 to 2000 units. Some of the components of the cost do not increase at the same way, and that is where scale is.
True.
So
Yes, sir.
right now, I'm not really able to figure out any aspect on the cost. So that actually reserves my judgment on that. Then comes the aspect of profit and loss. I see that you have not projected any sales for first year. That
Yes, sir.
actually is in. I see that as a very, very, very conservative approach, given the fact that you've been highlighting the absolute instant. Don't you think it would be criminal not to actually release a product and sell it in the market? So hold back for
True, sir.
12
True.
months.
Yes, sir.
So
Sir, idea behind that is basically it is something the technology that we are trying to replicate. So basically, we are only making the traditional education platform into a digital platform. But the thing that we have identified while having a conversation and testing this prototype out is that they need a workshop and sessions related so that it would be helpful for them to move forward. So that is something that we want to we have ideated that first we will set up a demo classroom for them and then start a selling, so that once they're comfortable they are able to do this aspect. So that is the reason that we keep it reserved for the first year and take the orders initially and then sell it on the second years.
okay, I do. I also do understand that you want to set up a content lab, not just a device sale setup.
Yes,
You
sir.
have a content lab as a part of your business model.
Yes, sir.
Content lab is extremely expensive in terms of the resources. I don't see that kind
Right,
of
right, right.
expenditure factored in anywhere.
Sure. Yes, sir. So basically, content, whatever is available to us for free will be available to them for free. But specific content that we are providing is for the educational purpose. That is a gamified content, and therefore it's a minor content that we are providing in a form of gamified braille content that is called. So that is how we are starting
Okay.
it with.
No, but I would still want to reiterate on if you're doing a conventional edtech and if you want to come up with some sort of a content along with your device or an app, then the cost ratio, the split is 15 to 20% on developing the technology and the hardware, and about 80% on the content. So
Right, right, right.
I am assuming that it would probably be the same, even if you're, unless you're going open source only. The moment you're going gamified, you need team, you need content,
True, true. Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir. True.
And so profit and loss statement is a high level. Yeah, this is a very high level document right now. It is not scaling with your. It's not actually scaling with your plan. So let's say year 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm not able to see the traction that you're presenting in your business plan. It is not really reflecting in the numbers.
Okay. Sure. Yes, sir.
And I'm definitely not seeing a balance sheet. So, yeah. So the 1 crore that you've actually taken, I would like to see where you have spent it.
Right, right. Yes, sir. True, sir.
Right?
Yes. We'll
So,
certainly work upon that. Yeah. Moving forward.
right. That's about it. I see that while your approach is good, are you, so you're with which institution?
Sir, I have recently joined IHMR. I was an engineering student before this, and I've like joined IHMR, that is Indian Institute of Management and Research.
Okay. So, it's where is that? Sorry,
Sir, it's in Jaipur, Rajasthan.
Jaipur. Sorry. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I can probably give you leeway. Otherwise, coming from your background, but probably not for the competition. Yes.
Sure, sir.
I think that's about it. Maybe we can reconnect. It's definitely an interesting concept.
Sure, sir. That would be really helpful if you can guide us, and that would be really helpful to grow as an individual and as a startup.
I'm definitely open, and I'm sure so is ma'am. So we will reconnect. Let's see how it moves.
Sure, sir.
We
Sure, ma'am.
wish you every success. We wish you
Thank
every
you, ma'am.
success for your product.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chinmay. Next, we have Uttran Naik from the Highlanders. Uttran, are you ready?
Yes, a very good afternoon to all my respected judges and the fellow organizing team. Am I visible and audible?
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Loud and clear.
Thank you very much, sir. Just give me one moment. I'm just presenting my screen. Yeah, is my screen visible?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay. A very good afternoon to all the respected judges and the organizing team. Myself, Uttaron Naik. I'm a second year undergraduate student at National Institute of Technology, Bhopal, and today I am here to pitch for my startup. We are a FinTech startup which focuses on creating a digital piggy bank for millennials and Gen Zs with a focus on their financial literacy. We are working on the rising financial education problem in India and trying to create a solution so that billions of people do not lose their money every single year through bank deposits. Moving on to the table of contents, we have the problem statement, novel solution, market size and competition, and revenue generation model. To the problem statement. So inflation or the silent killer. The inflation rate is the rise in the prices of goods and commodities over a period of time. The current inflation rate in India floats at about 6.5% per annum. But during the COVID-19, it rose as up to 7 to 7.5% per annum. But if we notice the interest rates which are provided by the premium public and the private banks of our nation, we can see that how low the interest rates have stooped down. With the public banks like SBI and HDFC giving as low as 2.7 to 3% for savings account and 3.9% to 4.9% for fixed deposit rates, it is no longer useful. It is no longer it is no longer an imaginary. It is no longer an imaginary situation that how big the gap has become for between the inflation rate and the interest rates. India is the second most populous country in the whole world with a count of 139 crores as of today. As of now, as of 2019, only 4% of this huge population actually invested their money directly or indirectly. So what is basically the reason behind all of this? So if we see, judges, that the population versus percentage graph, that in India, only 4% out of the 139 crores actually invest their money, whereas in USA it's 55% and in China it's 15%. So the main reason for this is the lack of awareness. Like the lack of awareness of how to use money as an instrument of growth, the lack of knowledge on how to on investing and understanding how money works, and at last on the lack of teaching. So due to our own inability to in learning investments, and like this cycle continues generation after generation. So what is the solution for this? Let's understand the psychology for money. Most people do not invest their money in India because they do not want to invest huge lump sums of 1,000 rupees or 5,000 rupees in mutual funds. They fear to invest directly in stocks or ETFs, thinking that they might lose the money, and some also do not find it secured as it is subjected to market risks. We know how important money is as a tool of wealth, but the problem arises when we want to change the psychology of Indian citizens suddenly. People hate sudden changes, but to dominate and win over the Indian citizens, we can mend our idea according to their psychology. Judges, do you know that why do USA have such a high rate of investors? That is mainly because people in USA start investing at a much younger age. My brother, who is currently living in the US, has started investing. He's only 13 years old. So when like the teenagers in USA have started to invest their money slowly and securely over a longer and a much more larger period of time. Moving forward, our idea of investing without investing. Make the investment amounts of our citizens so small and precise that they don't feel as if they are investing their money separately into another financial instrument. They don't have to bear the hassle of creating separate demat accounts, as well as face the huge complexity of keeping huge lump sums of 5,000 rupees to invest. Our chosen financial instruments will not only beat inflation, but will also give them profitable returns on their money. The growth of digital transactions. We have seen, judges, that how during the pandemic, India has grown to be a digital transaction hub, like India, like leaving behind China, US, and others, and becoming the leading global giant in digital transactions. The concept of a roundup. So we will be proposing a roundup of all these 4 money slots of 10 rupee, 50 rupee, 100 rupee, and 500 rupee to our customers. Suppose he or she selects a 100 rupee roundup. And let us take that he spends 90 rupees in a particular transaction. Suppose he or she orders from Swiggy or Zomato. Suppose he or she spends in an Uber ride. He or she makes a purchase from Amazon or Flipkart. Then what will happen to the rest or the remaining 10 rupees? That remaining 10 rupees will be invested in a financial instrument chosen by us. So our customer will have no headaches in whatsoever, like the financial instrument in whatsoever on the investing part. They don't have to create any demat accounts, but he or she can regularly monitor at the rise in their investment amounts. The financial instruments we will be using are number 1, debt funds, number 2, credit risk funds, number 3, index funds, number 4, digital gold and digital silver 24 karat, and number 5, the ELSS or the equity linked savings scheme. Thank you very much, judges. So moving forward, these are all the marketing strategies, and moving to the financial part which we have for this round. So judges, we have created a basic Excel sheet because like this is actually like we will be very honest, like our startup is like in the process of making, like we have created the prototypes and the designs. If you want, like we can just have a quick look on that, judges, but we have not yet created just a moment. Sorry, judges, just a moment. Just a moment, judges. I'm just unable to like switch my tab. Sorry, I'm just resharing it once more. Give me one moment. Yeah, thank you very much. So our target market is basically, judges, all the teenagers, the Gen Zs and the millennials in the first place, who don't know anything about money, who don't have that particular financial knowledge of how they want to invest, but still they get some of their pocket monies through which they can start their investing journey. According to the AMFI regulations, which we... Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt,
yes,
but
sir, yes.
I had the benefit of seeing this presentation just 20 minutes back or probably an hour back when you're presenting it to the operations team.
Okay,
I would really want to see the financial aspects so
yes,
that
yes, absolutely.
Can have a better view on what you're doing.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So actually, sir, like we are on the planning, like we are in the process of making this application completely. So in our team, there's a backend developer as well. So this particular cost have been taken with consideration of 2 of my previous internships, which I have done. One I have done in Swiggy, and one I have done in Stack Finance. So in a Stack Finance, I was a I was an intern in the finance team only. So through them, like I was in close contact with the CEO of that startup. Through that only I got to know about this financials. So for the employee cost, like mostly like 3 to 4 backend engineers are required. So I've taken here the cost of 3 people with a monthly cost of about 30,000 rupees, which comes at an annual cost of about 10,80,000 for 3 people. We need a cybersecurity expert who will be actually very much efficient in SSL, controlling the SSL security, because we will be managing the fintech area. So fintech actually means that we are building a trust with our customers. So for the cybersecurity expert, one cybersecurity expert will be enough, and he will be like taking a monthly cost of about 20,000 rupees, which comes to 2,40,000. One, we will need obviously an Android developer who will be very much efficient in Kotlin and Java. So so we have taken 2 Android developers who will be actually doing the whole process of the app making and so on. Not the app design, but the backend part. So they will be taking a salary of about 30,000 rupees on an annual cost of 7,20,000. Moving forward with the marketing team. So as we are an app-based product, the whole of the marketing will be taking digitally through YouTube, through Instagram, or through TikTok, and through other educational content which we will be providing to our youngsters. So in marketing team also there will be 2 people, and they will be drawing a salary of about 15,000 rupees for like about an annual cost of 3,60,000. For finance team, we will be requiring obviously good CFAs and MBAs who are very much certified in financial, like from SEBI or from other good institutes. So they will also take an amount of like monthly cost of about 30,000, and that makes an annual cost of 7,20,000 rupees. And one UI UX designer who will be very much adept in Adobe XD, Figma, Flutter, and so on. And he will be drawing an annual monthly salary of about 15,000 rupees. So this judges, I have taken this cost only like from the startup only in which I have worked. So next comes the capital cost. So if you want to set up and rent an office in Bangalore, it takes to about 25,000 rupees rent for an open space like open co-working space, which caters to about 3 lakh rupees. Which takes to 3 lakh rupees per annum. And for laptop cost, for like if you want to hire all of these people, so we are taking a minimum of about 20 members. So for 20 members at 30,000 rupees, it comes to 6 lakh rupees. And there will be miscellaneous costs as well. There will be phone bills, electricity bills, internet connections, 24-hour full Wi-Fi, snacks, tea, coffee, and so on. So that will also come to around 30,000 rupees at a annual cost of 3,60,000 rupees. Next, moving on to the technology cost, which will be the web hosting cost, the startup registration, legalities, CAs, and like legalities means that like all the legal work. So for that, we will be taking the web hosting cost comes at around 2,500 rupees per month, because we are not a website based product, we are an app based product. So here we will be not requiring much of a web hosting cost. But if we would have been very much like website enabled, then the cost would have been much higher, like in Amazon or in some other e-commerce sites. So here in this case, it's 30,000 rupees per annum. So startup registration costs come to around 10,000 rupees. It depends upon the shares you want to instill in the first case, but it comes to 6,000 to 15 to 20,000 rupees depending on the number of shares. And next comes the legalities cost or the CA cost. So for the CA, we will be willing to pay around 25,000 for doing all the legalities. Next comes the marketing cost. So like we have to do marketing, especially because we are focused in such a segment which focuses the youth of the nation. Marketing is an adept resource of us. So for social media marketing, Instagram marketing, LinkedIn, YouTube content promotion, we will be requiring about 15,000 rupees per month. We have kept aside for like 1,80,000 rupees per annum. So the total cost comes to around 54 lakh rupees, and we were given about 1 crore rupees to select our financials from. Judges, like this cost have been totally taken like virtually, because like I contacted the founder of Stack. She's an alumni of my college only, and like Stack got recently funded by Y Combinator. So she told me she let me know that all these kind of costs like I got an overview that how these costs actually function. Next, moving on to the profitability part, like how are we gonna make some profit? So here I would like to explain, sir, because we are not an established startup, I have taken the consideration of the fact, and I have like estimated that firstly, because we are a startup who are focusing with the fund houses. So the fund houses actually give about 2 to 3% commission generally. 1 to 3%, it depends upon which kinds of funds your investors are like, or your customers are investing in. So it gives like I am taking into consideration that we are investing the money into direct mutual funds only. So there, from there, we will be getting some commissions. Next of all, we are in the thought processes of collaborating with different digital universities like BSc, NSC, and SEBI, who comes up with different courses regarding financial literacy or financial education. That is the second process of how we are going to make money. And the third process is that we think that we are going to come into the BNPL space or the buy now pay later space into sometime in the future, when we have a good customer base and the people like our products, we will like and start using and investing. So what we can do is that, suppose a person has invested 10,000 rupees or 20,000 rupees through our startup. So what we can do is that we can issue a BNPL card of limit of 20,000 of that same money. So that what happens is that even if that person for that particular day, even if that person runs away with our card or with the money, so we can actually extract that money from the fund houses. So that is basically all we have the projections part. Thank you very much, judges, for giving your precious time in hearing us. Thanks a lot.
Putran,
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So first, let me start off with the section. This is supposed to be financial presentation, and I had the luxury of listening through the marketing and ops as well. But
Yes.
unfortunately, I didn't get too much of finance. So
Yes.
I did not see a profit and loss statement or a balance sheet per se. I do understand that you actually presented an assumptions.
Yes.
An assumption
Yes.
template, which you are right. That template goes into preparation of projected financials, particularly when you're presenting it to a fund house. But those are
Yes.
about 5 of the 40 or 50 line items that you have captured out there.
Yes.
All in all, you still have not yet begun your approach on financial aspects, let it be profit and loss statement, balance sheet, or deployment of funds. I don't see
Yes, sir.
how deployment of funds are happening and where is the return coming from. This
Yes,
is
absolutely.
the section. I'm just discussing from the section. Purely in terms of the startup per se, there are 2 or 3 wide areas which you cannot do. You are basically transgressing regulations. Whenever you are saying that you will, so what was the last part of your point? So you're saying we will issue buy now, pay later cards, and if they do run away with your card incidentally, then you can confiscate the money. You cannot do that. You're not a custodian of the money. You're a pass-through
Yes.
entity. I'm
Yes,
basically coming from
absolutely.
the. You will not have any legal control over the money. You're a pass-through entity. Point number one.
Absolutely, sir.
Major.
Absolutely.
That's one. The second, you are assuming, you are under the presumption that I want to round up, but I'm not
Yes.
sure I want. I don't know how many people would actually want to see perfect round numbers when they're spending. I'm okay if I'm just paying 57.5 rupees also. If Swiggy bills me 57.5, 57.5 is what it takes. I don't see a need
Absolutely,
as
sir.
to
Absolutely.
round up something. And third, you're presuming that people are interested in passive investment. Passive investment is where they will allow you to take small little money from their spending and then save on their behalf. That doesn't
Yes.
happen. There is enough research. Have a look that investment is an active, it's a decision, it's an active decision. Passive
Yes, sir.
investment,
Absolutely.
okay. So fundamentally, I liked your idea of trying to bring in an investment culture into youngsters, particularly because I see that's your target mostly.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Look at your approach. The concept of
Yes.
rounding up, I would be surprised if you are able to get a market validation done on it. So before hiring people, please get a complete proper market validation. And
Absolutely, sir.
definitely, if it is out in the market, it will be an interesting idea. We can
Thank you very much, sir.
look at, right?
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, thank you very much, sir.
Yes, that's
Sir,
about
like,
it. That's
just yes, thank you very much, sir. Like for like telling, sir, like just one thing I want to answer out here, sir. Key, like our target market is like suppose we take you as our customer. You are a salaried or a business person. So you get a salary into your account every single month. Suppose 50,000, 70,000, 1 lakh rupees, 2 lakh rupees, whatever. So you are in the like you can invest in huge lump sums if you want in a particular, like you know from your like from the first of your month only that I have this much to spend this much and this was to invest this month. But like
Uttara,
when we
let's
take the
just
exam,
help you
yes,
out
sir.
with some more stats, okay, specific.
Yes,
Again,
yes, sir,
this is a
absolutely.
very dangerous presumption that you're making. The
Yes,
salaried
sir.
employees can invest. What is the
No, sir, many may
average?
not, sir. Many may not. Absolutely.
Not many, not many. I would definitely like you to go back and revisit that point because by
Yes, sir.
stats, about 80% of the people
Yes.
who are drawing salary don't make enough to fulfill their basic needs. Forget about savings and investments. They come much later.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely,
So
sir.
that is
Absolutely.
one. And assuming you do get a chunk, assuming you do get a particular percentage of this population, you are basically
Yes.
competing against every fintech company out there who allows me to make 100 rupee SIP and I only have to do it once, right? So what you're suggesting as a passive income, passive savings, out of all the money,
Yes, sir.
out of
Yes, sir.
salary that half of it is, or at least 5,000 is going towards gold,
Absolutely.
200 is going
Yes,
towards
yes.
startups,
Yes.
300 is going to some other thing. So you do understand that investment is a very fragmented subject.
Absolutely,
Okay.
sir. Absolutely. Yes.
I like your
Sir,
again.
I just
Just
yes, absolutely, sir. Like your feedback had been really helpful, sir. Like it will really help us to improve, especially on our like the product part and the approach part. So just one, sir, one question, like one thing I want to address, sir, out here. Key, like the thing we are creating is that you can have a minimum of ₹1 investments. No startup currently in India, like even if you do a SIP, you can open Zerodha, sir, you can open coin. Nobody gives you that freedom to have, even if you have ₹1 change, we will allow you to invest it. Not only ₹1, sir, ₹5, ₹7, whatever. And second of all, sir, like if you
unit
want
economics won't work out. Try doing a unit
yes,
economics. If you want
yes,
me to invest ₹1, which I will, and if you want
yes,
to take 1 or 2% out of it, which is about 1 or 2 paise, imagine how many customers you need to have to pay off salary for one executive, not even a developer.
yes, yes.
Right?
That's true,
So
sir. That's true.
please have a look at unit metrics you are built. You are in line with the current startup culture where valuations are linked to scale.
Yes,
But probably by the time you get your company out, there will be a little revision. People will start talking about unit metrics once again. So
yes.
please do. It actually helps. Think about how you
Surely,
earn.
sir. Surely, surely, sir. Surely, I will.
I hate to interrupt here. I
Yes,
did
ma'am.
not have the pleasure of sitting in your earlier presentations, so I don't have a
Thank you very
clue as
much,
to
ma'am.
what is your product.
Yes,
What is your
yes,
product?
ma'am.
Can
Yes,
you
ma'am.
tell me
So
in 2 sentences,
yes.
please?
Yes, surely, ma'am. So we are building a digital piggy bank for the Gen Zs and millennials, especially not only for the Gen Zs and millennials, but also the working people and the old people can also invest. So what our thing is that we have an app-based product. So like I just wanted to show you the design, ma'am. Like, but here, like due to some, just give me one moment. I can just show you as well. Just give me one. The basic prototype which we had. Uh, uh, yes, ma'am. Yes, that's yes. So, ma'am, this is basically yeah, ma'am. So this is basically, ma'am, the basic prototype which we had like thought of. That it will be basically somebody. Let us suppose that any teenage person. And first of all, ma'am, before starting, I want to tell you that, ma'am, according to AMFI regulations, that it is possible that even a person below 18 years can invest into mutual funds, because like the government SEBI actually has the regulation that if you are not 18 years of old, then you cannot
Just
open
the
a demat account.
product, please. I'm
Yes, ma'am.
aware with Amphi. I have done
Yes,
several
yes, ma'am.
courses with them.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So basically the
Just the
product.
product.
Yes, ma'am. So suppose, ma'am, you buy anything from Swiggy or you buy anything from Uber, or if you go and like have a ride with Uber and you spend around 224 rupees. So what we will be doing is that we will be giving a four different price roundup of 10 rupee, 50 rupee, 100 rupee and 500 rupee. So suppose you take a 10 rupee roundup. So and you spend 224 rupees in a Uber transaction. So what we will do is that we will give you that option, or we will ask you at that particular moment that do you want to invest the rest of the 6 rupees which you have into some particular asset, and which asset we can show that to you as well, ma'am. So what happens with that is that many of the youngsters, or most of the youngsters in India today are not financially literate. They don't know anything about finances or how investing works, compounding works, and so on. So what will happen is that, and many get around, suppose many get around 500 rupees or 1000 rupees, something as their pocket money each month. So they spend most of the things. So in this way, we can not only instill an amount, like a sense of investing or a psychology of investing, but it can also help them build up a fund or something in the particular long term. Suppose if someone starts investing from 14 years, 15 years, 16 years, and go on continuing and starts depositing this 5 rupee, 10 rupee, 15 rupee, 20 rupee, and so on. So, and this, all these funds will be invested into some particular funds from particular mutual fund, whether it be debt assets or credit risk assets and so on. That is the
So
particular thing.
you essentially would be a fund manager for a fund manager. You're
No,
essentially
ma'am.
would be,
No, ma'am.
huh?
No, ma'am,
Because
no, ma'am, absolutely not.
how will the customer decide on which fund to invest? You are giving them the option.
Yes, absolutely, ma'am. We want to give them. We have the shortlisted ones as well. Just want to show you, ma'am. Yeah. So just a case. Yeah. So give me one moment. So, ma'am, first category is the debt funds. So, ma'am, you can see that even in the last year, the markets have fallen and there have been so much volatility in the markets, but still this fund has given an annualized return of 7.12%, beating the inflation rate. And in this fund, like more than 50% of the money which the people invest are gone into.
Again, you are digressing. You are digressing. I'm just saying,
Yes, ma'am.
asking that will the customer say, I have written an Uber and
Yes,
236 is my bill, and then
Yes,
4
ma'am.
rupees you are giving me the option to round it off, and that 4
Yes, ma'am.
rupees I will be able to invest via your
Yes.
app.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
How
Absolutely.
much cut are
Absolutely.
you making from the 4 rupees?
Okay, ma'am. So we will be taking whatever our cut from directly from the mutual fund house, not anything from the investor. Mutual funds generally give about, ma'am, 2 to 3% for direct mutual funds, and about 5, 6 to 7% for regular mutual fund. That depends for regular mutual funds. It depends but for direct it is around 2 to 3%, and it goes up to something more for the index funds.
I've understood.
Yes,
I've understood your this thing. Can we
yes,
take
ma'am.
another look at your financials? Whatever
Yes, ma'am.
financials
Surely,
you have.
surely, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You can save on the office rent completely by doing a work from home model.
Yes, ma'am. That is the another thing which we thought of. It's really very insightful. Yes, ma'am. We can actually do that.
WeWorks, yeah, I have done the co-working space and all, but for my earlier company, that was the thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, I've understood your
Okay.
model. And the
Yes,
sheet
ma'am.
two, please.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, ma'am, sheet 2 is just for the case, ma'am, for the profit. Yes, ma'am. So like we have got some grants from different incubation centers. Like we have got one from ISER Bhopal. Like we got a runner-up prize for like being second in their competition in entrepreneurship summit, and one from IIM Amritsar. And one angel investor named Abhijit Bhattacharya, who is the founder of virtualinfocom.com, he showed interest in like one of our, like in this pitch only. And he was like, he's like, I am in guidance with him currently for the development of the prototype and everything. So like, he's like guiding me for the development purpose. And after like we have prepared the prototype, he has said that like he will be willing to invest. This one, that's the thing.
I think you have
Yes,
some
ma'am.
potential. I wish you
Thank
every
you very
success.
much, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. It means a lot. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you. I'm done. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, judges. It was a pleasure for me to pitch in front of you. And thank you very much for the organizing team. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
मार्क्स सेंड करने के लिए बोलो.
Ma'am will be contacting you for regarding the marks.
I've already updated the sheet. Shalini, I have already updated the Excel sheet.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, we have a 15 minutes break, so we are done right now.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. So firstly, congratulations to all the teams that have made it this far. I welcome you all to the HR round, which is the final round to this event. In this round, we will be giving the teams a case study that has to be read in 10 minutes, and the teams have to start presenting the case to the judges. So we request the teams to finish their presentations in 5 minutes. Then the floor will be open for the judges to pose their questions to the participants. So as our judges for this round, we have Kishore sir. He has done his PhD in leadership and his master's in human resources management. Sir has worked as a principal at Siddhartha Institute of Computer Sciences for 7 years. Currently, Sir is working as an assistant professor. And later, we have Ami sir as our second judge. Sir has done his PhD in organizational behavior and he has done his master's in psychology. Sir's interests lie in humanistic management and micro-organization behavior. So studies will be given once the previous teams with the presentation. So the first team has already been given the case study. So they're 10 minutes done. So I expect Adarsh from Team Pictures to start the presentation.
Okay, Adarsh, before you start, are the rules clear? All the participants, because it's my job to make sure that the rules are clear. So no doubts regarding the rules, right?
Rules as in, I mean, we have to present the case analysis, sir. That's right. Is that right?
Yes, and there are going to be some questions. Yeah, and you get 10 minutes max, not more than that. Clear?
Sure. Okay.
Okay, so all the best for everyone. Let the best team win.
Yeah, so basically the case is about a workplace where a new system called a DocuMex automated production system is being deployed, and this system would actually reduce much of the load that was going in for the work, so that would make things easier. So now there's a female employee in the organization whose name is Beverly Marshall, and she has been familiar with the system since she was working with that system in her previous organization. And then, basically, this organization started to install the new system in their office, and it would take around a week or so to install the new system in place. There was a lot of instrumentation that need to be done, or there was a lot of work that need to be done for that. So they were employees from the company that came for deploying the system. So they initially, like, they were doing their job, and they were moving in the office here and there, and with the wires and other things to deploy the system. But slowly and slowly, this was causing problems to the other employees, since they were really causing disruption in the work, and also it was disturbing for the others. And Beverly also initially, like, she was not paying much heed to this, but later on she was also feeling uncomfortable, started feeling uncomfortable. So then, like, one day what happened was that one of the workers was having some conversation with his co-worker, and was doing some not appropriate conversation, some sexual conversation with his encounter the other day in the bar with a woman. By hearing this, Beverly decided not to pay attention. But when it came to her, and one of the workers started to target her, then she was really disappointed, and she also mentioned this to one of her worker, and then she also went to her supervisor to discuss this. And so basically, her supervisor now, when she walked past her co-worker, then she decided that she was deciding that what to do next. So basically, there are three questions which need to be answered here. That first of all, the question is is this a case of sexual harassment? So clearly, like, this is a case of sexual harassment, because this is not acceptable in a workplace, that people make lewd comments on you and like force you into a sexual conversation. This is really discouraging and also really derogatory. And also, so the second part of this question is that does the company or the supervisor have any responsibility in this matter? So definitely, like since this system is being deployed by this office itself, it is the responsibility of the management to take care of the activities of the company which is doing the deployment, and also they should make sure that the workplace is safe for everyone to work in when the work is going on, and it's not just physically but also mentally. So if a co-worker is, I mean, the worker from the company which is deploying the system is making such lewd comments on a, I mean, on an employee, and it is causing embarrassment to her, and also it's not making her feel comfortable. And the other person is directly like asking him if you want to go out with me or something, and asking for sexual advances. So that is definitely not acceptable in a workplace. So definitely this is the management's responsibility, and they should take a stand on it, and they should um, get into necessary investigation regarding this. Now comes the second question that Mary Bowers knows she must act on the problem, who is her supervisor. And so the first part is, what should she do in regard to Beverly? So first of all, in regard to Beverly, since she was the one, I mean, to whom Beverly came and discussed this, and then when she also passed her co-worker June's desk, and she also heard her I mean, discussing this situation with another colleague. So it is clear that this situation has definitely happened. And but so like first of all, it's her responsibility as a supervisor to make Beverly comfortable. So she should first of all take out the fear from her that you're completely safe in the workplace and nobody is going to harm you. We are the management and we are going to protect you from any unsafe actions that the other people are taking. So first of all, it's her duty as a supervisor, and then she should understand that exactly what happened wrong. So like okay, that she heard whatever the other people were saying, and also Beverly. Then she must investigate from her own end that okay, what the entire story, that how things started, like what made you uncomfortable, and how these things were affecting you in such a place, and what exactly the other person said. And based on that, she must do an analysis that exactly what went wrong, and like how like what was the wrong intention that the other person, the worker had, and um, also how she grasped that situation, how she actually handled that situation. So this should be the one, and then the other part comes that what should she do in regard to the installers. So obviously, since in a workplace, if somebody does wrong, then obviously it has to be punished. But then it also has to be done that there has to be some thorough investigation that needs to be done, and exactly figured out that what exactly went wrong, and like was it only part on the victim or also on part of the person who is doing some such things. So like he has to do a thorough investigation so that the other party also gets a fair stand as to. So he should first of all call that person who was making such advances. He should clarify that what exactly was the situation there, and like he should ask him that were you doing anything wrong, and if he admits that okay, I was doing anything wrong, that then definitely he should take an action on it. He should call the company from which that employee was, and make a complaint about it, and also uh, I mean, have a word with the management directly. But definitely, it must also happen. It might also happen that that person obviously won't admit that I was doing anything wrong, because that will obviously the case. So then in that case, also he must. I mean, Mary must explain the situation to the management. She must state that okay, my employee was facing this and this problem, and she is blaming your employee that that he made these derogatory remarks to her. So there has to be an investigation. There has to be joint investigation basically on this, and a dedicated, a consultant must be hired if possible to take the situation forward and do a thorough investigation and take out each and every detail out of this situation. And then after all these details are gathered, then he must prepare a report, submit to the management, and then take a stand. And then it's the management to decide that what exactly the decision should be, so that there's a fair judgment on the case. And finally, the question arrives that should Mary have acted more quickly, and if so, in what way? Um, so definitely, I mean, Mary could have. I won't say that Mary. Uh, Now that Mary is acting after this situation happened, that so she is wrong in any way, because like she is also a regular employee in the office, and she must not have predicted the situation that this could also happen. And like as a if we are calling some people from a company, then we expect that these people will act professionally, and they will maintain decorum in the other place. So she might not have predicted this, but what she can do from next onwards is that she should first of all, if now situation has happened, so whenever in the future there's a similar work like this, so she must give a disclaimer to the company itself that we want people with good background to work with us. And if like even if there is some kind of bond or some kind of contract that needs to be signed, so that must be done also, so that in future if something like this happens, so actions can be taken more quickly, and also there is no conflict of interest between the two parties involved. So that is my case that I wanted to put it.
So we'll have, it's not a Q&A, we'll just have an interaction. So for that, Kishore
Right.
sir, you have some questions for him? Or some suggestions?
Yeah, this is a typical case, Adarsh. In fact, this is a not problem of employees. So they have come from Documax company and they were installing in the company. So they behaved in a different way. So immediately what the company has to do. So if they were company employees, the company has immediately the company can take a decision, and after preliminary inquiry, so the company may suspend them. Yeah,
Correct.
they are not part of the system. Okay, they are from outside. So what the company has to do? The company has to complain to the what you called this Documax company, or company on its own. It has to take a decision to punish those people after preliminary
Right.
inquiry.
Right. Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, Adarsh, you're talking about a scenario where everything is good. But just imagine, I am the boss, okay, and you are the lady who's affected. You're coming to me. I'm telling you, they're here for just 2 days. Why to escalate the issue? You know, it's a bad name for the company. We have a prolonged contract with those people, so next year we not get them. So if this is the response, what do you think? How will you handle the situation?
Sir, actually, sir, my stand here would be, I know that definitely there has to be some, a balance that needs to be maintained so that it does not cause a conflict with the company and with whom we are maintaining the contracts for so long. But like, had the worker not made the derogatory remark directly to her, had he been doing his conversation on her on his own, and maybe not doing a derogatory remark directly to her, so that actually implies that he may be outside of the office also, he can harm that employee in some way or the other. He can like take this thing forward, and maybe if that situation occurs, then later the same people who are saying that okay, they are here only for 2 days, they would say again that why didn't you take this put this forward to me, or like why didn't you mention this earlier, so that we could have taken an action on this. So had this only limited to that particular person itself, then I think she is right. I mean, she could have resisted, but now it's her safety.
One
It's about
last
the
question
safety.
before we close it. Had this happened to a good friend of yours, a co-worker, okay, the lady who's working next to your desk, as a co-worker, how would have you handled the situation?
I think first of all, I would have like calmed her, that please calm down and don't have confided her that you are safe and sound. Don't worry. And then I would have asked her the same thing. I said that she needs to first of all go to her immediate supervisor and discuss this thing. That okay, this was the situation which happened, and
Fair point.
these are.
Point taken. Fair point. Yeah, Kishore sir has something to say.
Others, this phenomena is going on everywhere. So not only in the case, you can see this kind of sexual harassment in workplaces, isn't it? And outside also. So as a management student, how do you see this, whether it is a psychological problem or a physiological problem? So there are two perspectives, in fact. Okay. So some people say that this kind of attitude is a psychological problem, and some people say that this is a physiological. So as a student of management, how do you see and what is your take on it?
Sir, actually, sir, I believe that like since I have also before my MBA, I have worked into an organization. So I have also come across such instances directly or indirectly in which maybe like a person is just joking to the opposite person in a very safe manner, and that person is like too sensitive to handle those jokes also. So she might take that also wrong, and then I feel that there is definitely a psychology involved that okay, whatever, if person is male and he's joking to me, then that is definitely wrong. But in this case, if we just talk in respect to this case, then that person was actually touching Beverly on multiple occasions. So then it also became physiological. So in some cases it's psychological definitely, but in many cases like if for example in if like I was a woman and I have a male friend and she touches on my buttocks, let's say, so then definitely it's not acceptable and something which needs to be brought up. Otherwise that would just encourage similar actions in the future as well. And in fact in my organization also, like there's a clear guideline in the previous organization in which I was working, there's a clear guideline that if that something similar comes up, you have to report it immediately to the HR manager, and we will do the necessary investigation and bring this up. So that's the case.
Thank you, Adarsh. I think you'll make a great co-worker who stands up for his co-workers. A very clear thought, very strong points. Well done, a job well done. I'll pass it on to the organizers.
So thank you, Adarsh.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Later we have Rutvik from team Cubits.
Okay, I will leave then. Thank you so much to the jury.
Wish you all the very best.
All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Rutvik, we request you to present now.
Ritvik, all
Yeah.
set, Ritvik?
Yeah,
All
I
the
just
best.
read. Yeah, thanks a lot. Again, very
You
good
need a
afternoon.
moment, that's fine. You're okay, no?
Yeah, I'm okay. I just read the entire thing right now. I've just came up with some basic.
Okay.
Okay.
All the best.
Okay, yeah, but the case which I read and the questions which were posted over here is like, what are the reasons given by Jody Martin for the change in the R post? So, like, very first thing, the reasons were like she wanted a higher level job with some better salary increment as well, because she thinks the job which she is doing as a secretary is not being appreciated by some of the members in the organization, and they think she's not giving value to the company. So that's the reason why she's thinking to get a different kind of position in the organizers, which or in the organization, to get her better respect in the workplace. And the second question which was asked, how should farm respond to Julie's request for transfer? So yeah, this might be a really complicated situation, because it's the case has been arrived just on the time, and she really doesn't have the time to just come up with a very quick decision or to respond. So very first thing which she can do is she can take some time. She can calm her employee, and she can ask her to continue the work for 1 week. In the background, she can do a background check, like what actually the contribution which she is trying to do, and also to the other employees, like why actually they are pointing to say like she's not adding that much value while she's working. So she might take some a week of time and she can just do a background check. And if things are positive, then she can respond to her with the tra transfer of her job application as well. And after that, she can also put some disclaimers or the declaration inside the company saying the same thing, like if some situations does happens in the future. So these are the sets of rules which have been published, and even if any employee feels lowered, he or she can come to the respective HR department and he can discuss the overall situation in detail and come up with a solution, so that it would avoid the like on-time decisions sometimes might be conflicting, so it might avoid the case in the future. And the third question, how should firm respond to Judy's salary complaints? So yeah, as she as an employee complained like she's been paid lower, and because of which she needs the job, she needs to change the position. So at this situation, she might very firstly she can appreciate the work which she is doing, because she's working extra hours to give the company and develop the companies. So at that point, uh, the same case happens, like she can talk with her higher HR management, and she can discuss the contribution given by her employee, and she can also discuss the same thing with her employee named Judy, that the overall contribution which she is trying to give is appreciable, and uh, she can convince her to continue the work which she's been doing previously. She can assure her that no one passes any command behind her, and she can parallelly also talk with the higher HR or higher committee in the company for her salary increment as well. This is what I think the answer to the question can be, in my personal opinion. Thank you.
Well spoken, Rutvik. I pass it on to Kishore sir for his comments and questions.
Yeah, Ritvik, most of the problems that arises out of the salary dissatisfaction. Okay, this case is also not exceptional. So actually, sometimes even the supervisors or bosses also surprises, and their subordinates seem to be very comfortable, satisfied. Okay, but when the moment comes, even like putting their resignation papers, or okay, and sometimes they come with grievances. So then only they will come to know the dissatisfaction. So here, so that is a long-term accumulated thing. So in a overnight, it will not be happen. Usually employees with a lot of dissatisfaction over a period of time only, they tend to do like this. So how can we even understand that they are happy with the salary or not? So before the problem arises, or before this kind of things happens, okay, how can we assess?
Yeah, so yeah, definitely this is
What can be done before it happens to avoid such inconveniences?
Yeah, definitely nowadays salary has got a bigger issue, and a lot of employees have been stressed and all those things have been accumulated in their mind, and there is one sudden outburst of this thing, and this is quite disturbing even for the company, even for the employee, even for the growth. So for this thing, like what I personally think is, if you are a boss and you're quite engaged up with multiple firms or multiple responsibilities, then he can appoint one particular person or one particular HR in such a way he just only focuses on the employees. Like many few entrepreneurs has said, like before satisfying your customers, satisfy your employees. So in that way, very firstly, the responsibility would be to do a background check, like really the atmosphere in which the employees are working is really very healthy in terms of ergonomics. Then secondly, in terms of the mental, are they being provided with the mental peace and everything. Then apart from that, they can also do parallel check. Like a lot of time in Indian job places, we hear the word politics a lot. So in that case, they can also do a background check, like really is the employee giving the 100% to the companies, is really worth it, and are these people really backing their effort, like they are demotivating their employees or not. So in that case, they can just do a very quick background check, and with that they can be a very friendly, like rather than HR, they can be just like a best friend to the particular group of employee. And like in easy terms we can say like unke like be so friendly that they are open up, like whatever happens in company, in the culture or in the workplace, so that we can get to know at least not 100% but at least 60 to 70%, and we can discuss the same thing with the higher HR or authorities to come up with a good plan which can reduce these losses and also reduce the anxiety level of the employees and also affect the company growth in the future.
So in case of a small company, it is possible if the company has thousands of employees. Like if you take example of TCS, it has more
Yeah.
than 5 lakhs employees, isn't it?
Yeah.
So in such a big company, it is very difficult to know and to cover up each and every employee and to check their background, whether they are happy with the work or not, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is not the problem of happy with work or not. Just I am talking about the pay packages and compensation. So how can we know, how can we measure dissatisfaction with regards to salaries or benefits in a big
Yeah,
company?
exactly. If there is a really very bigger firm and like uh, it's really very difficult to talk to each and every employee and come up with the feedback and respond to that feedback in a stipulated period of time. So in that case, like a very traditional method which has been followed since ages is like taking a group feedback very firstly. And group feedback can like if there is a company and if it has say the 1,000 employees, then definitely employees might have there might be some different departments, and people actually like most of the time they spend their time in the company, and it becomes a part of kind of family. Like if there are 5 to 6 friends, they become a group and they can just come up with a very group suggestions, and they can give that suggestions in the kind of feedback, so that HR can look, and if he thinks that there are greater number of these feedbacks coming, negative feedbacks, positive feedbacks, or need of improvement in any kind of certain uh, com, uh, uh, need of improvement in the workspace or something, then definitely this can help to grow the company as well. Like quite this is a bigger issue, but still I think group feedback can also help in a greater extent.
Now over to Professor Amish.
Yeah, thank you, Ritvik. It was a good performance. I have a question. Okay, just one small question. Um, the lady Judy has been given so much importance in the workplace. She's getting lot to learn. She's been almost treated like a special employee, right? As per the case. But still, for money, Judy is trying to leave that position. So, do you think it's right for an employee to be very specific about money and not other things? So, what's your take on this? I mean, what is more important for an employee? Money? So how do you judge Judy's action? That's my question.
Yeah, so like very honest answer to this question is even I'm a mechanical engineering student. So even while setting a placement, we actually do think a lot, like really do follow our passion or really get diverted to the package, higher package. So my personal opinion in this case is she might be a valuable employee to the company, but still she's not satisfied with the salary. So there might be reason like she might be loving the work she is doing, but she is not paid enough for the work. So in that case, she can actually raise a voice, like she can ask if she is really giving her extra hours to the companies, and then she can ask for extra payment or at least some compensation or some percentage or something for her extra hours and for this thing. And even the HR can discuss like, is really the thing which she's doing is really passionate, like is she really want to do that thing, or she's just good at thing and she just do that thing. If she's good in accounting and she's just doing it, but somewhere else she might be good in marketing. So he can also discuss the same aspects, like if you're really good in some other aspects and if you can give your 100%, then you might shift to your job. And still now we are not like we cannot give you a fixed salary. If you are really doing great in that particular field, then we might definitely uh, 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 increase your salaries as well in a particular period of time. Then I think this might satisfy her mentally as well.
So money is important, right, Ritvik?
Yeah, in most of the cases, money is important,
Yes,
but
spoke
parallelly
like
the
a
work which she
true
does.
engineer. Ritvik spoke like a true engineer. I'll pass it on to the organizing committee now.
Thank you, Ritik. We appreciate your
Thank
presence.
you.
Later, we have Chinmaya from Team Blisscare. So, Chinmaya, I request you to present your case.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'll just start with my case. So basically, my case name is Looney Tunes of Parades. So it is mostly about hiring process and resume, and what is the process undertaken by an supervisor to basically a manager to add the employee into the team. So I'll start with that. That is, it's a company named Republic Insurance Company. That is a regional purpose, and it has two main divisions. That is accounting department that pays the bill and keeps a track of all the incomes that is happening, like basically the flow within the company. That is regional insurance company. Then the second team that is associated is the plans department that does the marketing, product and price studies, as well as profit and budgeting planning, as well as similar duties around this planning purpose that is happening. So basically, it is given that the division of this, or basically flowchart for this division is, we have Peter Gilmore, who is basically a manager and taking care of all the plans department, and he is a manager of that. Under it, it has two more units. That is, plans department has two more units. That is budgets units and pricing units. And for budget units, like the supervisor is already allotted in the form of Sandy Bates, but pricing unit is something that is vacant as of now. Then the manager of the plans department is responsible for this unit, that is budgets and pricing. So he needs to hire up in accordance to that. Now I'll just give you a glimpse on what the budget unit does. So budget unit does a long-term planning for evaluation and profit of a cost center for the Republic company and coordinates with overall budget planning of the entire company. Secondly, the second unit is basically the pricing unit, which is vacant, and pricing unit is responsible for keeping a track of all the competition's prices on the insurance policy, basically a competitor analysis. Secondly, it's a company-wide profit forecasting and other special studies about the company's product or the cost. So that is something the pricing unit does. And for same, Peter Gilmore is looking for a basically supervisor in that particular position. Now, one of the personnel from the company gives Peter Gilmore uh, like a referral in a form of David Randall. David Randall is a new applicant specifically for the job of supervisor that is applying for. Now, there is a resume given for the David Randall. Now, it's a basic resume that involves all the education purpose, having a good CGPA, having a BS in business aspect, having a CGPA 3.75 out of 3.8 in the majors, and which is considered to be very good for that aspect. And he has a very good work history as well, like good amount of experience in this particular domain as well. So, what is the basically the Peter, what his approach was basically he finds David good in speaking and easily able to communicate with him, and basically he was able to get along with him very easily. So for that reason, he likes his candidature, and he basically forwards that to personal and for all the further processes and hires him by this aspect only. Now, the case question is basically to evaluate the David Randall's resume. So obviously, David Randall's resume is very basic and it gives you a okay information on all the aspect that he is around, from education to personal, about his personal and what are the languages he is good in, and what are the education history of his, as well as work history that he has. So there is one aspect that his education is going from 1978 to 1984. That is 6-year course. But in the records of the work history, it is shown that he started working in 1981 to 1981, like 81. That's the first job experience, as well as November 81 to January 1983. So he worked as a price studies, computer supervision, computer record supervision, as well as payroll, account receivable, payable, journal ledger, and audits. So these are some of the initial things that he done. Once he was graduated, then he became a price analyst in the company, that is 50 medium. But one thing that he missed is how he can relate with the industry that is applying for. Basically, he is applying for insurance company, and they're looking for all data analysis and that particular purpose. That is something that is missing in this particular aspect of this resume. And second question goes around the evaluation of selection procedure by the Peter Gilmore. So from what I understood of HR and other processes, being from the technical background myself and starting my journey now, and this particular domain of HR, they are more like reliant on the skills and the past experience that an individual has, or what is the performance or achievement that an individual has at that particular company, as well as how he behaves or what is the record as an individual and the way he carries himself. So that is something that HR looks forward for. So looking at only getting along easy and shortlisting that particular candidature would according to me, is not a good idea, because there are several other processes the background check and understanding the skills and how he can be a good uh, candidate specifically for insurance company that they are trying to bring, and how they can manage the competitor analysis that is mentioned. So how they can manage it in a like better way. So that is something could be done, like detailed conversation about the skills regarding the achievements, or maybe the work experiences could be a better thing. Obviously, he has experience as a price analyst, but that is competitor analysis is something that he is not seen, or basically insurance company he hasn't worked earlier experience about. So that is something, the conversation that could have been helpful for Peter for understanding the person more in depth, and the work background, the basic background of a candidate could also have been a better way. Third question is to anticipate any effect on selection procedure used by Peter Gilmore on the David Randall future performance. Obviously, if he is not from that domain, it will be quite like it won't be impossible for him to carry out this job, but it would be quite tough, and he might get stuck very often at the initial time. So he would need a lot of support at the initial time, which would basically increase the pressure on other employees in the company. So that might happen with this uh, hiring this particular individual, that is David. So that is how I see this particular case. Yeah, so I'm open for the questions.
A good presentation, Chinmaya. I pass it on to Professor Kishore Kumar for his suggestions and questions, if any.
Yeah, Chinmay, it was a very nice presentation, and your analysis is good. And I have a query.
Sure, yes, sir.
So during the interview only, can we assess the candidate's future performance?
Uh, no, sir, not completely, because the word we speak and the performance, so that might be a bit different. But obviously, if he is from the fresher background. So what work he has already done or he or she has already done can be explainable in a form of internships, maybe first part. Secondly, if there is any project innovation challenges like we are today in, so that is something that can be explainable, that he is good in learning, he or she is good in learning as well as to take actions he is good in. So that can be considered, but only by talking or whatever other individual says, that cannot be only the defining part of this overall hiring process. So that is what I understand about it.
Yeah, if you are on that place and you are given an opportunity to design a system to assess the individual's performance during the interviews, during the selection process. So how do you design? What kind of dimensions that you incorporate in your assessment?
Sure. Sir, first, most important thing is the confidence. Like, what is the confidence an individual has on the skill that he or she brings onto the table. So that is something very important. And the way he talks and way he carries his body language. So it is also very important. Also the way, obviously anyone can mention any of the skills in the resume itself. So like if they must have done ABC, they will mention that ABCD is something that we have done. So that might be a possibility. So testing on that part, testing as in basically checking on that aspect would be a better idea, like regarding skills and what specifically you have done on that particular skills and what are the accomplishment you have got on that particular skill. So that is something like I would go like these three are very important for me, and how well the individual learns and how fast he learns, because consider tomorrow new project comes in with a new requirement. So learning is something which keeps on going and which is important. So fast learner and good learner is very important for the company.
Yeah, fantastic. All the best. Over to you,
Thank
Professor
you, sir.
Nish.
Yeah, Chinmay, you've been giving some sharp answers. So I'll ask you a question. Okay, don't get very charged up. Just to test how well you can answer. So, okay, so take this question as a compliment. You mentioned couple of points here which I'm seeing as absurd. Okay, that's my argument, and I want you to counter argue. First is you said that confidence and communication during interviews enough, or rather, it's very important. I'm saying the kind of job he's been picked for, which is largely an accountant job, it doesn't matter. Confidence or communication doesn't matter. And second point you said is that his resume, the work job experience he had is not matching with his current role. I'm telling lifelong he has done accountant job. Now also he is going to do accountant job. So no difference there. So I am refuting two of the most important arguments that you have raised. Counter me.
Sure, sir. Sir, the confidence you mentioned, uh, confidence in my term is a clarity in the skills or whatever work he's applying for. So that is most important. That if he has the clarity, he will be able to do the job any day. And if there's something new that comes up, he or she will be able to do any day. So that is one case. But if he doesn't have the clarity, basically confidence for me is the clarity, and if he has the clarity he will be having a confidence. So yes, the clarity is very important. If at all he has a skills, he knows everything, but he doesn't have the clarity, he won't like in case of emergency situation he won't be able to handle it. That might be a case when you are handling a critical job or the critical situation in the company. So that is my first part. The confidence for me is basically clarity in whatever you do or whatever job you do. And secondly, yes, that might be a possibility that you have worked on a finance sector. For example, you have worked on the finance sector for an year. Like best example would be operations, I guess. So you have worked on e-commerce operations for a life. Let's consider for 8 to 10 years. Now your domain suddenly changes from e-commerce to FMCG, right? So there's a bit of a difference that happens when you move from one sector to another, because you need to understand that particular domain uh, pre-handly. Like you need to have some idea of the domain that would be helpful. And just hiring because he is very good in speaking and you get along very well can be disastrous for the company. Not disastrous, but it will take some of the heavy burden for other employees to carry the load that he is impending.
Okay,
that is what
well
I think.
answered. One final question. Give me a very short answer. How do you rate this person as an HR manager or a recruiter? The way he's approaching, the way he is recruiting. Quickly give me a rating of him as a HR guy, and we'll close this.
Sir, out of 10, I can give him 4 for that. So there are several reasons.
Why?
First is between the meetings, he's setting up 20 minutes meet, which won't be a good idea normally because you are all obviously thinking about your meeting and you are hiring for the essential uh, maybe you can say a very important aspect of your company profile. So you're hiring for that. So that won't be a better idea. Secondly, only judging other individuals on the basis of his communication skill or how well you get along is not a great idea because there are several other things you need to think upon in depth. So these are few of the thing I think that could have been done better.
Very smart answers, Chinmay. Pleasure interacting with you. I pass it on to the organizing committee now.
Thank you, Chinmay.
Thank you, sir.
Later we have Uttaran from Team Highlanders.
A very good evening to my respected judges and the organizing team. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will just request my teammate Anushka Biswas to start like narrating the case and the possible solutions. Thank you. Anushka, are you there? Just a
Looks
moment.
like
Judges.
Anushka
She's joining. She's joining.
Okay. Sorry, judges.
Yes,
Like
she's
she's just joining in 1 minute.
Okay.
Anushka, I think like you are not audible. Just.
Anushka, are you ready? Anushka, we cannot hear you properly. I think there's some problem with your mic, maybe. Or maybe you can be a little bit loud. Anushka Biswas, okay, can we unmute? She's messaging ki she's been muted. Anushka Biswas. Oh, it's unmute. Unmute. It's unmute now. Mic is on. That's what we're saying. Yeah. Click somewhere else. Yeah. Anushka, try speaking.
Can't hear you. Maybe laptop mates, the mic is off.
Try.
Please try the device. For the audio, I think she can log
They were
through
participating
the
before, so the device is fine.
I was
talking a while.
No, yeah, yes, sir. Actually, like she was
Try
talking
to rejoin this
some time
meeting.
back
I
only.
think there is some glitch.
Okay.
Very sorry, judges, like for this.
No problem, but sort it out soon, you know.
Yes, absolutely, sir.
Yes,
Absolutely.
yes, sir. We are sorting it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Not for audio, she can like log in through her phone and then she can talk while her video is on here on laptop.
Yeah, can try that.
Yes, sir.
It wouldn't take.
Yeah. Moral support, I guess. You have no clue about the case, huh?
Very good evening, judges. I think like she's facing a technical problem. Like she's installing the software only, but like just for like I'm just introducing the case study in front of you. So basically,
the case, Uttaran, you
yes,
know
sir,
the case,
absolutely.
right? Okay,
Yes, sir,
then
I
go
know
ahead.
the case. Absolutely, absolutely, sir. So basically, talking like for the first case, like or the topic is shipping and receiving. So Midge Watson had been working in the bookkeeping department of the Best Fit sports good manufacturing company for the 4 years since she graduated from high school. She was bright, attractive, and popular, and had done well in the company, as a recent promotion to senior bookkeeper proved. One of her recent new job responsibilities required Midge to go to the warehouse once a week to check on and verify various inventory and shipment information. This meant that she had worked for 3 or 4 hours at a time in the shipping office. In order to reduce the noise from the operations around it, the office was completely walled in. On these trips to shipping, Midge worked closely with the shipping clerk, Susan Adams. Susan, a veteran employee of 10 years with Best Fit, was divorced. Susan maintained all the shipping and inventory information as it was processed. Since Midge had never been worked before, never worked in an actual manufacturing and warehouse operation before, she was nervous at first. However, she was very relieved to find that Susan was really very nice and helpful. Midge found Susan easy to talk to because Susan seemed so interested in what Midge was thinking and doing. During a fourth visit to the warehouse, Midge and Susan were talking as usual as about the week's shipping activity. As they were talking, Susan casually walked to Midge's side of the desk and sat on the edge of the desk right next to Midge. Midge tried not to feel uncomfortable with Susan so close. At a break in the discussion, Susan looked at Midge very seriously and asked her, "Do you like to go to dancing?" Midge, a little surprised by the question, replied evenly, "Well, I like to, but I have a difficult time getting my boyfriend to go. He's just as soon as he just as soon go drink," and she didn't complete the line. Susan interrupted, "I wasn't talking about your boyfriend. Would you like to go dancing with me?" Midge, not sure what Susan was getting at, laughed and said, "Well, sure, maybe sometime." Her voice trailed off. She was trying to be polite but did not really want to commit herself. Midge picked up a file and brought their discussion back to the shipping information. She's finished her work and then returned to her department. She was uneasy about Susan's behavior and invitation. When she returned to her desk, Midge's supervisor, Mike Polsky, noticed that she seemed to be distracted and asked if everything was okay. Midge explained that what had just occurred and wondered if Susan had some ulterior motive for asking her to go to dancing. Mike, not sensing a problem, shrugged off what happened. "I wouldn't give it much thought. You are probably reading something into Susan's comments. Don't be concerned," he advised Midge. Next week, at her regular time, Midge returned to the warehouse. As she walked into the shipping office and closed the door, Susan jumped up from her chair and walked briskly over to Midge, smiling. She put her arms around Midge and hugged her tightly. After stroking Midge's back and patting her on the rear end, she looked into Midge's eyes and told her, "Midge, I really missed you. I am glad you are back." Midge was completely startled, shocked, and afraid. She wiggled free and began to cry. Dropping the file she was carrying, she ran from the office back to her department. By the time Midge arrived, she had calmed down and to some degree, but was still as upset as she entered Mike Polsky's office to describe what had just happened. Next, moving on to the case questions, we have, is this a case of sexual harassment? Anushka, are you audible now? Or
Hello.
Well read. You read very well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So, like,
Hello, am I audible now?
yes, yes, Anushka, you are audible.
My
You may
audio is
proceed with the
fine.
answers. I have, yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm turning on my video.
Yes.
So now I hope I'm audible clearly.
You are.
Okay.
Thank
So
you,
the
sir.
first question is this a case of sexual harassment? I think that is really Mitch's. We have to see Mitch's point of view. She, according to her, as is described in the case, that she was shocked, frightened, and she started crying before she wiggled out of her embrace and moved on to complain about it to the, I guess, controller's office at Mike Polsky's office.
A
So
supervisor's
she,
office.
yes, the supervisor's office. So
as is written in the description, she was visibly frightened and upset at the sudden demeanor showed by Suzanne. So I think, according to her, it was a case of sexual harassment because it has been described that hugging is okay. Hugging a co-worker is absolutely okay. Even we like co-workers are sometimes they become more better than friends. So even we hug our friends, so that is absolutely okay. Even asking someone to go on a dance, that is also absolutely a harmless comment. But stroking the back and rear end, so that is something which I find objectionable. I mean, if someone did that to me out of the ordinary, even I would be shocked and startled. So I think this might be a case of sexual harassment. So Mitch might take it up with the company's employers that she had been sexually harassed by Suzanne Adams, a veteran. So I guess we have to consider this. We have to respect Midge's point of view. And as is the case, that we also have to listen to Suzanne's point of view. She may want to defend her. She may want to defend herself. And since I don't know whether there was any sort of CCTV cameras installed in that warehouse, so that would have been, if there was, then that would have been a good thing for us to review the situation at hand. But considering that there were no CCTV cameras present, so we have to rely on Midge's and Suzanne's statements, and we have to analyze if there are any sort of discrepancies in their statements, in the way they defend themselves and defend their points. So depending on that, we have to decide whether this will be a case of sexual harassment, because we cannot jump into conclusions right away depending on someone's like complaint. So that is the way I would like to answer the first question. And secondly, does the company have a responsibility and or liability? Yes, the company does have a responsibility or liability. It has the responsibility of protecting its employees from any sort of harassment, be it sexual or non-sexual harassment. So yes, the company does have a responsibility and it has to look into the matter seriously, because otherwise this may, like, she might want to take it up on social media or on other platforms, and that might just simply blow it out of proportion, and it may be difficult to handle it then. So so the company must look into it, and even consider the case of Suzanne Adams, because she may feel that she had been treated wrongly, unjustly. So in this case, plus also we have to think that she is also a woman, plus a veteran woman. And as is the case with our society, that we tend to believe that old people do not really are not capable of committing many sort of crimes or something. Plus, she is an older woman. She might more like be a mother to Midge. So that can be a difficult point. That can be like Midge has to defend herself in that case. That why would Suzanne do something like this out of the ordinary to Midge, who might more be like her daughter? So I feel that in this case, we have to the company has to seriously analyze the situation very minutely, because this is not something of the ordinary sexual harassment cases that most companies face. Like a man sexually harasses some other co-worker, and that is quite a simple one, that the society believes the woman, and then there's some sort of trial, and then the things come up. But here there is a case of sexual harassment by a woman against another woman, and here in this case a veteran woman. So the company has to act very cautiously in this case, step very cautiously in this case. So in that case, and what should the supervisor do now? The immediate reaction of the supervisor would be to transfer this matter to her higher authorities and see what are their take on this, and then perhaps create a committee to look into it, because this, as I said, this is not the ordinary sexual harassment cases that we come across. So this is a case sexual harassment case against a woman. So I guess there should be a committee to look into this matter properly, and record both Suzanne's and Midge's statements and see and analyze the discrepancies in them, if any, and then come to a conclusion. And if there are any sort of other evidences, so Midge might have some other evidences, like some other incidents that had occurred in the past with her, but she did not report it to her supervisor. She chose to keep quiet, but now she had to report. So we have to take all those into consideration. Plus, if there would be any CCTV footage available, so that would make the thing a bit easier to see what had actually happened that day. And if there were no CCTV footages, then the company only has to rely on both their statements and see if the matter can be resolved amicably. Like resolving amicably means, it does not mean that completely disregarding Midge's complaints of violating her honor or something like that. It might simply mean that transferring both of them to different parts of the, giving them different parts of the workload. Like Midge may stay in the warehouse, and and Suzanne may be transferred to some other work. So that can be done. Or otherwise, if there is if the company finds that there is a grave breach of honor, and in this, if Midge's complaints are very much true, and if there is some sort of history, like if other victims come up and share their points, like something like this had happened before, like Suzanne had did this before, then I guess the company can decide whether to keep her in the company or like just remove her from it. So I feel that's how I would like to see this situation.
Okay, well spoken, Anushka. I pass it on to our judge, Dr. Kishore Kumar, for some suggestions and questions, if any.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, Uttaran and Anushka. Your analysis is good. So I have a query to you. So any one of you can answer. If you are in a managerial position, just you imagine that you are a owner of that Best Fits sports company.
Absolutely,
so usually this kind of things happens in any company. So to stop that kind of problems, what kind of measures do you take? Imagine you are in that position, and
All right.
yeah, what kind of, just you come up with some
Yes.
innovative measures by
Yes.
using that we can stop that kind of problems.
Absolutely, sir. So I would like to, sir, answer my perspective out here, sir, as the owner of the BookFit company. Firstly, sir, I will take that into consideration the viewpoints of both the people who are involved in this particular case. It is Susan and Mitch. So I will take both their viewpoints and perceptions through which they have done that. It may have been possible that Susan have been doing that lovingly and taking into consideration that Mitch was like her daughter. It might happen as well. She's a veteran employee of the company. But according to Mitch, taking into consideration her perspective, it has been like something which normal people wouldn't have done, or the touch or the hug. But till the hugging part, it's all right. But after that, the patting, gently patting her back, and then all the things, all the actions which she has done, they may not be so much comfortable for Mitch.
Uttaran,
Yes,
even just if you see what comes under the purview or definition of sexual harassment, even hugging without the consent of person, be it in between woman and woman also, without even hugging without the consent of other person, that also comes under sexual harassment.
Sexual
But
harassment. Yes.
you and
Yes.
Anushka is saying that to that extent is okay, hugging. How come hugging? Suppose if the opponent of the opposite person is accepting that, or okay, so he is even consenting that. So in that
Yes,
case,
yes, yes.
it cannot be treated as a sexual harassment.
Yes, yes, absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Yes,
Looking at the
absolutely. You are correct,
person,
sir.
Yeah, looking at a person and the other person is feeling inconvenient, that is also comes under to some extent.
Absolutely, absolutely, sir. Absolutely,
Yeah.
sir. You are 100% correctly, sir. Just for the sake that like Susan is a veteran employee, and for the sake that like she might have taken Midge into consideration that she was like her daughter. I just wanted to like I just wanted my point of view was that only. But apart from anything, sir, absolutely you are correct that no employee can hug another employee, and that comes under sexual harassment only. So as a owner, like I would take the consideration of both these people, and also a third person needs to be like a viewpoint of third person needs to be taken. And in this case, I would take the perception of the supervisor as well, that what he feels of this situation from a third person point of view. That what he feels that both these knowing the history of Susan or knowing the history of Mitch, and if possible, there are some other tracks or other proofs which are there, like the CCTV camera footages and so on. After reviewing all of these only, I would have taken into any decision regarding like Midge or Susan that what needs to be done, not before that.
So Uttaran, what is the new in that everywhere? If such things will happen in any company, usually the companies involves in preliminary information collection, isn't it?
Yes, yes,
So
sir,
by
absolutely.
interacting with various
Absolutely.
people like supervisors and all that, that preliminary inquiry
Yes.
will be done everywhere, and
Yes, sir.
CC footages also will be taken into consideration. So what is new in that? I asked you to come up with some innovative solution to stop that kind of okay problems in the sexual harassment problems in the company. If you are in a owner position, what kind of solutions you will find to stop that kind of menace?
All right, sir.
But
Sir, yes.
your total discussion is around preliminary inquiry only.
Yes.
Happens
Yes.
everywhere. That is inevitable, obvious.
Yes.
Got my point.
Absolutely. Yes.
Tell
Yes,
me
sir. Yes, sir. I got it.
one or two innovative solutions. If those innovative solutions are valid, you can offer to companies also. They may take it up and they may implement it workplace.
Yes, sir, absolutely. So, like, just one innovative solution which is coming in my particular mind is that, like, previously only like one of my friends out here like developed a thing like a program, which is actually based on Python. And what happens is that it takes the whole like it is like a camera based program. So what it happens is that it has the whole camera set up for the particular room. Suppose it is like a CCTV camera only, and in that particular room, suppose Midge is there. So what will happen is that if another person like Midge's like total face will be recognized with that, and her face will be tracked in the green signal. So whenever there will be a time when someone else is coming into that particular room, then what will happen? Then her face will be tracked with a red symbol or a red what can I say, red radar, you can say, that she is not identified in this place, but she has come out here in this like in this odd hour. Maybe it may be due to some for chit chat, maybe it may be some due to some talking, it may be due to hugging, and so many other probabilities, but it is not verified and it is against like the company's will, or like against our company's work. That is the time when it will be getting recorded, and when there will be it can be done, sir, using Python. So after that, what will happen if any kind of interactions happen, or any kinds of any kinds of physical or verbal interactions happen, so the camera will be keeping a note in that. And even there was a system that if someone wants to get notified, there is an alarm as well, which will be notified at that particular moment, so that supervisors and all the other staffs can come at that place and actually look into the matter, and so that like they don't get distracted from their own work. So that is a innovative model, sir, which I like just few days back in a hackathon I saw it, that and basically it's being prepared by one of my friends out here as well. So that's the solution, sir, which I think.
Over to Professor Ramesh.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Kishore, sir. I have a small question. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Probably to Anushka, because I believe she's the one who have really understood the case. Imagine instead of Mitch, it was Sainik Kadar, your friend. Okay. And instead of Susan, it's some other senior guy. And something like this happened. Can happen. He's a very handsome guy. Can happen. You know. Will you still consider it a sexual harassment? Question number one. Second, will you do something different than you actually proposed in that situation? So this is my question.
So yes, taking up your first question, that if in place it was Sainik and some other older guy who did it to him. So once again, I don't think I would have done anything different if I was some sort of head in a senior position in the company, and perhaps Sainik had approached me saying that what had happened that day and I feel violated and all that. So I don't think I would have done anything differently in this case, just because he's of a different gender than Midge, because he also has certain boundaries, and if someone doesn't respect those boundaries, then obviously he has the right to speak up and accuse the other person of violating his consent and his boundaries. So in that case also, I would have taken Sainik's viewpoint into consideration and the perspective of the other guy, and if he would like to defend himself against Sainik's perspective. So I don't think in any sort of sexual harassment case, like gender shouldn't be a thing to judge. Like just because he is a man, so he doesn't. So sexual harassment cannot happen to him. So it's not right.
I mean, I got your point. Just a follow-up question. What do you think the law thinks? What you're thinking, I understood. Do you think the law is also thinking the same line? Just follow-up question. You can take it or leave it. No problem.
No, unfortunately, the law does not think the same, because as we see, like we do not get so many headlines about sexual harassment cases against men as we get about women, but it does not mean that those things don't happen. So like once or twice in a blue moon, we may get to hear about the rape of a man, but those things, like they do not come into headlines often, and so people think that it doesn't happen much. It's probably like it was the guy's fault, or he was enjoying it, or something like that. So I don't think
Okay,
the
Anushka,
law
thank you
side.
so much. Well responded. Thank you so much, team, for joining. I pass it on to the organization.
Thank you, sir.
So now we have come to the end of this round and the event too. So the results will be announced tomorrow. We appreciate the efforts and participation of all the teams. On the behalf of Department of Management Sciences, NALSAR University, I thank judges and the participants for their presence. Thank you. That's all for the day.
Thank you very much, judges. Thank you very much to the organizing team.
Thank you very much.
Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Yes, sir. Can you send across the marks you have allotted to each team?
Yeah, definitely. So I've been shared with that Google Drive some Excel sheet, no?
Yes, sir.
I will award marks in that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Good day, sir.